used to describe the dungeon gates and new magic. So Quilinde translates to order, huh? Sam thought to himself. It instantly made him think to a conversation he had with Thalia when they had first arrived in the elven metropolis. She had described the difference between an elf's mana core and a traveler's as the difference between organic and inorganic mana. He remembered the words she had used to describe his traveler's mana core. Yours is something else, artificial, grafted on you. It's a part of you and yet entirely separate at the same time. Sam began to theorize that maybe the difference between elven and traveler mana cores was the difference between a harmony-based mana core and an order-based one. He was just considering whether he might be able to find Thalia later that night to continue their theoretical discussions of old versus new magic, when he felt someone grip his arm. "Come on, Sam," said Toby. "We have a bet to win." "A bet?" "That's right," said Brock. "We're going to see who can win more money. Girls versus boys. Team Hype Juice. It's time to roll the dice and win." As the two groups got separated, Sam watched as Edgar, Mildred, and Lily stayed behind. Sam could overhear the guildmaster saying, "Please, can I join in?" "Absolutely not. We're here for chaperoning purposes only," said Mildred. "We're not going to be a bad influence on our daughter. She's only a baby." "If you keep protesting," said Mildred, "I might bring up that collection of the beautiful buxom babes of Westria you keep under your drawer back home in the guild hall." Edgar's eye twitched. "Yeah, okay. I don't need to gamble tonight. That's fine by me." Brock snickered as he looked over his shoulder. "The guildmaster we knew and loved is gone, gents. Our brother-in-arms is officially whipped." "Don't worry about him," said Curtis. "We don't need him. With my intellect at crunching the numbers and Brock's hype juice, we'll be unstoppable." Meanwhile, in the far outer reaches of Sylvanstride, an elven ranger was perched on a branch, listening to the rhythms of the forest. It was a quiet night that evening. The creatures of the wood had cleared off due to all the activity near the city. Most of the rhythms of the forest the ranger was listening to were interrupted by the sounds of laughter and excitement coming from the city behind him. Just my luck, he thought. Of course I'd have to do guard duty on Luck Day of all days. The squad of rangers were short-staffed after losing so many elves in the great battle of Sylvanstride, meaning he was doing the entire evening shift and wouldn't even catch an hour or two to play some cards or win money at roulette. Maybe it was better that way. He'd lost a lot of money last year on Luck Day, so how could he expect to perform any better this year? He resigned himself to the quiet stillness of the forest in the nighttime. Then a twig cracked in the far distance, disturbing the forest's silent slumber. The ranger's eyes opened with concern. He triggered his mana sense. His stomach lurched. How? There was suddenly a huge number of incoming mana users. His first thought was mana-corrupted beasts, except the way they were moving was too organized for monsters. This was something else. This was an organized squadron, but of who? The ranger suddenly ducked as an arrow flew through the darkness. The elf had a superior sense of smell. It was a skill developed on the path of the ranger, and he immediately took in the wood from the arrow. It wasn't carved from wood in the glittering forest, not even Volsungar. It was the smell of a tree he'd not come across. It was a tree from a faraway land. He was about to vanish into the cover of night and get back to the city to warn the others, but he suddenly felt his body unable to move, frozen in place. He checked his mana sense and could see that beyond the large group of mana users descending upon him, there was one with a very high level of power. In the far distance, the ranger could hear another arrow releasing from a bow, the pointed dart whistling as it flew through the air. With the ranger's feet frozen, he knew there was nothing he could do. In the last moments of his life, the ranger realized how bad his bad luck truly was. 11. Sam and his companions found themselves at the central casino at the heart of Sylvanstride's bombastic festival of luck. Using the combined craftsmanship of elves who followed the carpentry, engineering, and building design-based paths, They had created a collapsible casino complex. It was a truly incredible feat of elven design. The central casino had multiple rooms, hallways, stairwells, even an indoor fountain, and more. But the most unbelievable part about the place was its ability to be erected like a marquee tent in the middle of the city, only to be easily packaged up and put away for a year the next day. The central casino was filled with large potted plants, the smoky smell of elven windbrush cigarettes, and the sound of spinning roulette tables, chatter, and cries of both joy and misery. The gambling showdown between the boys versus the girls of the Travelers Guild came to a final head at a roulette table in the central casino. Toby, Curtis, and Brock were all pale-faced and solemn-looking as they were down to their last few gambling chips. Meanwhile, on the other side of the roulette table, the girls were smiling and laughing at their mountain of chips. "We're rich!" Olivia squealed with joy. "Take that," said Clara, sticking out her tongue at Toby. "You've really not done very well, have you?" said Queen Alice, giving a long, cute look at Sam as she spoke. Sam shrugged. His competitiveness hadn't been riled up by this showdown they were having. He was just there for the fun ride with his pals. "I thought hype juice and pure mathematical calculations would be enough," sighed Curtis. "It really wasn't," said Brock. "Let's bet on red," said Toby. "This is our last chance." The group put their last few remaining chips on red, while the girls put a large stack of chips on black. The elven dealer asked once more if there would be any more betting, and then a few seconds later closed the round for bets. He then spun the wheel once more, and then took a small silver ball and spun it along the outer rim of the wheel in the opposite direction of the wheel's spin. The group watched on with bated breath and excited anticipation. As the wheel spun, Olivia triggered her divine inspiration spell, granting her greater luck on both herself and her companions. She had been doing this the entire night. It had been their team's trump card. The ball bounced and then landed in black. The girls all threw their hands in the air. "Victory! We win!" Brock shook his head and pulled out a flask and took a swig. "I'm going to need to drink a lot of hype juice to salve the wounds from this defeat." Olivia laughed and then said, "Don't be down, Brock. How about I buy you guys something from the vendors? I have all your money now, after all." They were just about to head to the central casino's all-you-can-eat buffet when the entire building rumbled. Everyone in the casino paused with alarm. It had only been a few weeks since the Great Battle of Sylvanstride, when the entire city had been descended upon by terrifying monster insects, and the nightmarish horrors weren't that far removed from anyone's memories. For most in Sylvanstride, the battle felt more like yesterday than almost a month ago. The rumbling continued. Sam had an uneasy feeling in his chest. He triggered his mana sense and his eyes immediately widened with surprise. "Everyone get down!" The glass windows of the central casino shattered all around the building. The boots of unknown soldiers flew through the open windows and into the casino hall. "We're under attack!" screamed a panicked elf citizen. Sam was completely shocked and had no idea what exactly was happening. One of the incoming soldiers lifted up his sword to attack an innocent elf woman who had been playing elvish poker. Sam was there in a flash and slashed the attacker's head cleanly off with his shadow blade. He turned to a dealer. "Is there a safe area or bunker for emergencies?" The dealer, shivering, pointed to down below. "There's a hatch on the other side of the room, leads to an emergency basement." Sam nodded. "You head there and open up for everyone. I'll send the civilians there while my companions and I hold back this threat." The dealer nodded and got to work. Sam then turned just in time to block an incoming sword swing with his blade. He pulled his blade back and managed with a quick thrust to stab the attacking soldier right in the heart. He looked over his shoulder and could see that the majority of innocents were streaming into the emergency basement. The soldiers were wearing garments with the cut and look of clothing made in Opali. Sam was trying to piece together what was currently happening as quickly as he could, and while fighting off more soldiers streaming in. This was unheard of. This had never happened in his previous timeline, but then again, neither had the elves survived Lilith's destruction. The event did have some historical parallels, however. This was all eerily reminding Sam of the notorious raid on Redstone. The event had happened in the early days of the last human war. A group of Opalian soldiers had struck a small inn in the town of Redstone. They had received false intel that Clarence Erdstrom had been there, hiding. Of course, Clarence Erdstrom was dead in this timeline, so Sam hadn't expected the raid on Redstone to happen. Besides, so many of the factors that led to the last human war hadn't even happened yet. Sam had thought he had more time. But the previous warning signs were beginning to stack up in Sam's mind. Queen Alice had been given a grave warning from a dead phoenix with her Ash Whisperer ability a few months back when he and her had trained together. He also thought about the words from the goddess at the end of his day of passages, about someone who would use the goddess's blessings for bad. Sam slashed another soldier in half as his fellow companions hurried to the other entry points of the central casino. Sam's heart raced. He hadn't been this caught off guard in the entire 3 years he'd been back in this new timeline. That said, he still had the historical parallels of the raid on Redstone that would help him take back control of this situation. "We got this," Sam thought as he gripped his blade tightly and quickly pieced together a plan to push back the surprise attack. 12. Opalian Captain Rodrigo Barragan entered the central casino with a violent and chaotic fury. He flew through the broken window his companions had smashed through moments before and landed with a roll, his toughened skin unbothered by the glass shards littered across the ground of the elven casino. He unsheathed the 2 daggers at his side, ready to slice his enemies to death. He grinned, just thinking about all the death and carnage they were about to cause. He was the captain of the notorious and specialist tactical unit known as the Opalian Death Squad. They did the jobs no one else wanted to do in service of the great southern kingdom of Opali. The man who had hired him, Dante, had even come on this mission with them. He was the real big boss here. It was thanks to Dante's powers, along with a rare and powerful item that let him amplify his abilities, that Rodrigo and his squad could move through the entire crowd of elves completely unseen. Other than a few rangers on the outer reaches, they were able to penetrate central Sylvanstride without any needless battles that would have called attention to their presence, which would have mucked up their plans without a doubt. Rodrigo was pleased that the plan was finally going afoot. The operation had lasted a lot longer than they had first envisioned. They had originally been stationed in secret hiding outside of Resfall for weeks, only to find themselves heading to the glittering forest after unforeseen events. It was at that point that Dante joined them, almost as if the boss knew already that the great mighty perimeter that shielded the glittering forest was going to temporarily power down, allowing them to enter the forest secretly. After months of preparing in secret tracking, their mission could finally go ahead. Rodrigo got sight of the biggest threat to their goals, the black-haired swordsman with red eyes. Time to finish this, he thought, rushing forward. Sam gripped his sword and readied himself to take on a new incoming enemy. He immediately triggered his Pain Ring ability, a bright red circle emerging across the battlefield. The enemy rushing towards him was a powerful, bulky man with thick muscles and a red cloak and billowy desert pants. The man rushed forward with 2 blades. "Exactly who I expected to turn up," Sam grinned. While for a few reasons, historians could never pin down exactly who had executed the devastating slaughter that was the raid on Redstone, it was widely believed to be a military operation performed by the specialist unit known as the Opalian Death Squad. The leader of said death squad, the one and only Rodrigo Barragan, was rushing towards Sam that very minute. Given the chaos of the moment, Sam took the opportunity to trigger his new Time Ring and Time Pause abilities. He now had a total of 60 seconds to quickly catch his breath, assess the angles Rodrigo was coming at him with, and make an effective strategy to neuter the Opalian Death Squad currently descending upon all of them. Sam considered the circumstances. Given that this was playing out very similarly to the infamous raid on Redstone in his first timeline, the Opalian Death Squad must be here with a similar intention. Their goal had been to take out Clarence Erdstrom, but more precisely, it was to cause chaos and instability across the Volsungar nation and the rest of Westria. That meant the Opalian Death Squad was here with potentially 2 purposes in mind. 1. To assassinate Queen Alice Grace. 2. To assassinate the new High Ruler of the Elves, Ardoniel Thalia Ashgrove. Most likely, the group would want to achieve both goals. If, as the goddess hinted at, there was indeed another time traveler, one bent on tipping history's favor for the nation of Opali, they would know that Volsungur stopping the Elven genocide would lead to a greater alliance between the humans of the Volsungur nation and the Elves. A strategic alliance that Opali would desperately want to spoil and splinter at all costs. Luckily, Thalia Ashgrove was not currently present in the casino, and Queen Alice was not only a strong and capable fighter herself, but was currently defended by two of the strongest travelers he knew, Mildred Cross and Edgar Redfield. Sam moved forward and positioned himself to finish this attack before it got more out of hand. Right before he let time resume, Sam realized a powerful option his time ring had opened up for him, which he hadn't realized before. Oh, he thought, this is good. Really good. Rodrigo rushed towards the black-haired swordsman. The young man had unleashed his powerful red ring that would increase his strength, which meant Rodrigo had to take the swordsman out quickly before he gained so much strength he was unstoppable. Then, out of nowhere, the black-haired swordsman disappeared. What? Almost immediately after the kid vanished, Rodrigo felt a boot knock into his back and send him hurtling right inside the red ring. Rodrigo scrambled to his feet only to see the shadow of a blade coming right towards his undefended body. The Opalian dual blade user grimaced at the sight of the incoming attack. For many, it would be a deadly blow, but Rodrigo knew he had the toughened fortification of a journeyman tier traveler, and a blade wouldn't be able to cut through his flesh very easily. At least, definitely not after so little time had passed for the black-haired swordsman to increase his strength inside his red ring. The swordsman's blade landed on the side of Rodrigo's chest, right by his ribs. To Rodrigo's utter shock, the blade did not stop there. It immediately punctured the man's flesh and bone and kept moving forward, crushing through his entire body until his chest was completely separated from his torso and legs. Blood pooled around his sliced-in-half body. Rodrigo didn't understand how this was possible. It had been less than 10 seconds since the kid had summoned that red ring. How had he gained so much power so quickly? The black-haired swordsman only shook his head in disgust before he snapped his fingers, and the entire pool of blood erupted in a blaze of blood flame, swallowing the Opalian captain's body whole. 13. Sam caught his breath, standing over the burnt remains of Rodrigo Barragan, the leader of the Opalian death squad. Grunts and groans of nearby battles swirled around him. The swordsman's dead opponent was nothing but black char now. One kick and the remains of the man would crumble into dust. He had been planning on testing out his new time ring ability in the coming days, but it looked as if he had made a major discovery of how the new ability fit into his current suite of abilities. It turned out that if he triggered Pain Ring before he paused time, his silver dragon armor set did not stop gnawing into his flesh, and he could continue to raise his pain and power levels for the duration that he spent in the time ring. Sam was very pleased with this. He then turned his attention to the rest of the central casino. His companions and the other elven warriors in the room were making quick work of the remaining members of the Opalian death squad. This wasn't too surprising. The reason the original raid on Redstone was such a devastating slaughter was that the squad had descended on a crowded inn of innocent citizens. This was far from the case here. More than this, by defeating the death squad's leader Rodrigo, a shift could be felt throughout the entire casino-turned-battlefield. The charred remains of someone who was meant to be such a capable fighter, destroyed within seconds, would surely send a rippling and demoralizing wave throughout all of the Opalian soldiers. Sam could already see it. Shaky limbs, easily telegraphed movements, overly eager attacks full of fear. With their leader destroyed with such ease, surely the other members had to be thinking what fate had in store for them. They must be actively fighting the urge to retreat, Sam thought. And yet, they soldiered on, fighting to kill all of Sam's friends and companions. So be it, Sam thought, gripping his sword and joining his allies to finish the fight. Edgar Redfield punched an Opalian fighter right in the stomach with a fistful of spirit druid mana. The powerful magic burned right through the enemy's flesh and out the other side. The fighter let out his last gasp of life and collapsed on the floor. The former casino, a place of fun and cheer, had turned into an utter bloodbath. Edgar was fighting with one eye on his opponents and another eye across the battlefield, making sure his companions weren't falling into any danger. In fact, the opposite was the case. He had momentarily been concerned when the infamous Rodrigo Barragan, one of the younger members of the deadly Barragan Collective, showed up with his powerful twin blade class. But Sam had obliterated the man with shocking ease. It was odd to witness, and Edgar believed only someone at a very high level of power would even be able to perceive what he had. For less than a second, the area around Sam and Rodrigo had lit up like a strange, frothy white dome, only to disappear a second later, with Sam behind his enemy cutting him right in half. It was incredible. Earlier that day, Sam had told them about the night before, that he had become the first human to ever unlock a path. Sam had explained that the path involved time manipulation magic, though it was limited within a certain space. That white dome of energy must be how someone with the necessary perception levels outside of the time ring perceived the temporal manipulation going on inside of it. Fascinating, Edgar thought. So many implications. I'm sure Sam will want to know about this dome for his training purposes. Bodies of the Opalian attackers were falling left, right, and center now. The ambush was quickly turning in Edgar and his companions' favor. At Master Tier, Edgar wasn't finding their current enemies that threatening. It was actually beginning to trouble him more than please him. It didn't make any sense for the Opalian death squad to attack them this way. He found it hard to believe they would underestimate a target like him and his companions so drastically. Something wasn't adding up. It was at that point that his mana sense picked up a hugely powerful mana entity coming their way. Here we go, he thought. Everyone be careful. Time froze. Or everyone was paralyzed. Or he had been knocked unconscious and was now dreaming. Sam wasn't sure what exactly happened. He looked at Guildmaster Redfield, frozen in motion, unable to finish his sentence. Sam peered around the room like his whole reality had been rendered a motionless painting. Queen Alice was mid-punch, her hand filled with the flames of Phoenix power. Yet, the punch wasn't moving forward. The girl was frozen in time. So were all of his companions. Clara thrusting her spear forward, Toby drawing mana into his palms, Mildred stabbing an Opalian soldier right into the throat with her hairpin. Mildred's victim was frozen as well, eyes bulging with terror and pain, grasping and resisting the fate awaiting him as soon as time resumed. Instant death. Meanwhile, baby Lily was frozen, happily asleep, being held by a special sling so Mildred could carry her with her arms and hands free, perfect for spooning her baby food, wiping stains off her baby's face, and fighting bad guys. It was a multi-purpose invention. So too were Brock, Curtis, and Olivia, all frozen, locked in points of battle. It was so odd to see time frozen this way, especially after unlocking his own temporal magic, but he knew for a fact that his new powers weren't causing this. He looked to the front door of the casino. Edgar had been about to warn them of something, some incoming threat. Sam took a step towards the door, only to see it creak open. So, I'm not the only one frozen in time, huh? Sam thought. The first thing Sam saw was a boot, followed by billowy desert pants. Eventually, a whole person emerged. A man with shaggy white hair and purple eyes. Sam's stomach fell. He didn't recognize the man at all, but his gut told him everything he needed to know. Here was an incredibly powerful figure that Sam had never heard of. That could only mean one thing. This guy was like him. A former nobody. A former middling traveler not worth mentioning in the scrolls of history. Sam's stomach lurched. This man was unmistakably the other time traveler. 14. Sam's eyes narrowed as he took in the man in front of him. The silver-haired man looked to be a bit older than him, in his mid-20s, and had a stern and stoic face. The man stared back at Sam with his deeply rich and alien purple irises. Struck by the man's odd-colored gaze, he figured this was how others must feel when interacting with him and seeing his crimson-colored eyes. Sam always tried to enter situations with as much planning and preparation and foreknowledge as he could. He hated the fact that he had been caught by such utter surprise. But if anyone was going to surprise him, it would be this man, this other time traveler. Caught on the back foot, Sam's mind was working overdrive, trying to pick up as much information as he could. The man's purple eyes certainly told him something. Just like his super-rare Blood Knight class, so too did this man unlock a class that had given him purple irises. Sam hadn't heard of any class that changed one's body in that way, but it was a start. Also, if the man had traveled back in time, there was a medium to strong possibility he had managed to unlock a second class, just like Sam had. One of those classes gave him some kind of temporal magic, though he couldn't rule out other types of power magic like reality-altering magic and dream magic as well. If Sam hoped to survive this fight and get out alive and save his friends, his initial goal would have to be to figure out more about who this person was, what were his motives, and, most importantly, what was his power set. The sooner he found out more, the better he would be able to protect himself. "I'm guessing you've figured out who I am," said the silver-haired man. "I've been eager to meet you, Sam. You can call me Dante." So, Sam thought, he's been aware of me for much longer than I've been aware of him. "What finally tipped you off to my existence?" Sam said, trying to sound as nonchalant as he could. "I started wondering when Clarence Erdstrom failed in his assassination attempt of Alice Grace," said the man. "But I knew for sure when the Dwarven cataclysm was averted. You've been busy." Sam didn't like the man's confidence. He was sharing information with him too easily. The silver-haired man clearly believed he had the upper hand. More than that, while Sam hadn't been paying too much attention to what was happening in the far southeastern reaches of Westria, where Opali was situated, he figured he would have heard about something if anything truly major had happened. But Sam couldn't recall hearing of any historical divergences in Opali. If there had been, they had been too small-scale for the news to make it to Volsungar. It all made Sam wonder what exactly this silver-haired man, Dante, had been doing this whole time. Sam knew there was something about the lack of major historical divergences in Opali that illuminated something about Dante's power set. He just needed to figure out what. His life, his friends' lives, and the fate of Westria all depended on it. Dante kept his face austere, even if he truly wanted to snicker. He had his enemy right where he wanted him. The young man across from him stood, tense and ready to fight, but also cautious, hesitant. The black-haired swordsman didn't even know the full extent of Dante's powers. He had no idea how he was freezing time, how Dante was making all of this possible. "Face it," Dante thought to himself. "You're trapped. There's no way out." There was something pleasurable in watching a helpless prey squirm. Even more so when the prey wasn't used to being prey. The swordsman sprinted to Dante's left. Dante readied himself for an attack on that side, but within seconds the swordsman flickered and disappeared completely. It was a feint. Before Dante could react, Sam reappeared above a puddle of blood from a dead nearby soldier. The swordsman continued to move at incredible speeds until the next thing Dante knew, a black blade with glowing purple runes was being held right against his throat. The black-haired swordsman spoke calmly. "I wouldn't underestimate me if I were you." Sam held his sword against Dante's throat. One slice and the battle would be over. He pressed the blade against the man's neck and was met with extreme resistance. Before Sam could apply more strength or pressure, the back of the man's head came flying into his. The backwards headbutt filled Sam's forehead with pain as he stumbled backwards. Newly disentangled from his bad position, Dante rushed across the room, moving to a point precisely where there wasn't any blood. "He's already onto my moveset then," Sam thought. Sam figured the silver-haired fighter must have had a pretty good idea of Sam's abilities already. If he had traveled all this way, he must have been more aware of him than Sam had been of him. Sam materialized a vial of blood from his inventory. He whipped it at the ground near Dante and immediately teleported towards him. He reappeared to find a fist flying at his face. Sam ducked and retaliated with a slash of his shadow blade. The man caught it with his bare hands and held back the attack. The silver-haired man smirked at Sam as he held Sam's blade with his mere fingers. Sam drew upon the fallen blood nearby and conjured a blood-flame sword in his other hand, thrusting it right at the man's stomach. The silver-haired man back-flipped away in retreat. Sam couldn't figure out what this guy's deal was. He didn't fight with a weapon. His skin was incredibly toughened, which would suggest that one of the guy's classes was body manipulator or monk. But Sam still couldn't be sure. That would rule out one of the man's classes, but that didn't explain the time freezing. Then, the guy grinned at Sam once more. He was toying with him. "You still haven't figured it out, have you?" Sam's stomach fell with a sudden burst of overwhelming dismay. The man's mouth hadn't moved, yet Sam had heard his voice. Oh, crap, Sam thought as he finally realized what kind of powers Dante had. 15. Sam felt his whole body go numb with fear. His muscles tensed, his jaw tightened. Sweat formed across his body, from his forehead to his hands. He felt his hand getting moist, loosening his grip on his shadow blade. His whole posture stiffened as he took in Dante's unsettling purple eyes, feeling as if the very ground he was standing on couldn't be trusted to be sturdy, or even, for that matter, if the ground was even ground. Sam believed his mind was clear after receiving a telepathic message from Dante. At least, he thought it was. This was the crippling level of terror and disorienting confusion someone with mental magic could inflict on their opponent just by sharing the knowledge of their rare power. This is bad, Sam thought. Very bad. The silver-haired traveler had access to body and mind manipulation powers. Classes with mental magic were extremely rare, only awarded to classes with mythic rarity and above. Given that the guy was in a similar situation to himself, he must have unlocked all sorts of secrets within the White Gate and came out with a legendary class. This power must be stemming from it. It must have been how he had frozen time. He either was attacking Sam inside his own consciousness, or he had paralyzed everyone else. Either way, the man was capable of assault on one's psyche. It was a horrible feeling to know someone could attack you from inside your own mind. It was crippling in a way. How did you fight against someone like that? Sam came to a simple conclusion. He had to go all out on Dante. Defeating him here would lead to two possible conclusions. A major threat would be removed, or he would quickly realize he was fighting him inside his own mind, which he could then deal with appropriately. He gripped his shadow blade and got ready to take on the other time traveler. Dante grinned at the enemy within his sight. He couldn't help but stand with an air of unwavering confidence, a slight, knowing smile playing on his lips as he watched his opponent figure out what he was going to do next. Watching the swordsman squirm was an absolute delight. It's almost time, he thought to himself. His plan was almost complete. He just needed to hang in there a little while longer. The black-haired swordsman rushed towards him. Dante's chest swelled with a breath of anticipation, muscles tensed in readiness, betraying no sign of fear, but rather an eagerness to demonstrate his superiority. Time to freeze you in place, Dante thought. Except, when Dante tried to exert his journeyman tier, mind control, ability, he couldn't. What's happening? The boy was flickering in and out of existence across the battlefield. For less than a second, a frothy white dome might appear around him, but then it would disappear, and the kid would reappear somewhere else. This was a different type of teleporting from the black-haired swordsman's blood magic. Dante's intel on Sam hadn't told him about this. The swordsman kept flickering in and out all around the battlefield in a haphazard fashion. He was clearly doing it on purpose to dodge any further mental attacks on his brain. Very clever, Dante thought. But do you really think that will be enough to defeat me? Sam's chest heaved as he triggered time ring and time pause yet again. His heart was pounding. He was sprinting back and forth across the casino-turned-battlefield, keeping his powerful enemy on his toes. He was spending roughly a second or two inside the ring each time he triggered it, just long enough to reappear somewhere else, defying Dante's ability to focus and target his mind control on him. He triggered time ring, feeling a ripple of energy shoot out from him, the environment around him going still. The broken roulette table freezing in place, the corpse of dead Opalian soldiers no longer twitching as Sam rushed through the ring to the other side of it, only to snap back into normal time. Sam was slowly dwindling his 60-second total, moving around the central casino this way. It was going to run out eventually. Then he would be truly screwed. At that point, Dante would be able to unleash a full psychic assault on him. He didn't know the sheer extent of his powers. Was it possible he could mind control him to the point of stabbing himself to death straight away? Sam didn't want to fight out. He knew he needed to make his strike and make it soon. Dante kept his eyes focused, trying to determine where the swordsman would appear next. The silver-haired fighter's eyes narrowed, the initial shock giving way to a grudging respect as he watched Sam flicker in and out of reality, like a chess player taken aback by an unexpected move. Suddenly, the swordsman re-emerged. Dante's muscles tensed as he waited for him to disappear yet again. Except this time, Sam didn't disappear. The black-haired man held out his palm, and a sizzling orange hook shot out from it. The hook, composed of powerful energy, crackled as it shot through the air. It stabbed Dante right in the chest. It didn't cause him any pain, but it dragged the swordsman towards him with unbelievable speed. Dante's jaw clenched, insulted by Sam's unexpected and unpredictable brazenness. It also didn't make any sense to him. One did not attempt to get close to an enemy of far superior strength. The swordsman's arrogance was taking Dante aback. "I don't think you want to fight up close and personal," said Dante. Sam smirked. "Oh, but I do." Suddenly, the boy's huge silver spikes shot outward from the swordsman's armor, puncturing through Dante's powerful flesh. Blood pincers emerged from Sam's back and stabbed Dante. He finally followed up with another thrust of his crimson blood-flame sword. At least 3 abilities, all unleashing multi-pronged attacks. The worst part was, the swordsman was somehow knowingly targeting all of his weak points. The silver-haired man screamed in utter agony as blood poured out of him like a water bucket full of holes. 16. Dante collapsed on the ground. His body was drenched in red. He looked skinnier and thinned out because so much flesh and blood had drained from his body so rapidly. Sam caught his breath as he took in his fallen opponent. The stretched-out teeth of the silver dragon armor set slowly retreated back to their interior, where they would continue to gnaw on Sam's flesh. His manipulated blood pincers did the same. Dying on the floor, Dante's mouth formed a grin, revealing a crimson, blood-soaked smile. "You don't even know why you were chosen, do you?" "What do you mean?" Sam asked. He crouched down to his fallen enemy and grabbed him by the shoulders. It sounded like this man knew more about the goddess, more about why they were sent back in time. "Tell me!" Sam shouted. Dante shook his head and laughed until the life faded away from his eyes. Sam knelt in front of the dead man, exhausted. The only person who also knew what it was like to see their world burn and then return back to it had just died. In a different world, a different life, a different timeline, they could have been allies. It wasn't that he had any regret for fighting and destroying Dante. He was clearly a menacing threat who needed to be taken out. It was just a sense of disappointment that things couldn't have been different. After taking a beat, Sam looked over his shoulder to see how his friends were doing. His stomach instantly dropped. He had been so engrossed in the battle and Dante's last words that he had assumed they were right behind him, recalibrating after the strange fight and battle. Except that was not the case. They stood there, frozen, just as they had been before. Guildmaster Redfield was still in the exact same position, mouth open, stuck in place, unable to finish his sentence, his initial warning to all of them that a powerful force was coming their way. Sam's head shook back and forth between his frozen friends and the dead silver-haired man on the ground. He felt an overwhelming sense of dread as he began to piece things together. This all feels so real, though. Those were his last thoughts before he felt himself fall over to his side. His vision went blurry, and then everything went black. "Sam! Sam! Sam!" Someone shook Sam's shoulders, and his vision suddenly came too. His eyes opened up to a whole group of faces peering down at him. He recognized the faces. It was all of his companions. Edgar smiled down at him and then looked behind him to say, "He's okay. He's alive." Disoriented and strange as Sam felt, he had a pretty good idea what had just happened to him. He had fought Dante and defeated him, but it had all been in some illusory reality, some psychic space either in his mind or Dante's. It had been extremely powerful, though, and very disconcerting. The last time Sam had dealt with an extreme reality-altering spell was when he had faced off against Damien Blackthorne, whose Night Stalker class granted him an ability called Nightmare Reality. When defeating Damien in the Nightmare Reality space, the man would puff into shadowy smoke, revealing that they were in an altered realm divorced from actual physical reality. No such thing had happened when Sam had defeated Dante, however. The man simply bled out and died right before Sam's very eyes. It had all been so real. He gulped and looked up to his companions. Clara and Toby offered him a hand, and he got back to his feet. They had a strange look on their faces that Sam couldn't quite perceive. It was like they knew something that they were keeping from him. It all added to the strange sense of unease Sam felt. He quickly realized the first thing he needed to do was figure out how much of the last hour had actually happened, and how much of it had happened in his mind. The central casino was an utter wreck. Roulette tables snapped in half, cards littered across the floor, an ace of hearts floating in a puddle of blood. Bodies of dead Opalian soldiers dotted the area, including Rodrigo Barragan. So, the raid on the central casino had happened for everyone, Sam observed as he continued to look around the room. He must have fallen into Dante's illusory mind realm right at the point that Edgar and his companions all froze. Sam turned to the guildmaster. "What happened to you guys? You all froze and I ended up having to fight a very powerful Opalian traveler." Edgar's face was stern. "I see. So you ended up fighting that powerful force in the end." "Yeah," said Sam. "At least I did in my mind. Or his. I'm not entirely sure. He was a mental magic user. What happened to you?" "I felt that force and then everything went black. I only came back to consciousness 5 minutes ago with everyone else," said Edgar. "The only person who didn't wake up was you. You've been on the ground, completely frozen for the last 5 minutes. Listen, Sam, there's something we need to—" Sam was taking in more and more of the room. Brock, Curtis, and Olivia were helping elves out from the underground safe room. Clara and Toby were watching him nearby. Mildred Cross was with Lily in the corner. There was just one person missing. "Wait," said Sam, looking around once more. "Where's Alice?" A new horrible feeling creeped up in his stomach. He started to understand why Toby and Clara had looked at him oddly earlier, and why Edgar was in such a rush to tell him something. "There's no easy way to say this," said Edgar. "But the Queen is gone. She was taken." Sam felt his whole body tense at the news. It looked like the last human war was going to happen whether he liked it or not. 17. The Queen was gone. She was taken. The words kept playing over and over in Sam's mind. He knew objectively that Edgar wouldn't lie, but it was still not sitting right with him. Their queen couldn't be gone. She was their queen. They were meant to go on a date in a month's time when they got back to Resfall. She had the mythically rare Phoenix class. He'd saved her already from assassination 3 years ago. This wasn't supposed to happen. Alice never got kidnapped by Opali in his first timeline, but then again, Alice had never been alive long enough for such an event to even happen. Sam snapped out of his thoughts and looked at Guildmaster Redfield. "What do you mean she's gone?" he said. Edgar sighed. "We woke up and she was gone. Elven Rangers are searching the city now. while other squads have been sent out in every direction from Sylvanstride to search for her and her kidnappers. But so far, we can't find a trace of them. In fact, the city outside of the casino doesn't even know a raid even happened. Dante must have paralyzed and frozen the whole crowd outside, which allowed the Opalian death squad to move through the crowd freely without being spotted. Sam shook his head. "People don't just strike a city and then disappear," said Sam. He started hurrying towards the door. "Sam," Clara cried, "where are you going?" "I'm looking for our queen. I won't stop until I find her." Meanwhile, a few tents back from the central casino, Naira narrowed her eyes as she took aim of the dartboard. She repositioned her legs and held her dart tightly. She took aim, visualizing herself throwing the dart and getting a bullseye. She took a deep breath and then threw the dart. It flew through the air, and a second later, it landed dead center of the dartboard. Elf children all around her cheered, including her sister, Gwyndor. Hitting the dartboard dead center meant winning the grand prize of a box of dwarven chocolates provided by the dwarven envoy who had arrived a few weeks earlier to celebrate the coronation of their new Ardoniel. The dwarven chocolates were the most coveted prize in the Luck Day children's tent. Naira's eyes widened with excitement and joy, seeing that she had won. She didn't realize until that moment how badly she needed that win. Her entire extended family had been living at their grandma's house since her family's home was destroyed in the Great Battle of Sylvanstride. She loved her grandma, but her house just wasn't the same as the house she grew up in, with her own bedroom and things. Naira planned on sharing her chocolates with her sister Gwyndor, who had also been struggling. They had to share a room currently, and she could hear her sister crying at night, missing her teddy bear, who had been another casualty from the giant insect assault on their home. They could now have a chocolate celebration that would hopefully make their lives better. Naira only planned on sharing the chocolate with one other person, Clara, the human traveler. If it weren't for Clara, both her and her sister would be dead, eaten alive by a giant centipede. She waited for the game host to offer the prize box to her, when just outside the children's tent, all of Sylvanstride had gone disconcertingly quiet. The kids around Naira started whispering. Thoughts immediately went to another insect attack. Suddenly, the lights of Luck Day shut down, and the crowd began vacating the streets and heading back to their homes. Supposedly, a new emergency had happened. But Naira couldn't see any monsters or anything that would be the cause for alarm. She did see rangers pacing across the city along with the human travelers, though. They looked less ready for battle and more like they were searching for something. "Come on, Naira," said Gwyndor. "We need to find our parents and go back to Grandma's." The game host quickly gave Naira the box of chocolates, but as they started moving back towards their grandma's place, she really didn't feel quite as euphoric as she had only a few moments before. She thought their streak of bad luck had ended, but it looked like the waves of fate would never truly relent. But then she thought, she didn't need good luck then and there. Whoever was in trouble did. So long as she and her family weren't in danger, she didn't mind if people in trouble borrowed some of her own luck from time to time. Sam strode through the elven streets. He went straight to the edges of the city. He triggered his mana sense, searching far and wide for that powerful force that had been Dante's. Nothing came up. He clenched his fists and stared out into the shadowy depths of the forest. He always knew that as time went on, his mission would get more challenging. But he had never expected this. It had been a long-time plan in the making. Dante had considered every variable. The fact that they had left zero trace meant they must have used extremely rare teleport scrolls. Dante had distracted everyone, entered the casino, nabbed Alice, and then teleported away. Dante and Alice were long gone. They were all the way in Opali now, far away across the southern sea. Sam heard footsteps echo behind him. "Sam," said a voice. It was his best friend, Toby. "We need to go to the Ardoniel's meeting chambers," he said. "They've found something." 15 minutes later, Sam and Toby stepped inside the Ardoniel's meeting chambers. All of his companions were there, waiting for him. Thalia Ashgrove stood at the center of the room. She was holding a white envelope with the words Sam written on it. "The Rangers found this," said Thalia. "It was nailed to a wooden post a few days ago." Sam shuddered. Dante left his kidnapping note days before he had even succeeded in his own plan. That was how confident he had been in his own mission. The silver-haired man was taunting them, taunting him specifically. Talia handed him the envelope. Sam ripped it open. A small piece of parchment was inside, along with a brief note. "Come to Opali if you want to see your queen again. The last human war is avoidable, if you follow my lead." 18. Edgar, along with the rest of the group, watched Sam read over the note, left behind by the powerful silver-haired traveler who had kidnapped Alice. The guildmaster scrutinized his most promising pupil as the boy's eyes scanned the words of their enemy. Sam didn't reveal anything, staying cold and emotionless as he read. "Tell us what it says," growled Mildred in the corner. "What's the hold-up?" A quiet fury was palpable across the Ardonials' meeting chambers. Their friend had been kidnapped, a member of their family taken, their nation violated by the antagonistic actions of a foreign country. Anger filled the room, impatience percolating alongside it. "This isn't good," Edgar thought to himself. "They escaped," said Sam. "They're gone. Alice and that powerful traveler, Dante, are all the way back in Opali now." "How is that even possible?" asked Toby. "Teleport scrolls," said Sam. "Extremely rare item. Can teleport someone or a group of someones across massively long distances. Over the last 3 years, only 2 have been officially recorded in the ledger of being found." "Let's use our own and go straight to Opali then," said Mildred, pacing. Lily was slung to the woman's chest asleep, despite Mildred's red face and growing displays of anger. Edgar shook his head. "The guild doesn't have any." "Okay, well then I'm going to set off tonight and get on the next boat to Opali, where I'll kill them all and bring Alice back," said Mildred, seething. Edgar stepped in the way of Mildred's pacing. He knew she wasn't going to want to hear what he had to say. "Get out of my way, Edgar," said Mildred. Edgar held his arms out and grabbed her shoulders. He hated to see this beautiful woman upset, the mother of his child, the holder of his heart. He shook his head. Tears filled the woman's eyes, and she punched Edgar's chest. "She's ours," said Mildred. "She's like a daughter to me, a mother to the nation, a sister to her peers." "And they took her." "I know," said Edgar quietly. "What are we going to do, Edgar?" Mildred cried. What Edgar said next shocked the room. "Nothing," said Edgar. "What do you mean, nothing?" said Clara in shock. "We do nothing, for now," sighed Edgar. "There comes a time when one must accept that we have lost an encounter. It doesn't mean we've lost the overall fight or the war, but there's no point in us destroying ourselves for nothing. We must take a beat, a moment. Doing so will make it that when we do decide to strike, we will be all the fiercer." Fighting against their impulses, the meeting soon broke off. If it was even possible for them, sleep would do everyone good, a meal as well. They needed time to reflect, process the shock of what had just occurred. As the group of travelers shuffled out of the Ardonials' meeting chambers, most of them in a state of utter distraught confusion, Thalia looked to Edgar as he was leaving. "Will you stay behind a moment?" The older, gruff human nodded his head and gestured to his companions to go on without him. "How may I help you, Ardonial?" said Edgar. Thalia Ashgrove didn't know where to begin. The humans were in such a state of disarray she didn't know how to effectively communicate with them. She felt a level of grief and shock herself, but it felt inappropriate in the face of these humans who had just lost a friend. It wasn't even like they had lost their friends to death either, which at the very least could be mourned. They lost her to kidnapping, capture by the enemy. Visions of torture and other ghastly actions were probably racking the brains of most of them currently. Yet what Thalia was feeling in that moment was less guilt and shock, but rather shame. Shame that this happened on her watch, on her soil. "If tonight has shown me anything," Thalia began, finally answering the human guildmaster's question. "It is that times are changing." The power of that man who took Alice was incredible. "My people cannot continue as they've had for centuries. We must embark on a new path." "I have a feeling where you're going with this," said Edgar, "and I think I might have an idea for what you should do next." Sam walked along on the quiet streets of Sylvenstride late at night. Dappled starlight poured down through the leaves high above, lighting the quiet lanes of the elven capital as merchants for Luck Day packed up their belongings and stalls. The words from Dante's letter echoed in Sam's mind. "Come to Opali if you want to see your queen back. The last human war is avoidable if you follow my lead. D." Sam didn't understand what this man's overall plan was. His actions seemed to be the very thing that would precipitate and cause the last human war. Because of that reference in the man's note, Sam had to crumple up the note so his companions couldn't read it. Otherwise, they would have asked too many questions. Sam sighed as he sat down at a bench. He watched the evening of Sylvenstride pass him by. Before the Opalian raid on Sylvenstride, Sam had been thinking Opali was where he needed to go next. It looked like that was even more the case now. He'd have to set off soon. Would he go on his own? Would the others let him? Hard decisions needed to be made. Hard goodbyes were inevitable. And they'd be coming soon. Edgar returned to his apartment to find Mildred pacing. Lily was asleep in her crib. "What do the Ardonial want with you?" "She's just worried about the changing times," said Edgar, "as we all are." Mildred shook her head. "I need to set off, Edgar," said Mildred. "You have to let me go. I have to go get Alice back." "Mildred," said Edgar, "think this through. Will Lily come with you on this mission for revenge?" Mildred clenched her fists. "No, I hadn't, I know," said Edgar. "I think we're at a crossroads. No easy decisions can be made here. Let's think this through. Even if you're in a rush to see Alice rescued, we have the night at least to think through our next steps." Mildred sighed. Anger relented from her face. She was beginning to see reason. She sat down on their bed. "Go on," she said. "What do you think we should do?" The following morning, Sam and his companions had a group meeting in their collective suite. Thalia Ashgrove joined them as she was part of their next set of plans. "So," said Clara, looking around the group, "is this really what we're going to do?" Everyone nodded. "I will stay behind here in Sylvenstride," said Curtis. "I'm going to help Thalia with a new initiative to train the elves in the art of new magic alongside their paths. Brock, Mildred, Lily, and I," said Olivia, "will return to Resfall, where I will function as the acting guildmaster of the Travelers' Guild." Mildred looked to Edgar with a grave seriousness on her face. "And finally," said Sam, "Edgar, Clara, Toby, and I will travel to Opali. We won't return until Queen Alice Grace is safe in our care." 19. While Sam and his companions had figured out what they were going to do moving forward, they decided they would still spend the rest of the day preparing and would set off the following morning. The group's final day was spent resting, picking up last-minute supplies, and cramming a bit of extra training. In the evening, Thalia hosted a private dinner for the entire group. It would be their last supper together for a long while. The gathering was held in a beautiful chamber where vines and glowing orange peaches grew along the walls. A long dining table with tall candles lit the room. "Fancy," said Brock, sitting down, almost instantaneously destroying the sophisticated mood, with a loud burp. "Sorry, lads and lasses. Something in the elven diet is making me gassy." "I have a feeling it has more to do with all the hype juice you drink than the elven diet," said Clara. "You don't know that?" Brock scoffed. "Well, we'll be leaving here soon, so we will find out in a few more days then, won't we, Toby?" Brock looked to Curtis and then said sadly, "Only some of us will be leaving, though, Toby." "That's right," said Curtis, sitting down beside Brock. The elf clutched Brock's shoulder and squeezed tightly. "You better not exploit this time alone with Olivia, Brock. I've already alerted my spies in Resfall. You keep that in mind." "What spies?" Curtis looked at Brock very seriously. "Don't call my bluff, dwarf. Trust me." Said Toby, feeling increasingly awkward by the intensity of his elf and dwarf companions that he was compelled to break the tension. "Should we each do a shot of hype juice to commemorate our friendship?" "That's a great idea, lad," said Brock, pulling out his flask. "To friendship." "Yes, to friendship," said Curtis. "So long as friendship means not sabotaging the love of two people who are meant to be together in favor of your own selfish goals." "Well, that didn't last very long," sighed Toby. "I tried my best, you two. I'm going to miss you guys." "As will we," said Brock and Curtis at the same time. The two companions then looked at each other with a somber look. It would be the first time in years that they would be separated for an extended period of time. Both of them felt it and didn't know what to do with that feeling. And so the dinner continued. All the while, the huge elephant in the room of the group's impending departure and separation hung over them all. The awkward feeling didn't disappear when the silver leaf salad starter was served, nor the following savory moonberry tart, or the main and succulent dawn flower duck confit, or the delicious twilight berries cream cake for dessert. Sam found it all quite weird. He felt simultaneously like he wanted this last night to never end, while also wanting it to be over as soon as possible. The group chatted and laughed, and the evening slowly came to a close. Back in their private chamber, Edgar and Mildred placed baby Lily in her crib and smiled down at her as she fell asleep. Edgar put his arm around Mildred. "I'm going to miss this," said Mildred quietly. Edgar kissed her forehead. "Me too, lovely. I'm going to miss both of you so much." There had initially been quite a lot of surprise that Edgar and Mildred were going to separate in the coming days, especially since they had just reunited as a family with their baby daughter Lily. However, Edgar joining the rescue mission had been the only way to dissuade Mildred from going herself. They both hated the situation they were in, but it felt like the only way forward. Edgar was trying his best to stay strong in front of his family, but the situation was eating him up inside. It was a harder fight to stay strong and not break down and weep in this moment than any battle he had ever fought in his lifetime as a soldier. They eventually wished their daughter good night, and then each other. The following morning, Sam and his entire group of companions gathered in the Silverleaf Elmway, the main thoroughfare of Sylvanstride, for one final goodbye. They hugged Thalia and Curtis one last time, offering them good luck on the task of training the elves in the art of new magic. Everyone noticed that Brock and Curtis had been keeping their distance from one another. Then, finally, the two friends broke down into tears and hugged. "I'm going to miss you," cried the dwarf. "I'm going to miss you more, you big oaf," said Curtis back. The two wiped the tears from their eyes and nodded. "Don't worry," whispered Brock to his elf best friend. "I won't do anything untoward to Olivia until you get back. Earning her undivided love and devotion to me when you're not around doesn't sit right with me. It has to happen when you can see it blossom before your bloody eyes, elf." Curtis wiped another tear from his eye. "Thank you, friend." Sam and Toby, who overheard this last exchange, looked at each other oddly. "Is that a nice thing to say to your friend?" said Toby. "That you want to win the affection of your best friend's love in front of his very eyes?" Sam shook his head. "Don't ask me. Those two are total weirdos." As tough as this goodbye was to make, Sam also knew that it was only part one of a series of goodbyes that still had to happen. Eventually, they couldn't stall any longer, and the group waved to their friends and began heading to the edges of the city to begin their journey exiting the glittering forest. As they moved through the city, elves emerged from their doors and balcony to clap and wave them a good journey off. Clara waved and smiled at two little elf girls waving from a particular balcony. The elves were once again showing their gratitude and appreciation to the group of travelers. The elves would later dub the group as the Saviors of Sylvanstride. 20. A few days later, Sam and his companion stepped out from the trees of the glittering forest. His boots sunk shallowly into the large field of grass that lay before them. This clear patch of dewy grass still fell under the dome of the mighty great elven energy shield known as the Great Perimeter. "This is it," said Brock. "Almost there." The Great Perimeter loomed ahead, a shimmering wall of energy that curved gracefully into the sky, its surface rippling water each time the wind brushed up against it. It was a symbol of finality to their long journey to rescue the elven race and everything that happened afterwards. Once they stepped beyond the Great Perimeter, they wouldn't be able to return to the elven homelands very easily. It would require sending a letter to an elven envoy and arranging a time for an escort to lower the perimeter and let them through. All of which meant that today, once they stepped beyond the elven energy shield, there would be no way to head back. No chance to go back and get something forgotten and left behind. The group all felt the weight of this. They walked across the field and stepped beyond the Great Perimeter, leaving the elven homelands for the foreseeable future. "Right," said Olivia, turning to the group. "This is also where we're going to split." This was the final goodbye after an already agonizing series of heartfelt goodbyes. It was at this point that the groups would peel off in different directions. Sam, Clara, Toby, and Edgar would head southeast towards the coastal town of Rockhaven's Landing, while Mildred, Baby Lily, Brock, and Olivia would head northeast back towards Resfall. The group all turned to one another. This was it, the final goodbye. They all hugged and wished each other well. Edgar gave some last words of wisdom to Olivia, who'd be taking over as interim guildmaster for the Travelers Guild. "I know you'll be able to handle it," said Edgar. "You know everything there is to know, how to be a good leader, how to be a good traveler. You just need to impart that wisdom on the rest of the guild. That and, don't look in the bottom drawer of my desk in my office, please." The group was almost ready to depart, but it was Edgar's goodbye to Mildred and their daughter Lily that was understandably taking the longest to complete. "Goodbye, little lily pad," said Edgar, eyes brimming with tears. It was such a hard goodbye. They could all feel it, each in their own different way. No one wanted to rush away without saying goodbye. It would be too disrespectful to the connections they all shared. And yet, the sadness was hard to bear. Sam had felt all of these things in his first timeline as well. He knew this type of goodbye well. The type of goodbye where you all hope to see each other again, when everyone in this world knew that in these times it was quite possible that you might not. They all hugged one final time, and then turned their backs on one another and headed towards their new, separate journeys. Over the next few days, Sam and his companions traveled across southern Volsungar, heading in the direction of Rockhaven's Landing. While Sam, Clara, and Toby had all journeyed together as a trio, they had never done so with the Guildmaster. The older man was proving to be a peculiar person to travel with. "Ah!" Such were the screams Sam, Toby, or Clara would make every morning when he dumped a bucket of ice water on them to wake up. "Rise and shine, kiddos," said the Guildmaster with a devilish grin. Sam spat water out of his mouth. "Why the heck are you doing this to us?" "We have a long journey to make, but that doesn't mean we can dilly-dally either," said Edgar. "We have to keep a brisk pace." "Yes, but my waking up doesn't have to be so brisk," said Sam. "Not true," said Edgar, shaking his head. "Besides, it's good for you. It forces the body to wake up, warm up, and get moving." The only solace to Sam, Clara, and Toby's mornings now was that the man could only get one of them each morning. Whoever got splashed screamed loud enough to wake up the others. But then, of course, there was the dread each night of not knowing who would get splashed the next morning. It was excruciating. "Has anyone told you you're a difficult travel companion?" grumbled Clara. "All my life," said Guildmaster Redfield. Sam, Clara, and Toby resigned themselves to their fate each morning. As the days passed, Sam contemplated his overarching plan for the coming months and year. First, they needed to travel to Rockhaven's Landing, where hopefully they could procure a boat. Then they would have to make their way to Opaly. It would be a long and treacherous journey. Memories of his research and studies from his first timeline flooded his mind. Bad actors, terrible events. It would all depend on the route they took via the Southern Sea. But also, as the Opalian raid on Sylvanstride attested to, the timelines were beginning to diverge. He wasn't sure how much he could count on happening and what he couldn't. It was possible whole island kingdoms could have been in civil war, destroyed, or under Opalian or Volsungar occupation for all he knew. That single change from 2 years ago, when he saved Alice and killed Clarence Erdstrom, was having far-reaching ripple effects even to this day. Things would become clearer once they got to Rockhaven's Landing. There, he'd be able to find out more about what was happening in this portion of the world of Westria. In the meantime, as they journeyed, he planned to train and experiment with his growing list of new abilities. 21. Days passed, and Sam and his companions continued to travel at a quick pace. As they journeyed further away from the glittering forest in the direction of Rockhaven's Landing, he couldn't help but notice the subtle shifts in the forest around them. The towering, ancient trees gave way to younger, more slender trunks, and the dense undergrowth thinned out, allowing more sunlight to filter through the canopy of leaves. It was as if in slow motion, the thick, ancient forest of the elves had slowly morphed into a slightly less magical, less wondrous, and less overgrown woodland. Not that any of them were complaining. After months of climbing over roots the size of houses, traveling through the less dense forest felt smooth and easy. That day, the group arrived at a nice, elevated spot and set up their camp for the evening. They made a fire, ate some grub, and went to bed. Sam took the first shift on guard duty, as he had done for the last few nights they had traveled. He didn't mind. It gave him time to train and experiment with his growing arsenal of abilities. With the fire ablaze, he marched a few paces away from his companions' tents and triggered his pain ring ability. A bright, crimson-red circle shot out from his chest and created a wide radius around him. He then closed his eyes and counted the seconds. Now, with his new time ring ability, he needed to know how long the gnawing teeth from his silver dragon armor set needed to cause enough pain to trigger the later evolutions of his novice-tier Blood Knight ability. He always had known a rough estimate, but that estimate would have changed now that he had reached Journeyman tier with both of his Traveler classes. In the quiet darkness of the forest, with only the crackle of the fire nearby, he listened to his body and felt his strength rise, all the while keeping track. After a minute, he could feel that he was 10% towards Adept tier level of power, which would be a whole tier level of power above him. His power and strength slowly rose with each minute, hitting 40% towards the next tier after 4 minutes. At 5 minutes, he felt a ripple in his vision, and could tell the pain ring had evolved to its next form, giving him battle awareness. There were no enemies currently in front of him, but if they were, he would have been able to visualize and see the areas of their body that were their weakest. After 7 minutes, he felt a similar ripple, and knew that his ability had evolved again, giving him split-second vision, which would telegraph where an enemy was going to move a few seconds into the future. Finally, after 10 minutes, standing in the pain ring, absorbing the pain from the gnawing teeth of the silver dragon armor set, he could feel himself at an adept tier level of strength. It was incredible. Sam took a deep breath. These baseline numbers were important to know. It was crazy to think if he took more damage in a fight, as would most likely be the case, he could potentially reach such heights of power even faster. It was also incredibly important to know, so that he could say with a certainty that if he triggered his time pause ability and used up the entirety of its 60 seconds of frozen time, he could come out of it with a 10% increase in power. With his new Path of the Goddess abilities on his mind, he wanted to figure out what more he could do with his new abilities. He also bore in mind that according to his profile, the Path of the Goddess abilities weren't even called abilities, they were called steps. He figured that might be worth thinking more on at a later point, as he currently had absolutely no idea how to evolve or push his path forward to gain new steps or even new insights into his path. He took a deep breath. Step 1 of his new Path of the Goddess was called Time Ring. He triggered it. Much like his Blood Knight class's Pain Ring ability, he felt a ripple of energy burst forth from him, and a circular radius of energy formed around him. It was a white, translucent energy that formed a dome over his head. Sam assumed the dome indicated that, unlike his Pain Ring ability, the Time Ring didn't have the endless verticality that the former ability did. He'd won many fights by taking the fight airborne, and his opponents forgetting they were within the radius of his Pain Ring far below. Sam walked around, jumped, materialized his sword all within the Time Ring. As far as he could tell, nothing changed within the Time Ring, at least not until he triggered Step 2. The elven paths of old magic were an accumulation of knowledge and wisdom that could only be discovered by journeying forward on the path. Step 1 of Time Ring was the equivalent of unsheathing one's sword. Step 2, and presumably later steps, would be where Sam would learn to slash, parry, and thrust. He triggered Step 2, Time Pause. Everything within the dome froze, except for him. He ran outside of the dome and waited to see what happened. The dome stayed operating. Interesting, Sam mused. From outside the dome, he turned off both Time Pause and Time Ring. The white dome flickered away, disappearing entirely. There was one last thing he wanted to practice with his Time Ring. He materialized his magical shield Arcane Aegis and commanded it to float high above. The Arcane Aegis was an incredibly powerful Adept tier item with a mythic rarity score. It was a floating shield that could reflect magical attacks. He then walked away from it and materialized a vial of blood. He crushed the vial in the palm of his hands. Glass shards stung him as blood drenched his fingers. He then triggered level 2 of Blood Flame. The dripping red blood on his hand began to light up and glow, and slowly morphed into a swirling ball of crimson fire. All right, Sam thought, here we go. He narrowed his eyes at his arcane aegis that was staring back at him at an angle. He whipped the crimson ball of fire at the arcane aegis. The ball flew through the air, smashing into the shield, only to immediately boomerang back towards Sam. He counted the seconds when it was a few meters away. Sam triggered Time Ring, followed by Time Pause. The ball of flame knocked into the Time Ring's dome and was unable to penetrate further. Fascinating, Sam thought. So Time Pause didn't just function simply as an ability to stop time, but could effectively become a defensive dome from incoming outside attacks. That would be super handy, Sam thought, pleased with his test. He tried his experiment one more time, though this time, he just triggered Time Ring and not Time Pause. This time, the flaming crimson ball broke through the white energy dome like it wasn't even there. For the next few hours, Sam attempted a few more experiments with his moves and did some body training. Right as he was about to call his training session over, he briefly considered playing around with blood manipulation and blood flame, but he could see he was running out of time and energy. He also had some ideas for items he wanted to craft that might augment those abilities, ideas that he was going to pursue as soon as they got to Rockhaven's Landing. He then noticed some blood dripping from his hand onto the ground, a leftover wound from when he had crushed the blood vial. An idea suddenly surged in Sam's mind. I wonder, Sam thought, smiling as more possibilities and ways to use his ability arsenal continued to grow in his mind. He was very pleased. The evening's training session had been one of his most fruitful sessions in a long while. 22. Edgar Redfield turned over in his sleeping bag, his eyes twitching at the faint, dim sunlight casting through his tense cloth. He hugged his pillow, wishing it was Mildred in his arms, rather than a mere cotton shell filled with feathers. He imagined Lily sleeping in her crib nearby, letting out a little cry because she wanted to be cuddled as well. As Edgar slowly woke up, he became more aggravated and frustrated with his current state of affairs, even if he knew there was no other way it could have been. How could I have been shown my dream life, only for fate to force me away from it? The guildmaster's thoughts were then cut off as something else dawned on him. I've slept all through the night. Someone was meant to wake him for his shift on guard duty. He was normally the last one, which led him to then tossing cold water on one of his younger traveler companions. Something wasn't right. Edgar quickly scrambled out of bed and popped his head out from his tent. He couldn't believe what he saw. Sam was across from him, doing one-armed push-ups with a huge boulder on his back. He trained through the entire night, Edgar thought, aghast. This young man really is something else. Edgar then shuddered as he considered the powerful, silver-haired man who had kidnapped their nation's queen. If there's anyone who can get Alice back, Edgar mused to himself, it's Sam. A few weeks later, at the start of the month of Summerfin, the group crested a hill and saw the rooftops of a bustling harbor city nestled against a shimmering stretch of water known as the Southern Sea. They had finally arrived at Rockhaven's Landing. The city stretched from the rugged cliffs to the soft sands of its busy shores. The city was a symphony of stone and wood, built to endure the salty winds and fierce storms that often battered its coast. The heart of Rockhaven's Landing lay in its bustling harbor, protected by a formidable seawall that was as much a feat of engineering as it was a testament to the city's resolve. The sea gate looked to be shut, meaning no boats could leave or enter the harbor at that present moment. Sam's eyes focused in on the dockyard, where tall ships with billowing sails stood alongside sturdy fishing boats. The air was filled with the call of seagulls and the shout of dock workers. Sam grinned at the sight of all the boats anchored in the distance. One of those is going to get us to Opali, he thought with pleasure. An hour later, the group stepped foot into the city proper, only to find it quieter than they were expecting. Shops were open, people were in the streets, but everyone seemed to be walking with their head down. The atmosphere was distinctly uninviting. This was not the hustling and bustling atmosphere Sam had read about and even experienced in his first timeline. Something strange was going on. All the more reason for Sam to pursue one of his short-term goals of figuring out what exactly was happening not just in Rockhaven's Landing, but in the whole general region, including the Southern Sea. All of Sam's changes in Volsungur were bound to affect things here. He needed to find out how exactly his changes to the historical timeline had impacted this part of Westria. He turned to the group and delegated tasks. Edgar was going to go investigate the dockyard and see if there were any ships heading to Opali that they'd be able to secure a ride on. Clara and Toby would search for an inn for them to stay in for the next few nights as they prepared for their big journey ahead. And finally, Sam would go and investigate what exactly was happening here in Rockhaven's Landing, along with the rest of southern Volsungur. The group split up and agreed to meet back at the central market square in a few hours' time. Once on his own, Sam figured he'd get started on a few other errands as well. First thing he did was pop into the closest armorsmith. He couldn't stop thinking about his fight with Dante. He had been thinking a lot about the way he utilized his blood vials to get more spilled blood on the battlefield. Sam was beginning to wonder if maybe there was a better way, a means that was slightly less slow and clunky and telegraphed what he was planning on doing a little less obviously. At the armorsmith, Sam explained to the man the type of contraption and augmentation he was hoping to create to enhance his abilities. The armorsmith thought Sam's idea seemed a bit odd, but beyond that, said he could manage to do everything the young man needed within a few days. Sam handed the man half of the money up front and then went on his way. With that important errand out of the way, Sam could pursue his information-gathering mission with absolute zeal. For older history, Sam had no problem burying his head in books and scrolls at the nearest library. For current events, however, there was a better option than the library: the pub. Sam entered a pub and ordered himself a large pint of beer and sat at the back of the room quietly. He didn't even touch his beer. He just sat there quietly with his eyes closed, listening to the conversation and murmurs around him. There was a lot about the state of the world that could be picked up on at a pub. Over the course of the afternoon, Sam went bar hopping, picking up on different fragments of discussions, and slowly pieced together what had been happening around the Southern Sea for the last few years. There were quite a few key differences Sam had picked up on. The biggest was undoubtedly the island nation of Serenia. As a buffer state between Opali and Volsungur, the small island kingdom had always been the unfortunate casualty in the two larger nations' acts of aggression and war. However, without Clarence Erdstrom at the helm, with a greater thirst for imperial conquest, the place had been allowed to thrive over the last few years. though in recent months there had been murmurs of a civil war brewing in Serenia. Even with internal political upheaval, knowing that Serenia was not currently occupied by Opali was worth its weight in gold for Sam. Once they procured a boat, heading in the direction of Serenia would prove to be one of the less dangerous routes to take in the Southern Sea. That was probably the best bit of good news Sam picked up. There was some bad news he uncovered as well. With a general lack of friction between the two major human nations of Westria, it had left open a bit of a power vacuum, and an evil criminal organization known as the Leviathan Network had been left to thrive like an unchecked wound, pulsating and corrupting the rest of the Southern Sea. That's going to be a problem, Sam thought to himself. In Sam's previous timeline, the Leviathan Network had been subsumed into Clarence Erdstrom's army of mercenaries and rogue travelers. Now, in this new timeline, they had been left to grow on their own. Finally, Sam managed to pick up some news about a silver-haired noble with purple eyes who had been making waves in the nation of Opali. The man came from a minor noble family, the Silvaris clan. Sam grinned. "So, your name is Dante Silvaris, huh? Glad to know a little more about you." Sam hadn't liked that this man had been able to gather so much information on him for years, while he had had no idea that another time traveler had even existed. Now, however, Sam knew Dante's last name. He could begin to uncover more so that he'd be more prepared for the next time they faced off against each other. After another hour or so of quiet listening, Sam decided he'd gathered as much information as he could that day, and it was time to head back to find his friends. A hooded figure sat in the shadows of the pub, watching as a black-haired swordsman made his exit. A wisp of green hair could be seen from beneath the hooded figure's shadow. The figure took a sip from their pint and waited a cautious few seconds before following the man out the door, all the while making sure not to be seen. 23. Sam found his companions waiting for him in the central square of Rockhaven's Landing. Clara and Toby were sitting on the ledge of a stone fountain, ice cream cones in hand. "They have really cool and different flavors here," said Toby, licking on a scoop of a rainbow-colored ice cream that was referred to as Unicorn's Parade. "I agree," said Clara, licking her ice cream. "These are out of this world." Clara had gone for a flavor known as Night Sky Nectar, which was dark chocolate with blueberries and an edible glitter that gave the ice cream scoop the illusion that one was licking from the very night sky itself. "I hope you guys found us a place to stay for the evening and didn't spend the whole afternoon eating ice cream," said Sam. Toby and Clara gave each other a nervous look, then started to laugh. "Yeah, we did," said Clara. "A nice cozy pub and inn called the Groggy Mermaid." "Thank goodness," said Sam. "Did you find out information on what routes across the Southern Sea we might take?" Sam answered in the affirmative, mentioning that they most likely should take a route that had them go past the island's nation of Serenia. "Now we just need to find out whether or not Edgar managed to find us a ride." Just at that moment, turning a corner and entering the central square, was an older gentleman wearing a bright red shirt with colors on it, a bucket hat, and sunglasses. "That isn't," said Toby nervously. "I think so," sighed Clara. Strolling over to them, whistling, was without a doubt Guildmaster Redfield, properly clad in his beach holiday attire. "Looks like someone found a clothing shop," said Sam. "I had to do something to kill time after I looked into getting us a boat," said Redfield. "Did you find us one?" Toby asked eagerly. Edgar shook his head. "Nope. I did find out, however, why the city isn't as bustling as one might expect, and why the seawall is blocking any boats from coming and going into the harbor. The city has been taken over." Sam's stomach sank. "Don't tell me," said Sam. "The Leviathan Network?" "Bingo," said Edgar. "They've completely overrun the city and taken it over." The Guildmaster then looked over his shoulder cautiously. "I think it's best we continue this conversation somewhere more private," said Edgar. The group agreed, and so they left the market square. 20 minutes later, Sam and his companions turned down a narrow cobblestone alley to find a ramshackle pub whose exterior was crafted from weathered planks of driftwood, along with a patchy and moss-covered shingled roof. A small wooden sign with chipped paint hung high above its entrance. The sign depicted a cheerfully tipsy mermaid swaying in the wind. They had arrived at the Groggy Mermaid. The group stepped inside to find the bar's interior as shabby as the outside. Wooden beams, stained with salt and age, held up the low ceiling, and the walls were decked with remnants of the sea, old nets, rusted ship wheels, and maps so faded they were nearly illegible. Patrons crowded around sturdy tables and on rough benches, their voices a low murmur punctuated by occasional laughter or a raised voice over a disputed game of cards. Interestingly, the patrons paid neither Sam nor his companions any heed. They were perhaps too drunk or distracted or something. It was an interesting change, as the regulars at most other inns and pubs would typically stare and look at travelers with suspicion. The group seemed to not care at all. Though, of course, if they were a bit more sober, maybe things would be different. There was one old man with a gray beard, sleeping in a corner, using his ripped and worn captain's hat as a pillow. A woman behind the bar told Sam and his companions to take a seat while she got someone to go up and get their rooms ready. As they sat down in a corner of the pub, the barmaid brought them all drinks.
"Sorry for all the chaos in here," said the barmaid. "The pub has become the nesting place for a whole retired ship of regulars." "You don't say," said Sam, looking around at all the seafarers occupying the seats, chatting amongst themselves. The barmaid skipped over Sam's question and took it as an opportunity to launch into her whole life story. She was supposedly the daughter in a long line of family who owned pubs and inns across Westria. Her mother lived out in northern Volsungar, by the Crystal Sea, in a town called Seashell Wharf, where she owned and ran an inn herself. "She's doing better these days," said the barmaid. "She'd been quite lonely since my father passed, but the local bookshop owner has been coming around a lot lately, so who knows? She's having a second youth, some might say." Sam smiled, believing he recognized the woman the barmaid spoke of. But of course, there were other things on Sam's mind. "We've been hearing things about Rockhaven's Landing since we arrived," said Sam. "Would you mind getting us up to date?" The barmaid wiped some sweat off her brow and put her hands on her waist. "What do you want to know?" "Where are all the travelers?" asked Edgar. "There should be a fairly substantial guild here, no?" "There was," said the barmaid. "A few weeks back there was a huge emergency out at sea. They all left and never came back. Some of us believe it was a ruse, a distraction to let Barnaby Squawhawk and his Leviathan network thugs take over the city. Now, no boats can leave or enter. Not to mention all the shops are paying money to the group of bandits to avoid getting their windows smashed in. Rockhaven's Landing hasn't been the same since those crooks rolled into town." Sam stayed composed, not revealing to the barmaid or his companions that he recognized the name she had mentioned. Barnaby Squawhawk was a rogue traveler and a low-level captain for the Leviathan network. It was a testament to the organization's power that someone as strong and dangerous as Barnaby would be considered a low-ranking member. "Maybe if someone got off their bum," said the barmaid, loudly and in the direction of the sleeping gray-haired sea captain nearby. The man coughed and broke from his slumber. "Humph," said the man, rubbing his eyes. "How many times do I have to tell you? Captain Mordecai Saltwhisker and the Brine Buccaneers are retired." "That's right," shouted a chorus of men from all across the pub. "The world doesn't need us," spat the man, turning toward Sam and his companions with a scowl on his face. "Our seafaring days of adventuring are over. It all ended with the emergence of those bloody gates." "Great," said Clara. "So we've arrived at a harbor town where the boats can't leave, rogue travelers have taken over, and a bunch of retired pirates are too lazy to do something about it." Captain Mordecai Saltwhisker yawned and leaned into the corner of the pub, his eyes drifting off to dreamland, spoke softly. "Sounds about right." Far off from the center of Rockhaven's Landing stood a tall, ancient lighthouse that could be seen in all of its towering glory from every vantage point across the harbor city. The lighthouse was guarded by scarred and dangerous bandits and rogue travelers. Sitting at the top of the lighthouse was a man with sharp and discerning blue eyes and short blonde hair. He wore a decorated blue naval coat with lavish gold ornate buttons and brocade patterns, a nod to his seafaring lifestyle, while also a flamboyant hint to his disregard for proper formality. The gold necklace with a medallion resting on his exposed chest from his loosely buttoned shirt only added to his look of unconcerned opulence. A tricorn hat embellished with a gold skull at its center sat atop the man's head, indicating his high-ranking status within this group of suspicious individuals. Captain Barnaby Squallhawk. Two of his men, dressed in striped tops and wearing bandanas around their heads, joined him in his lighthouse headquarters to let them know about the group of travelers who had entered the city a few hours prior. "Want us to slit their throats, boss?" Barnaby contemplated it for a few seconds. What would his superiors do? That was who he really wanted to impress. He wondered to himself what someone like Krakanos might do in this situation. Barnaby mulled over the tricky decision. Restraint or bloodshed? It was always such a tough decision for Barnaby, especially given that every bone in his body craved violence. 24. Sam and his companions were each given their own room in the floors above the pub of the Groggy Mermaid. Sam was shocked to find his room was an unexpected sanctuary above the rowdy tavern below. Though modest in size, the room was imbued with a rustic and relaxing elegance. Tired and weary, Sam was greeted by the rich, earthy aroma of polished wood and a faint scent of lavender. The sturdy oak walls were adorned with framed paintings, depicting scenes of sea voyages and mythical creatures, their vibrant colors lending warmth and depth to the space. A large, luxurious bed stood in the center of the room, but Sam's eyes were immediately drawn to a hand-carved wooden bath at the side of the room. Fresh, steaming water had been drawn by the attentive barmaid, which was what had kept them waiting in the pub below. As Sam let himself soak in the relaxing hot water, he knew the wait had absolutely been worth it. Sam considered everything they had discovered in their first day of arriving in Rockhaven's Landing, and what it meant for their future plans. They had traveled here in desperate need of getting a ship and crew together to start making their way to Opally so that they could save Queen Alice and hopefully stop the two nations from getting into one of the bloodiest conflicts that ever happened in Sam's previous timeline. That meant they had to get a handle on the Leviathan Network's takeover of Rockhaven's Landing and, hopefully, remove their presence from the city. As Sam continued to soak in the hot bath, he pieced together what to do next. That was what he liked to do when he encountered a large problem. Break it down into smaller chunks. So, an evil network of powerful rogue travelers had taken over and blockaded the harbor where he and his companions needed to get a boat from. Well, step one was simple. They needed to gather more intel on how many Leviathan Network agents were currently stationed in the town. They needed to find out exactly how strong a grasp the nefarious group had over the city. Once they knew that, they could act accordingly. The following day, a hooded figure watched the quartet of travelers head to Rockhaven's Landing's central market. The hooded figure stuck to the shadows. They didn't want to get too close. With their green-colored hair, they knew they would stick out like a sore thumb in the cold light of day. The group of travelers would definitely notice them. Or maybe not. They seemed quite oblivious. The hooded figure had been tracking the quartet of travelers all day, and they appeared to be doing nothing but tourist activities. They went and visited an old historic ship in the west side of town, and now they had come to the central market to eat ice cream. The figure thought the travelers might shake things up in Rockhaven's Landing, but instead they just seemed to be on vacation. It felt very odd. Not to mention, the travelers seemed completely unaware of the Leviathan Network agents that had been tracking them all day. The fools were going to get themselves killed. The figure didn't really care what happened to them. No matter what happened, the figure could see that opportunities for what they wanted were on the horizon. After a day of sightseeing and dessert shopping,
Sam and his companions quickly went by the armorsmith, and Sam picked up his newly crafted item that he had requested the day before. He grinned when the armorsmith brought out the very thing he had asked for. It's all coming together, Sam thought. After that, the group returned to the Groggy Mermaid and headed up to their rooms to have a private meeting amongst themselves. It looks like Operation Ice Cream has been a huge success, said Edgar, crossing his arms. It did slightly take away the fun of all the touristy things we did, sighed Toby. Clara nudged him. That wasn't the point, and you did get to eat 2 scoops of ice cream. Sam grinned. Their plan had worked flawlessly. They had spent the whole day exploring the town, pretending to be tourists, all the while keeping tabs on the different Leviathan network agents following them and stationed around the city. There were about 40 agents from what they gathered, not to mention Captain Barnaby Squallhawk and his 2 sub-captains, the powerful Eris Vortek and the just as deadly Mara Tempest. Furthermore, the group knew they couldn't keep up the ruse forever. None of the agents would truly believe the guild master of the Resfall Travelers Guild was simply here on vacation. They might believe it for an afternoon, but never enough for their suspicions to fully fall away. Sam and his group would have to strike sooner or later. And so that evening, Sam and his companions devised a plan to deal with the Leviathan network and acquire the ship they needed to continue their journey to Opali. Meanwhile, in Barnaby Squallhawk's chambers at the top of the lighthouse, he looked out to the sea with his arms crossed behind his back. He narrowed his eyes and contemplated his next move. The 4 travelers were clearly not here on vacation. Those insolent little pipsqueaks really think we're stupid, don't they? He sighed. He shouldn't think of them as pipsqueaks. Maybe the 3 younger ones, but Edgar Redfield was with them. That would be tough. That man was a seasoned and powerful traveler. Even Barnaby knew that. They would need to find a way to neutralize him, or they would be in big trouble. 2 figures stood behind him, waiting for his orders. One was a woman with sleek silver hair cut into a bob that framed her face. The hilt of 2 katanas, sheathed and strapped to her back, poked out behind her head. Eris Vortek. The other was a woman with long, flowing blue hair and sharp, piercing blue eyes. The woman had a less militaristic appearance than her sword-wielding colleague, but she was just as frighteningly powerful. She held a massive staff with a huge, majestic orb at the top. Mara Tempest. "What's the plan, boss?" asked the silver-haired swordswoman. Barnaby turned away from the choppy, tempestuous sea and looked towards his colleagues. He was ready to share with them his plan. 25. The following morning, Edgar Redfield stepped outside the Groggy Mermaid, clad in a sun hat, sunglasses, a colorful button-down shirt, and flip-flops. He looked up to the clear cerulean sky and took a big inhale of the fresh, salty breeze. I should visit the seaside more often, Edgar thought to himself. He then shook his head. No, he thought. We, Mildred and I, should take Lily to the seaside. He was a father now. He should no longer think in such selfish terms of I and me. He was part of a we now, a family. He smiled, just thinking of Mildred and Lily. He missed them so much already. The journey to Opali could take as long as 3 to 4 months, and who knew how much time they would spend over there as well. All of which meant he wouldn't see Mildred again for at least another year, most likely. A year was a long time, especially when a baby was involved. Lily would be 1 year old by that time, maybe 2. The older man turned from the inn where he and his companions were staying and strolled towards the city's central market. He whistled a tune as he took one side street and then another, a winding route through the city. Shadows flickered behind and above Edgar. He pretended not to notice them. Leviathan Agent Walker moved across the rooftops of Rockhaven's Landing. He moved across the orange, slated roofs, tiptoeing with the quiet grace of someone used to being in places where he shouldn't be. Agent Walker's eyes squinted at the sun's rays above him. He would have preferred a less pleasant day for an operation like the one he was currently on. A bit of fog or rain to obscure his movements would have been nice. And it wasn't just him either. It was all of them. As he looked across the rooftops and their chimneys basking beneath the sun, he could barely make out any of the other agents working on this mission. There was the odd flicker or reflection in the distance, but even that would more likely be chalked up to a trick of light than to another person. There was also the ground team, cloaking themselves in the shadows of the buildings. Barnaby's orders had been to track the older traveler until they had him surrounded, at which point they would be able to sneak attack him and finish him off before he could utilize any of his high-tier abilities. So far, the older man had been going on a leisurely stroll in public places, areas that would be difficult to strike without affecting bystanders or the people at large. Plus, it would make it easy for the man to escape if he caught on to them. Agent Walker watched from above as the older man whistled and strolled across Rockhaven's landing. He got a coffee, picked up a newspaper, and then proceeded to sit in the central market square and relax at one of the public benches. "Keep enjoying yourself, old man," thought Agent Walker. "You might as well bask in your last day in this world." Edgar took a sip of his coffee before placing it back down on the balanced spot he'd found for it on the bench beside him. He unwrinkled the newspaper he was reading and continued to read news reports about the Southern Sea. Opali was stirring trouble with the island nation of Serenia, blaming the independent nation-state for sea bandits attacking their ships. Reading between the lines, Edgar figured Opali was looking for an excuse to take over the island nation. Though, Edgar had also heard from Sam about rumblings of a civil war happening on Serenia, so Opali would probably wait to see how that shook out before marking their territory. Troubling times, that's for sure, Edgar thought to himself. After 30 minutes, Edgar folded up his newspaper and finished the rest of his coffee. Standing up from the bench, he noticed a hooded figure in the alley with wisps of green hair falling out from their cloak. Edgar narrowed his eyes as the figure noticed that he'd noticed them and dipped back into the shadows. Something about the figure made Edgar think they were part of a separate entity from the multiple agents currently tracking him. He sighed. "I can only deal with one set of stalkers at a time, people," he grumbled. Edgar continued his stroll. He winded through the streets, slowly getting to the outskirts of the city. Eventually, he crested a hill. The flickering shadows behind him were no longer concealing their presence. "So," Edgar said, "you're ready to show yourselves now, huh?" Agent Walker stood tall as over 40 Leviathan Network agents all surrounded Edgar Redfield on the open hilltop they had followed him to. For the first time that day, the sky began to get less clear. Gray clouds formed overhead. The agent's shoulders tensed at the older traveler's words. He had said, "You're ready to show yourselves now, huh?" Agent Walker gulped. The old man had known he was tracking them the entire time. Agent Walker began to feel his insides twisting with knots of dread. The kind of horrific feeling one gets when they realize the prey they had been hunting had been a predator hunting them all along. The old man had winded through the streets of the city, making sure to draw out all the agents stationed across Rockhaven's landing. He then led them all out to this open hilltop, leaving Captain Barnaby Squallhawk and their headquarters exposed. Agent Walker shuddered. They had behaved exactly as their enemy had wanted. Still, Agent Walker thought to himself, "We have the upper hand. There is 40 of us and one of him. This should be easy." He prepared himself for the battle ahead, as did all of his fellow allies. The old traveler across from them began to glow with pink spirit druid mana until the man was covered in flames of raw power. The old man smirked. "Bring it on, you fools." 26. Barnaby Squallhawk opened the ground floor door of the lighthouse and stepped out into the overcast day. Seagulls cried above in the sky, circling in a panic. Many of the birds looked to be flying away from just beyond the northern section of the city. And so it all begins, he thought amusingly to himself. The birds were clearly flying away from an increase in mana energy and chaos, which could only indicate one thing. His agents had surrounded Edgar Redfield and would soon be finishing him off. The guildmaster would be removed, and Barnaby's other plans could go into effect. Surely then Commander Krakanos will see my value and I'll be promoted within the ranks of the Leviathan network, he thought giddily to himself. If Barnaby got promoted from captain to general, he'd be allowed to leave his post here on Rockhaven's Landing and lend a more direct hand in helping the organization achieve its true goals. Just as he was falling deeper into a fantasy daydream of all of his ambitions coming true, Barnaby, a huge gash appeared in his coat, then another and another. He felt a ripple of something against his flesh, but nothing that was powerful enough to harm him. Barnaby looked around. There was no enemy in sight. He then saw a rumbling of light appear right beneath his feet. He quickly moved out of the way to see a huge geyser of water blast out from the ground. Barnaby only had a moment of relief before another geyser appeared, and then another. He quickly dodged them all until, next thing he knew, he was surrounded by huge torrents of water. He was trapped in by the multiple torrents of water. His enemy had purposely forced him into this position. Things then got worse as he noticed a shadow forming around him. Barnaby looked up to see a flicker high in the sky above. It took him a moment to recognize first the steel tip of a deadly-looking spear and a young woman with long auburn hair. Bright lights began to sparkle all around the spear as the warrior-class traveler readied a special ability. It looked to be starfire magic of some kind. Barnaby smirked. He was impressed by his enemy's opening gambit, but it wouldn't be enough. Clara's hair swirled all around her as she descended towards her target at a rapid clip. Her heart raced as her body pummeled downward through the air. With her spear pointed towards her enemy, she was rocketing downward like a bullet of explosive destruction. This is it, she thought. Sam's plan was all coming together. The first part had been to use Edgar as a distraction to remove all of Barnaby's underlings from protecting him. The second part was then to overwhelm him with a hyper-aggressive surprise attack that would leave him dead and destroyed before he could ever counter. She was seconds away from her spear blasting right through Barnaby's skull when the rogue traveler raised his hand in the air defensively. Come on, Clara thought, gritting her teeth. Her spear needed to land before Barnaby utilized his counter. The air around the man's raised and open palm began to shimmer with a faint, silvery light. Just as Clara's spear was about to make contact, a huge, jarring clink sound echoed all around them. Barnaby smirked. Not fast enough, he roared, as a circular link of silver energy shot forth from his hand, followed by another interlocking link, followed by another. A huge chain of energy whipped out from his hand and spiraled upward above Barnaby like a deadly viper ready to pounce. Clara bounced back from her failed attack. Her chest heaved, her throat burned. So, she thought, this is what Barnaby's traveler class looks like. Sam had warned them what they were dealing with. The man had a frighteningly powerful super-rare class known as Chainmaster. Sam grimaced as he watched Toby's geyser blasts die down, revealing both Clara and Barnaby facing off against each other. The Blood Knight gritted his teeth. We weren't fast enough, he thought with dismay. While disappointing, it wasn't the end of the world. Sam had prepared for this exact scenario, even if he had been hoping to avoid it. He always liked to have plans within plans within plans. It was how he always stayed at least one step ahead of his enemies. He gripped his shadow blade and rushed towards Barnaby. The rogue traveler stretched out his hands, letting another 2 chains shoot out from his palms. The glowing silver chains swirled around the man and then rapidly shot out like pincers. Sam's eyes bulged with shock. He quickly triggered Time Ring, followed by Time Pause. He gasped for air as he looked down at the frozen area in front of him, and the huge silver energy chain inches from clasping around his throat. Within the time ring, Sam moved so that he was out of the chain's hostile direction. Time may have been paused within the time ring, but activity still happened outside of it. Sam sighed as he could see Clara and Toby hit and bound by Barnaby's other chains. There was no helping them from this vantage point. He could see what Barnaby was doing. He would have let it play out. Again, Sam was just grateful he had already played out such a scenario in his mind, and what they would need to do if it were to come to pass. Sam unpaused time. Clara and Toby squirmed within the grip of Barnaby's energy chains. Barnaby, with a swing of his arm, sent Clara hurtling across the battlefield, far off in the distance to a cliffside to the east. The rogue traveler did the same, sending Toby hurtling westward. Barnaby was removing Sam of his allies, just as Sam had done to him with the help of Guildmaster Redfield. Barnaby smirked at Sam. The man had clearly understood Sam and his companion's plan all along, and he had been prepared for it. He wasn't afraid in the slightest. "It's too bad for Barnaby," thought Sam, gripping his blade and readying for an all-out fight, as we're not a group who should be underestimated. 27. Toby's heart raced as his body hurtled across the harbor towards a nearby cliff face. The jagged rocks were getting larger and larger as his body soared through the air. At his current trajectory, he was going to get skewered by the sharp rocks awaiting him. He needed to do something, and do it quick. Toby then realized he had the perfect option. He materialized one of the best items in his inventory, the Mystic Wave Weaver. He held out the board in front of him and triggered his wizard class's novice tier ability. Elemental Manipulation, Water Specialty. The surfboard immediately began to glide upwards and do a flip, and within a few seconds, Toby was standing upright on it, pummeling more water magic into it, as the surfboard generated its own wave that sent him gliding through the air. The surfboard twisted elegantly under Toby's deft control, conjuring a roaring wave from thin air, which curled beneath the board like a protective beast, lifting Toby away from the jagged cliff. Toby grinned, relieved that he had successfully avoided the death by cliff rock situation he had only moments ago been facing. It was all thanks to the Mystic Wave Weaver. The magical surfboard was an adept tier item with a mythic rarity score that he had acquired after him and his companions had successfully completed the Grey Gate back in Hawkstone. The powerful surfboard absorbed water magic to generate its own tidal wave that it could ride upon. Toby breathed a sigh of relief, only for his stomach to lurch again. The board had a time limit of a few minutes. He couldn't just float on it forever. He surfed the board to the nearby cliff he had been heading towards, this time landing on the grassy top portion rather than the spiky rocks. He sighed with relief, having successfully broken the landing. His relief, however, was short-lived. Standing across from him on the cliff face was a striking blue-haired woman with creepily large blue eyes. She held a golden wizard's staff with a huge blue crystal at the top. Toby recognized the woman. Sam had informed him and the others of her presence when they had been planning their attack on Barnaby Squallhawk and his division of the Leviathan network. His friend had told him everything he could about taking on this powerful woman. She was a dangerous magic user who went by the name of Mara Tempest. Clara's body flew across the grasslands east of the Rockhaven's Landing lighthouse. She sent all of her mana to the right side of her body to help her body break the impact with the incoming ground she was about to crash into. Here we go, she thought, closing her eyes tight and bracing herself for impact, wrapping her body into a cocoon of protective mana. She landed like a meteor smashing into the dirt ground and leaving a trail in her mist. Dirt swirled all around her in the nearby area. Her whole body ached with pain, but she was pleased to be feeling anything in that moment, because that meant she was still alive. She picked herself up from the ground, only to find that there was someone waiting for her. So Barnaby hadn't just whipped Toby and I in random directions, Clara realized. He sent us right into the direction of his own cronies. Clara gritted her teeth as she took in the woman in front of her. The woman had sharp silver hair, cut into a neat, practical bob. She wore a green button-up shirt with rolled-up sleeves. Her clothes were adorned with buckles and straps, and a brown leather harness used to carry additional gear. Most significantly, the woman had 2 swords sheathed behind her back. Sam had warned them about this woman during their meeting planning their attack. The woman was one of Barnaby Squallhawk's sub-captains. She was an incredibly dangerous woman who had been a powerful swordswoman even before she had become a traveler. Hence, why the woman chose to keep her swords sheathed behind her. Most travelers chose to keep everything hidden and tucked away in their interdimensional inventories. The choice spoke of the deadly sub-captain's confidence in her fighting abilities. The powerful swordswoman was known as Eris Vortek. The hooded figure felt paralyzed with fear. They had watched all the agents follow the older traveler out into the fields. Meanwhile, they could see across the city a powerful silver chain magic whip 2 figures in opposite directions. That was definitely Captain Barnaby Squallhawk, utilizing his deadly chainmaster powers. The hooded figure had wanted to stay steadfast in their neutrality, but they were beginning to realize that even if they got what they wanted either way, they had begun to hope the quartet of official legal travelers would win out. "Come on," the hooded figure thought. "Don't let the Leviathan network crush your determination." Captain Mordecai Saltwhisker and the barmaid were standing on the roof of the Groggy Mermaid. He couldn't believe the woman had managed to wake him up from his nap. It was the most important part of his entire daily schedule. Between nighttime sleep and drinking, his nap was a significant portion of his day. "Tell me what's happening," nudged the barmaid. Captain Mordecai sighed and pulled out a golden tube from his jacket pocket. He then stretched out the tube to reveal a golden spyglass. He held it up to his eye and looked out across the town, seeing that Rockhaven's Landing had become a tapestry of chaos. First, he saw the older traveler surrounded by 40-odd lesser Leviathan network agents. Then to the east, he saw the auburn-haired girl going up against Eris Vortek. Then to the west, there was the young brown-haired boy going up against the mighty Mara Tempest. Finally, by the lighthouse, was the black-haired swordsman facing off against Captain Barnaby Squallhawk. "It looks like things are coming to a head," said Captain Saltwhisker. The captain hoped those young travelers knew what they were doing. The showdowns about to take place would determine the fate of Rockhaven's Landing. 28. Edgar Redfield narrowed his eyes and took in his huge array of opponents. Within seconds, he counted how many he was facing off against. 40 of you versus one meager old man," chuckled Edgar. "Hardly a fair fight, is it?" The group of Leviathan agents were all rogue travelers, ranging from novice tier to journeyman tier. They were the kind of roughnecks one expected to see in a seaside town. Grizzled men with scars, beards, and golden teeth. At their level, they could hardly be considered threats to him. And yet, Edgar felt a need to stay cautious. They knew who he was. They knew he was one of the 4 known master-tier travelers in all of Westria. They knew they were up against a significant threat. Did they really believe 40 of them could take someone like him on? Edgar didn't want to let down his guard until he figured out if they were so arrogant and stupid to throw their lives away, or if they had some kind of game plan. One of them rushed towards Edgar with a scimitar raised. The guildmaster's eyes narrowed. Apprentice tier, warrior class. An arrogant one. The warrior rushed towards Edgar and raised his scimitar to slice downward. The blade hardly made even a millimeter of an arc towards Edgar's forehead before the man was screaming in agony. His arm was missing. Edgar had completely ripped it from the man's socket. Blood spurted out from the opening in the man's shoulders. The man's eyes bulged as he collapsed on the ground. His detached arm, still gripping the scimitar, sunk into the grass nearby. Edgar had hardly moved. He looked at his opponents and said simply, 39. Agent Walker hung back as one after another Leviathan network agents continued to fall at the hands of the mighty Edgar Redfield. The guildmaster was a monster on the battlefield, ripping off limbs with absolute ease. The man tossed some of the weaker rogue travelers all the way across the city and into the sea, where their corpses would sink to the bottom and be forgotten forever. The carnage was unrelenting. Fools, Agent Walker thought, watching so many of his allies die at the hands of the powerful man. He had no sympathy for his fallen brethren. He saw them as nothing but lambs to the slaughter. Edgar Redfield was one of the 4 master-tier travelers in all of Westria. While the 4 master-tier travelers were fiercely independent and separate entities from the other, those lesser mortals had come to unofficially link the 4 of them under the name of the Apex Quartet. No one took on a member of the Apex Quartet, unless they were wishing to shorten their life. Unlike the majority of the Leviathan network agents taking on the Guildmaster, Agent Walker knew that a powerful plan was the only way to walk out of this matchup alive. Without a strategy, Edgar Redfield had the power to obliterate them all. But with cunning, Agent Walker believed him and his agents could maybe slay a god among men. As Edgar Redfield exploded one of their comrades' heads with his mere hands, Agent Walker turned to his true allies amongst the group of rogue travelers. They all nodded to each other. It was time to initiate their plan. Edgar hadn't even worked up a sweat. Bodies of the rogue travelers who had been terrorizing Rockhaven's Landing were littered all around him. He narrowed his eyes, counting only 10 of his enemies left. He was mowing them down with absolute ease. Someone with the thief class snuck up behind him. Edgar was ready for it, elbowing the man right in the jaw with enough strength to twist the man's neck and end his life. Edgar was not playing around. These people had slaughtered and destroyed the Travelers Guild that had existed here in Rockhaven's Landing, and Edgar wouldn't stand by it. The Travelers Guild would have their vengeance. Edgar knocked out another enemy, and then another. Soon there was only 4 enemy agents left. Edgar didn't like the way one of them smirked at him. It was in that moment that Edgar found himself frozen in place. His body couldn't move. What? Edgar looked around and suddenly understood what had happened. The 36 other agents had all been arrogant sheep sent to distract him, but the 4 remaining had been his real opponents all along. They were the ones who had come to face him with a plan. Edgar grimaced. This remaining group of rogue travelers may have been weaker than him, but they definitely didn't lack cunning. Agent Walker grinned. Guildmaster Redfield, one of the few master-tier travelers in this world, was about to perish at the hands of 4 rogue travelers who were merely apprentice-tier. There was nothing special about their classes. Agent Walker had the most interesting class, a rare class known as Assassin, but that was it. His 3 companions made up the basic 3 classes available at the end of the White Gate tutorial: Warrior, Archer, and Wizard. They were all forgettable, and yet they were about to become legends. Agent Walker knew the key to any good assassination was preparation, and that was exactly what he had done here. He and his companions had gathered enough money to purchase rare items and magic scrolls brought back from dungeon gates that when combined proved to be quite the nasty trap. They had a paralysis scroll, which paralyzed an enemy. They had a life sap scroll, which slowly drained the life and power of an enemy. And they had collected enough of these 2 types of scrolls that they were ready to keep using them until all of Edgar Redfield's life drained away. The guildmaster squirmed before them. Then, straining, the old man smiled. "Those scrolls don't apply to spirit, druid, mana." Agent Walker's stomach lurched. Suddenly, pink flames of energy began to form all around Edgar Redfield. Beyond simply imbuing himself in spirit mana, Edgar hadn't even used a single one of his abilities the entire fight. This was the first time he was revealing the specialized power of his spirit druid class with a mythic rarity score. Edgar was covered in flames. Then the spirit druid mana began to explode all around Edgar. He was utilizing his adept tier ability, Spirit Armageddon. Explosive blasts of spirit mana enveloped the entire battlefield, including Agent Walker and his allies. Edgar Redfield screamed with rage as he unleashed his attack. He screamed one word: 0! 29. A gust of wind blew both Clara and her opponent's hair in the direction of the rocky sea, just beyond the towering cliff they stood on. All that could be heard was the howl of the wind mixed with the sound of the waves crashing against the rocks below. The cliffside was a wild orchestra of nature's fury. Beyond the gusts of wind and the whipping whitecaps smashing into the cliff rocks relentlessly was the turbulent sky, a tumultuous canvas of swirling grays. Eris Vortek didn't speak. She lifted her arms and unsheathed the blades behind her back. In either hand, she gripped a long katana of deadly sharpened steel. Clara knew the importance of this showdown. They needed to stop the Leviathan network. If she could survive this fight, she could go and help her friends, save Rockhaven's Landing, and ultimately get a ship that would help them go rescue their nation's queen and her friend, Alice Grace. Let's get this over with, Clara thought, as she materialized a powerful silver trident adorned with bright blue crystals and incredibly sharp and deadly knife-like ends. It was a super rare item with an adept tier ranking gifted to her by the mermaid leader, Queen Athena. Clara narrowed her eyes, keeping them focused on even the subtlest micro-movements of her opponent. While Clara did want to end this fight quickly, she was less concerned about making the opening move. She remembered all the lessons Brock had taught her about going up against sword-wielders, even ones who dual-wielded. Clara's spear gave her an incredible advantage of reach over Eris Vortek. As a sword fighter, Eris was going to have to close the gap between them, which would be difficult with the range Clara's spear gifted her. Sariel's Spear of the Sea. She readied herself for Eris's opening attack, pretty certain she could anticipate the swordswoman's opening moves. Come on, Clara thought. Try your best. Eris Vortek breathed in slowly, keeping her body and mind calm in face of the hostile spearwoman. The young, auburn-haired girl held her mighty trident firmly and kept it pointed right at Eris's chest. Will the little girl attack? That was what Eris was waiting to see. At journeyman tier, Eris was a full tier above this young woman. Many in the auburn-haired girl's situation would choose for an aggressive, quick strategy to end the fight before they got overpowered by the stronger opponent. Yet the young spearwoman stayed still. So, you've been taught well, Eris snickered to herself. Very well then. In a flash, Eris was no longer standing where she was, but was less than a meter away from the spearwoman, slashing her katana at the young girl. As a sword fighter, Eris needed to close the gap between her and the spear wielder, and Eris had been able to do so with ease. Eris was a strong and powerful enough swordswoman, wielding mighty blades of supreme craftsmanship, that slicing this spearwoman to bits shouldn't be a problem. Except, by the time her blades arrived at where the auburn-haired woman was, Eris's opponent was already gone. Eris took in the shadow growing above her, and looked up to see the spearwoman had leapt high into the clouds. So, she's been taught really well then, Eris thought, eyeing up the speck of her opponent in the sky. Time to unleash my abilities then. Clara soared into the clouds above the battlefield, Eris Vortek becoming nothing but a speck from her vantage point, like an ant that she could easily squash. Let's hope so, Clara thought, gripping her spear and preparing for her downward descent. She began torpedoing down towards Eris, gaining power and momentum as she rocketed down towards her enemy. Gripping her trident, she triggered her apprentice-tier warrior class ability, Starfire Spear. Glowing orbs of energy swirled around her spear as she got closer towards her enemy on the ground. Seconds before impact, the air between Clara and her opponent suddenly got hazy and thick, like the rippling air just above a bonfire. Oh crap, Clara thought, realizing what was about to happen. Sam had warned him about Eris's special abilities, which had been why she had been keen to finish the battle quickly. Next thing Clara knew, all of her momentum from her fall was lost, and she was floating above in the air, motionless. This was Eris Vortek's special class at work. The class was the super rare class known as Gravity Blade. Eris had the power to create gravity wells, pockets of space where gravity lessened or increased, leading to all sorts of environmental effects. As soon as Clara observed the air rippling in that odd mirage-like way, she knew Eris had tampered with the environment around them. Clara floated in place, trapped in a gravity well, completely inert. Eris jumped in the air, the space below her rippling with energy, as she created a staircase of gravity wells to place her just in range of Clara. Eris then slashed her katanas with both her arms, dealing a huge blow to Clara. The swordswoman turned off the gravity well that was holding Clara in place, just as the blades came into contact with her. Clara shot down to the ground like a bullet. A huge burst of dirt exploded from the ground as she made impact. Eris landed on the ground next to Clara. "You were trickier than I expected," said the swordswoman, "but your fate was sealed before our battle even began." Clara's whole body ached with agonizing pain, but she knew she had to roll over, jump away, retreat. do something, anything, if she wanted to survive the next few seconds. Yet, when Clara tried to push herself up, she found it next to impossible. It went beyond just the pain in her body. No, it was more than that. The air rippled all around her. Clara squirmed as she felt herself trapped now in an intense gravity well, where all gravitational force was pushing her down into the ground. 30. Toby materialized his wizard's staff, the super rare and adept tier weapon gifted to him by Queen Athena of the Mermaids. His opponent, Mara Tempest, stood a few meters across from him. She didn't even flinch or move at the sudden appearance of Toby's powerful magical weaponry. She just stared at him, unblinkingly with her creepily large blue eyes. Toby tried to conceal his agitation at the odd woman in front of him. Sam had explained to him that Mara Tempest was a powerful sub-captain in the large criminal organization of rogue travelers known as the Leviathan Network. To become a member of the network, rogue travelers had to prove themselves and, as Sam had explained to Toby when they were planning out their strategy to save Rockhaven's Landing, Mara Tempest had outdone herself in her audition. The woman had a powerful, super-rare class known as Storm Conjurer. It was a mix of lightning and water elemental magic to create horrifically destructive storms. She had massacred an entire island in the Southern Sea with her magic. The Leviathan Network welcomed her in with open arms after that. Toby knew if he didn't stop this woman here and now, she'd go wreak havoc on his friends and the city of Rockhaven's Landing. If Toby allowed that to happen, he was putting his friends in danger and completely hindering their mission to save Alice. He knew what he had to do. He gripped the air in front of him and began to conjure a spell. His duel with Mara was about to truly begin. Mara Tempest gripped her golden wizard's staff and stayed on the balls of her feet. They stood on a cliff, which was a jagged promontory, jutting aggressively into the sea like the prow of a ship. Each wave that crashed against its base sending up sprays of salty foam that added a tang of the sea to the air around them. She narrowed her eyes, paying attention to her young enemy's palms. Her opponent's face crinkled as he concentrated on preparing whatever powerful attack he was about to unleash. What's it going to be? Mara thought to herself. From his weaponry, she gathered the young man was a traveler with a magic-based class. Given his fairly ordinary features, she suspected it would be nothing more than the standard wizard class, offered to anyone who survived the White Gate tutorial. Even if Mara could gather all of that, the one thing she still didn't know and wouldn't know until she witnessed him use his abilities was the young man's elemental affinity. Would it be fire, earth, air, or water? Or perhaps something more unique? Her biggest hope was to not see the young man unleash earth magic, as that would be a difficult matchup for her. Everything else she had a counter to. Everything else would make this battle easy. She'd know in a moment, and then she could plan accordingly on how best to defeat the irritating enemy in front of her. The young man's arms stretched out, his palms opened wide. A golden glow of mana appeared in front of his hands, slowly materializing into a powerful, torrential flow of water, all packed into a swirling globule of power. Ah, Mara smirked. Water magic. Perfect. Toby focused his energy on the swirling ball of water conjured within the palm of his hands. The ball contained all the energy and power of a torrential, stormy sea, all packed within a sphere of hostile and deadly energy. He whipped it at the blue-haired woman in front of him. The magical sphere spun through the air, leaving a trail of mist in its wake, distorting the space between them as if the air itself were reluctant to touch the volatile magic. Mara quickly sidestepped the attack, the hostile water ball crashing into the ground behind her. As expected, Toby thought. He'd acted like he was using all of his focus to create the water ball in his hand, but his fingers in his other hand, while still gripping his powerful staff, were also able to cast his apprentice-tier ability, Geyser Blast. The location for where he would unleash it was exactly where Mara had leapt to dodge the initial water ball. He smirked as the powerful gush of water shot out from the ground where Mara was standing. Except, that wasn't what happened. Instead of a huge, gushing torrent of destructive water, A thin, vapory mist shot forth, swirling around his opponent, Mara Tempest. Toby's eyes widened in shock. What the? The woman was using Toby's water magic to her advantage. Her storm magic must have been capable of changing the density of his geyser blast. The mist swirled around Mara, cloaking her movements and turning her into a ghostly figure, her outline blurred and shifting, as elusive as the sea spray carried by the wind. Within seconds, there was no outline of his opponent at all. Toby triggered his mana sense, but couldn't detect Mara. Oh man, he thought, that's not good. His stomach lurched. The battle was really turning against him. Things were not currently in his favor. His opponent could render his moves useless and had completely disappeared from view. Thunder suddenly roared above. Toby quickly materialized his mystic wave weaver and jumped on board, feeling it with his water magic. He figured it would be best to stay agile to avoid getting surprise attacked. Also, he could then find the end point of the mist and fog. He was zooming out across the cliff face, hoping to find the end of all the fog, when lightning forked down from the brooding clouds overhead, a spiderweb of electric fury that illuminated the sea's wrath below, striking Toby with a violent burst of energy that sent him spiraling toward the cold embrace of the waves. Pain and shock rippled through Toby's body, hurling him off of his board and straight into the sea below. As Toby tumbled downwards, he could see the thunderous clouds readying to make another lightning strike right as he landed in the water, where he would be electrified to a crisp. 31. Toby felt himself smack against the rocky waves of the southern sea. First, it felt like a crash, like he'd landed on thick stone. But soon afterwards, he felt the water overtake him, his body plunging ever downwards to the sea's unknown depths. His brain was frazzled with sensations, mostly of agonizing pain. His bones felt rattled to their core, as if Mara's lightning attack had left them charred and weakened. His bones felt like trees whose bark had been peeled off. Then there was the disorientation, the confusion, the echo of a desire to make sense of what was happening amidst all the overwhelming sensations. He was surrounded by water now. Bubbles floated all around him. Light from the water's surface grew dimmer as he sank further and further. The light shimmered and flickered, and it was that very action that snapped Toby back to reality. The light was shuddering from the thunder in the sky overhead. Mara's lightning attack. If she hit the water, it would send a powerful pulse of electrical current all throughout the water, zapping to death anyone within a nearby radius of the water. He felt his consciousness slowly fading out as he began to run out of oxygen. If the lightning didn't kill him, suffocation below the sea would. Cutting through his despair were thoughts of Sam, his friend who had saved him. Then of Clara, the beautiful and wonderful girl who he had committed his heart to. There was still so much to experience. Adventures, battles, holidays, starting a family. This can't be it, Toby thought. I can do this, he told himself. There must be a way out of this. There's always a way out. Mara Tempest channeled the storm clouds above the southern sea, taking her time to generate a lightning strike so powerful it would obliterate the young man who had dared to fight her. The clouds above the harbor city of Rockhaven's Landing swirled with great intensity. The clouds were getting darker as they grew in thickness, and more electrical current ran through them. It was all thanks to Mara's special class and her abilities. Mara's eyes narrowed as she took in the storm clouds above her. She was gathering as much power for a lightning strike as she could. She wanted to kill that pathetic boy instantaneously. Her attack would be so powerful it would obliterate all of his bones. She couldn't wait to see the deflated, lifeless corpse of the boy float up to the surface. Mara stretched out her hands, her fingers clenching the air. The stormy clouds roared with thunder. Now's the time, Mara thought, grinning with absolute glee at her impending victory. 3, 2, 1. Before Mara's lightning strike could stab at the heart of the southern sea and send a destructive electrical pulse that would destroy anyone nearby, a huge geyser of water suddenly shot out of the water. Mara's eyes widened with absolute shock. The surge of water was enormous,
a volcanic mountainous blast of water surging straight up into the sky, unperturbed by the storm clouds overhead. In the middle of the gigantic swirling tower of water surging out of the sea was a tiny speck. A brown-haired human boy riding a magical surfboard. Impossible, Mara gasped with absolute horror. The young man was riding the huge surge of water, and he was barreling right towards her. Toby felt the wind against his face, pushing his hair back, as he surfed through the air on the tidal wave of his own creation. He narrowed his eyes, focused on his target. The blue-haired woman standing on the cliff he was soaring through the air towards. He was no longer afraid of her and her abilities. He knew what he had to do to win. He had escaped his fate of being electrocuted in the sea by channeling a massive version of his geyser blast ability to propel him out of the water. That had been the first stage of his plan. Judging by Mara's unbothered look, Toby had a feeling his opponent thought that was the last trick he had up his sleeve. Think again, Toby thought with a grin, as he rushed into fighting range of his opponent. Mara was caught off guard, but she wasn't worried. So the kid got out of my trap, she thought. He's still no match for me and my storm abilities. She began conjuring another storm cloud, except nothing happened. In fact, the dark gray clouds above her were beginning to lighten and lessen in intensity. Something was wrong. It wasn't working right. The kid was getting closer now. She needed to do something soon. She couldn't understand why she was struggling so much to create another storm. He couldn't be, she thought to herself. Mara didn't want to believe it, but it was the only explanation. Her opponent was doing something to the moisture in the air. He was lightening it and stopping it from condensing in the way that she wanted it to. Mara knew she needed an immediate backup plan. She stretched out her hands, and blue sparks of electricity began to swirl around her. A huge spear composed of lightning materialized, and she whipped it right at the incoming water mage. The wizard traveler raised both his arms out and created a huge beam of water. It was level 2 of his novice tier wizard class ability. Tidal Wave Blast. The two magical spells clashed in an epic explosion. It's over, fool, Mara thought to herself. She was more powerful than the young man, so her lightning attack would overwhelm his puny little water spell until her lightning barreled through and electrocuted him to smithereens. Except that wasn't what happened. The beam of torrential water pushed forward, breaking through Mara's lightning spell. But how? The young wizard was using the lightning spell to create a massively powerful hydroelectric charge to his tidal wave blast, giving it even more force and strength. Before Mara could do anything about it, the dominating blast burned right through her chest, destroying her heart and leaving nothing but a gaping hole where most of her organs were meant to be. 32. Eris Vortek stood motionless, watching her opponent squirm on the ground. Eris was a statue of disdain, her eyes coldly observing Clara's auburn locks clinging to her sweat-drenched face, her body contorting in an agonizing dance against the invisible, crushing force of the gravity well. The auburn-haired girl continued squirming in vain, her face wrenched and wrinkled as she suffered under the weight of Eris's powerful and oppressive ability. The girl grunted and groaned, writhing. "Why do you even bother?" asked Eris, watching her enemy on the ground. The swordswoman couldn't understand it. Defeat was clearly inevitable for this woman. Why fight it? Why resist when it was clearly so futile? Eris could end it now, slicing the woman's head off, or she could let the woman suffer within her gravity well, eventually getting so pinned down her chest would cave in on herself and she wouldn't be able to breathe. What was the greater mercy, Eris wondered. Eris also didn't really care, either way. In fact, she might have even preferred to watch the woman suffer. Such were the small pleasures in her profession. Then something wildly unexpected happened. The woman managed to roll on her side. Trembling, the auburn-haired girl began to pick herself up. Impossible, thought Eris. The spearwoman was on her knees now. Well, it isn't completely impossible, Eris conceded to herself. It was nearly impossible. One could technically break through the gravity well's oppressive weight. It didn't even require superhuman strength.
No, it just required a level of mental fortitude that was generally unheard of. Eris was both impressed and terrified by her opponent's willpower. The spearwoman was on her feet now, swaying underneath the immense pressure of the gravity well. She took a step forward, then another, trudging ever forward until she was free from the oppressive gravitational pull's embrace. Clara rematerialized her spear. She had wisely dematerialized it into her inventory when buckling under the powerful weight of Eris Vortex's oppressive gravity well. It was one less thing she needed to worry about carrying as she underwent the impossible and agonizing task of picking herself up and walking out from the horrific zone of increased gravity. Clara noticed a twinkle in Eris's eye, and the air suddenly changed around her. Clara didn't waste a second. The air around Clara crackled as she launched herself away from Eris, her powerful jumping boots propelling her backward with a burst of kinetic energy that left small craters in the rocky soil. The spearwoman had been focused on Eris's body movements to stay aware of any telegraphed movements she was making and where she planned on swinging her sword. Clara could see she needed to keep even more of an eye on the swordswoman's eyes. The twinkle, that was the tell. That was the signal that Eris was creating another gravity well. The only way Clara was going to make it through this battle alive was if she stayed ahead of the curve with those distortions to the environment around her. But Clara felt more ready for it now that she recognized Eris's tell. Clara rushed forward and met Eris's blades head-on. She triggered Attack Burst, sending a huge ripple of energy right at Eris. The swordswoman leapt to the side, but in dodging the wave of the Attack Burst, she landed in range of Clara's spear thrust. "Ah!" groaned Eris as she took a jab to the ribs. The woman stumbled, eyes twinkling. Clara leapt away to avoid the gravity well, but found Eris quickly closing the gap between them anyway. The spearwoman lifted up her spear to block the incoming attack from Eris. Clara quickly racked her brain for how Eris was able to move that fast. She took in the shimmering air behind her. Sam had informed her that Eris Vortex's gravity blade had a lot of utility packed into its abilities. That included making objects lighter or heavier within the gravity wells. Clara noted that the gravity well in that specific spot sped things up. Good to know, she thought. The battle resumed, the two impressive fighters trading blows. Eris's heart raced, her throat burned, her ribs and body ached. Her eyes quickly scanned the battlefield, keeping attention to the wily spearwoman. This is not how things were meant to go, she shuddered to herself. Across from her, she noticed the girl dematerialize her silver trident for a mithril spear. That's odd, Eris thought. The mithril spear did not appear to be as powerful or as impressive-looking as the trident. There must be some hidden ability to that mithril spear that made her want to use it instead. Eris readied herself to be on guard. The whole battlefield had now turned into a funhouse of utter chaos, with gravity wells littering the entire area, each with different effects and powers. One could tell by all the debris floating in odd places in the air. The swordswoman closed the gap between her and her opponent, slashing towards her. The auburn-haired girl unleashed two abilities in quick succession. She triggered her Starfire spear, huge orbs of magical energy around her spear, only to almost immediately trigger Attack Burst. The two abilities subsumed into one massive blast of power, heading right in the direction of Eris. She quickly dodged, only to immediately feel a hugely powerful blow right into her side. Eris's eyes bulged in shock. She looked across the battlefield. That mithril spear had the ability to twist a magical attack and change its direction. More than that, the girl had combined the ability with the gravity well that sped things up, granting it even more power and momentum. The battlefield seemed to pause, the silence profound, as Eris felt the impact shudder through her, the force of the blow amplifying as it twisted and turned through the manipulated gravity, tearing through her defenses she had thought were impregnable. Eris realized all of this as the special attack broke through her flesh and bones and sent her disintegrating and dying body straight into the rocky seas below. 33. The wind had become so fierce, Captain Mordecai Saltwhisker had to keep patting his hat to keep it on his head.
The blustery weather was making it difficult to look through his golden spyglass. He couldn't hold it up to his eyes and keep his captain's hat intact at the same time. "Oh, give it here," nudged the barmaid, swiping the spyglass from his bumbling hands. "Honestly, get it together, man." Captain Saltwhisker was about to protest, but he recognized that from where they were standing on the rooftop of the Groggy Mermaid, he really didn't need his spyglass. Not with the huge bursts of explosions, the growing storm clouds, and the massive geyser that erupted from the sea. The sheer, chaotic use of magic happening all around him gave Mordecai Saltwhisker a pretty good idea of the state of affairs across the city, which, if he could sum it up neatly, was not very good. "Aye, we're done for," sighed Saltwhisker. "Shut your trap, you cranky old goat," said the barmaid. "The young travelers are doing just fine. Some of them even look to be winning." Saltwhisker perked up at that. He squinted out to the different battles, but he really couldn't make out anything specific without his spyglass to hand. "You don't say," said the captain. "That's right," said the barmaid. "These travelers are something else, I'll tell you that." Captain Mordecai Saltwhisker could not disagree with the barmaid. The travelers were certainly putting up a good fight against Barnaby Squallhawk and his Leviathan network cronies. He was impressed, but was still holding his breath. He stared out towards the lighthouse where one fight had still yet to be determined, and it was the most significant of them all. So long as Barnaby Squallhawk was still alive, their fates, along with the fate of Rockhaven's Landing, still remained to be seen. Edgar Redfield caught his breath amidst the crowd of fallen bodies. He stretched his arms and legs and turned towards the city of Rockhaven's Landing. "I better get back," he thought to himself. The explosive geyser out of the sea and the spiraling storm clouds were enough to tell Edgar that the original plan to take out Barnaby hadn't gone as they had hoped. He didn't need to check his mana sense to know that. The rooftops of the city were distant silhouettes away. Edgar pushed off the ground and started running back to the city. He had a strong feeling that he wouldn't get back in time, but he had to at least try. The others were going to have to try their best to survive their fight. "Come on," the guildmaster thought to himself as he ran back to Rockhaven's Landing. "I didn't train and oversee you for you to lose. You got this, you three. I know you do." Toby looked down at the defeated body of Mara Tempest. The corpse's blue hair continued to blow in the wind, even as the rest of her body turned cold and pale. "Rest in peace," Toby thought softly, and turned to look away from his dead and defeated enemy. He had defeated and destroyed enough rogue travelers to know that this was part of the job, part of the lifestyle that he had been thrusted into, and had actively chosen day after day. Even if he knew all that, it didn't ever make things easier to swallow. Every time he defeated a murderous rogue traveler, Toby ended up thinking about the first man he had witnessed Sam kill, all the way back in the White Gate. He had been so horrified at the time, couldn't understand how Sam could do something so cold and brutal. And yet Sam's words always came back to him, about the sacrifices one had to make as a traveler. The greatest sacrifice a traveler has to make is becoming a person you might never have wanted to become, someone you wouldn't wish to see anyone you care about become. Yet, it's precisely that sacrifice that allows others to live peacefully and innocently. The sacrifice you make saves others from having to make that very same sacrifice. And it's in that quiet space you can find solace in the darkest decisions one has to make in the quest to protect others. Toby had learned to walk that path and endure that sacrifice that he and Sam had discussed way back when. He had learned how to walk that path in his own unique way. For him, it meant acknowledging that he couldn't show his enemies mercy while they were still alive, and he could only offer it to their fallen bodies. He started to walk back towards Rockhaven's Landing, materializing a healing potion in his hand. His battle was done, and he would try his best to get back to help the others, but he had a feeling they would be okay on their own. He prayed and wished well to his companions, from Clara to Edgar, and lastly to Sam. "Come on, Sam," he thought. "You can do this."
Clara looked out to the choppy sea where Eris Vortex's body had been swallowed up. The blustering wind blew her auburn hair to the side. She turned away from the sea and started limping back to Rockhaven's Landing. She materialized a healing potion and chugged it down, her limp and scars from her battle fading away as she did so. The storm clouds were slowly disappearing, which Clara took to mean Toby had won his battle. She had no doubt about Guildmaster Redfield taking on the horde of lesser agents, so that just left Sam against Captain Barnaby Squallhawk. She looked out to the lighthouse far in the distance. "You got this, Sam," she thought. "I know you do." Just outside the lighthouse of Rockhaven's Landing, Sam stared down Captain Barnaby Squallhawk. He gripped his shadow blade tightly. Everything came down to this. Losing to Barnaby now would mean failing to procure a ship and getting to Opali to rescue Alice. It meant failing at the goddess's mission to save Westria from the Demon King. He couldn't let that happen. He prepared himself mentally for the battle ahead. The final showdown of Rockhaven's Landing was about to begin. 34. Barnaby Squallhawk took in his opponent from across the open, grassy cliff that the city's lighthouse stood upon. The sound of waves crashing against the cliff echoed below, a relentless undercurrent to the tension above. The young man standing in front of him was about 10 years his junior, tall, shaggy black hair, and disconcerting red-colored eyes. An indication of a super-rare class and above if Barnaby had ever seen one. The red-eyed man held out a powerful-looking sword, black with glowing purple runes and a shadowy mist swirling around it. Another indication of power. One didn't acquire powerful and rare equipment without first being powerful and cunning oneself. Interesting, Barnaby thought, taking it all in, analyzing and piecing together whatever he could from the swordsman standing before him. His lackeys had gathered information on the young man, a part of a dossier he had ordered after the suspicious travelers had arrived in Rockhaven's Landing. The information returned had been lacking, so to speak. The group of travelers had done a good job, not displaying their skills upon their arrival in the city. Barnaby's hands twitched, eager to start the fight. He knew that he would have to spend the early portion of this battle figuring out who exactly he was dealing with. He would do so by pushing his enemy to his limit, and if Barnaby's early fight reconnaissance ended up killing the young man in front of him, great. He could help himself to some battered cod and mushy peas earlier that day than he had originally expected. Let's do this, Barnaby thought, eager for the fight to fully heat up. Sam gripped his shadow blade tightly. He didn't rush forward, knowing that Barnaby Squallhawk would be a difficult opponent. He was waiting to see if Barnaby would make the first move. It would reveal more of Barnaby's character to him, not to mention whether he was under or overestimating Sam. Sam could be patient. As far as he was concerned, he was the one with the advantage. He had a baseline knowledge of Barnaby's skill set, which he knew for a fact his opponent couldn't say the same for him. Barnaby Squallhawk was a journeyman tier traveler with the super-rare class known as Chainmaster. The class was quite unique, allowing the user to conjure multiple powerful chains of energy that could do a variety of effects. In terms of tier levels of power, Sam and Barnaby were on equal footing both at journeyman tier. Sam might even eke out more power than Barnaby by the benefits from all of his items and abilities. He knew better than to underestimate Barnaby because of that. He had defeated countless opponents for the mere fact that they had underestimated him, assuming they could understand his level of power simply from his tier level. Sam wouldn't let himself fall into the same trap. He knew even going up to a regular fighter with chains that he would have to prioritize movement, location, and mobility. Barnaby's chain would have a longer reach than Sam's swords, so he would have to be cautious about entering and exiting the effective range of the evil rogue traveler's chains. Just as Sam was considering Barnaby's chains, the man held out his hand and suddenly a glowing silver chain of energy emerged within the man's grip. Here we go, Sam thought. He couldn't help but think it had been perfect timing. Beyond sussing Barnaby out, there had been another reason why Sam was waiting. The clouds above were clearing up. The sun was breaking through, which meant Barnaby was now casting a shadow. Sam wasted no time and swiped his blade at Barnaby's shadow. Cuts emerged all across Barnaby's jacket, breaking through his skin, creating a whole host of thin, bloody slash wounds. His shadow blade's ability to attack opponents' shadows would be the perfect way of avoiding getting into too close range with Barnaby. "What are you going to do now, Squallhawk?" Barnaby grimaced as he felt pain erupt all across his body. The attack had seemingly come out of nowhere. How did he do that? Barnaby thought. And if he could do that, why hadn't he just started the battle that way? Barnaby looked around. What had changed? The sun was coming out. He looked to his feet. He had a shadow. Is that how? Before Barnaby could even finish the thought, he leapt towards the lighthouse. His shadow would get lost within the greater shadow of the tall structure. The swordsman wouldn't be able to use his gimmicky attack with his shadow no longer exposed. "What are you going to do now?" Barnaby grinned. The Leviathan Network captain knew it was time to put the pressure on. He stretched out his arms and conjured another glowing silver chain. He whipped it towards the swordsman in front of him, then he whipped the first chain. He then conjured another chain, and then another, and then another. The chains materialized with a sound like shattering glass, each link shimmering with silver light that rippled through the air, drawing arcs of incandescent trails behind them. He sent out 4 chains, his maximum number of chains, directly at the swordsman. The black-haired swordsman moved swiftly, opting to rush towards him. "You fool," Barnaby grinned, pleased that the young man had fallen precisely into his trap. He had never been trying to hit him with his chains, merely surround him with them. The Level 1 Novice Tier ability of the super-rare Chainmaster class was known simply as Conjure Chain. Over the years, as Barnaby had leveled up the ability, it had allowed him to conjure more and more chains, until finally, at Level 5, a new evolution to the ability emerged. It was that Level 5 ability that Barnaby planned to use to destroy the swordsman then and there. The Level 5 ability was known as Shatter Chains, and that's exactly what Barnaby did. The 4 chains, which the swordsman had rushed alongside to avoid a direct hit, suddenly burst forth in an explosion of powerful magic energy. 35. Barnaby's chains burst apart with a sound akin to thunder cracking the heavens. The explosion was a spectacle of lethal beauty. Each link in the glowing silver chains shattered into countless shards, each shard a miniature missile of magical energy. They rocketed through the air, shimmering with an ethereal rainbow-like sheen, enveloping Barnaby's opponent in a magical maelstrom with no avenue for escape. Barnaby grinned, taking a moment to adjust his hat as he watched the destructive display take place. "There's no way out of the deadly explosion of my Shatter Chains ability," Barnaby thought to himself with satisfaction. Just as Barnaby was expecting for the smoke and dust to clear with the ultimate reveal of the black-haired swordsman's pale corpse on the ground, something wildly unexpected happened. The magical shards of energy, while they had surrounded Barnaby's opponent and got within inches of stabbing and exploding all over his defenseless body, seemingly had never actually closed the gap and obliterated the young man. Barnaby watched on with horror and amazement as the shards of energy collapsed on the ground with the neutered softness of leaves swaying off a tree's branch. The rogue traveler grimaced with shock. "What trickery is this?" The black-haired swordsman stood before him completely unharmed. Sam emerged from the attack of explosive prismatic energy shards unscathed. If saving his own skin hadn't been enough of a reward from dodging the brunt of his enemy's attack, Barnaby's angry and bitter scowl certainly was. That was close, Sam thought to himself. With a whole slew of new abilities and strategies, Sam had entered this battle against Barnaby with quite a few tricks up his sleeve. The first one was the one Edgar had pointed out to him. The abilities provided to him by the Path of the Goddess had loads of uses that he hadn't even fully uncovered just yet. When he had first unlocked the Path of the Goddess abilities, Sam initially only really perceived the offensive value.
particularly using the abilities as an alternative form of teleporting, similar yet different to his blood teleport ability with his legendary Deathlord class. Yet, the path of the goddess and its time manipulation abilities actually provided a lot of defensive power as well. Following Barnaby's shatter chain power and the subsequent explosion of luminescent shards of magical destruction, Sam had to act quickly. To survive the attack, Sam had instantly triggered Time Ring and Time Pause, and then, just as quickly, cancelled the ability. In his training on their travels to Rockhaven's Landing, Sam had discovered that if a huge attack was barreling towards him and he paused time for a prolonged period of time, when he unpaused time, everything would resume just as quickly. However, if he paused time for less than a second, it created a kind of neutralizing friction between paused time and present time that had the power to completely knock the wind out of an attack's momentum. And that was exactly what Sam had done in the face of the countless glowing shards heading towards him with the intention of slicing him to bits. Surviving the powerful attack now meant the momentum of the battle was with him, and he needed to seize that opportunity. It was time to go on the complete offensive. Barnaby had no time to sort through his angry and frustrated thoughts, because the black-haired swordsman rushed him as soon as he left his Shatter Chain's attack, neutered and useless. The Leviathan network captain immediately pushed his feet off the ground, leaping away from the incoming sword wielder. As he flew through the air, he conjured a new chain in his hands and whipped it at the incoming fighter. The chain attack forced the black-haired swordsman to dodge and swerve away. Good, thought Barnaby. Staying far away from the swordsman kept the advantage with Barnaby. His chains had further reach than the swordsman's blades. He then quickly checked to make sure he was still within the shadow of the lighthouse. Otherwise, the irritating kid did have that Shadow Blade's special attack as well. Barnaby quickly conjured a second chain in his other hand and was back to controlling the battlefield. Unfortunately for him, however, the young swordsman was incredibly quick, jumping, dodging, and sliding through his snake-like chain attacks with absolute ease. The swordsman closed in, and as soon as he did so, a crimson-red ring shot out from his chest. Barnaby wondered what ability this was. He couldn't keep track of the young man's arsenal of powers. From the Black Blade's ability to attack shadows to Sam's ability to neuter attacks, Barnaby couldn't even begin to put together a profile of what this man's traveler class even was. There was no cohesion to it at all. The most important thing Barnaby needed to figure out, though, was how the kid had blocked the Shatter Chain's ability. The black-haired man clearly had some incredible split-second defensive ability, and unless Barnaby figured out what it was and how to counter it, this battle would go on forever. As he dodged and whipped out more attacks at his enemy, Barnaby ran through the previous moments of the battle. He ran through, second by second, from his Shatter Chain ability to the sudden neutralizing of his ability. Barnaby couldn't figure out how the kid did it, but he thought he understood what happened well enough to form a counter anyway. One weakness of his Shatter Chain ability was that it was flashy and explosive. In other words, it lacked subtlety and surprise. Barnaby couldn't explain how the young man was able to cancel his attack, but Barnaby presumed his opponent must have been able to do so because he knew a deadly attack had been coming. So, Barnaby thought to himself as he whipped out another chain attack at the incoming swordsman, what would happen if my fatal attack hit him before he even knew it was coming? Barnaby adjusted his foot position, preparing himself for an intricate and winding chain attack that would dazzle and confuse his enemy's eyes. Just as Barnaby was about to unleash a torrential storm of chain-based attacks, the environment around him changed in a second. Less than a second. A blip. One moment he was standing there about to unleash his attack, and then suddenly the entire environment around him was different. He was still on the cliff beside the lighthouse, yes, but there were suddenly bright lights all around him, the air hotter and humid than it was before. His nostrils sucked in the sudden and arresting smell of fire. Barnaby's stomach lurched. There was only one way to explain what the heck just happened. It explained how the kid had neutered his Shatter Chain spell, while at the same time explaining how everything around him had changed without even blinking. It was unbelievable, but it had to be true. The swordsman had the power to pause time.
It was a devastating realization to have as a storm of meteoric crimson fireballs rained down towards him. 36. Sam couldn't help but smile at the sight of a well-thought plan coming together. His red eyes flickered as he watched the storm of crimson blood flame rain down on Captain Barnaby Squallhawk. His opponent didn't stand a chance. Sam had paused time at a moment Barnaby least expected it. Just in the middle of the flow of battle, between clashes, at a seemingly inopportune time to utilize one of his most powerful abilities. With his new Path of the Goddess power, Sam triggered Time Ring, quickly followed up by Time Pause. Barnaby was frozen in place. Blood from Sam's initial Shadow Blade attack littered the battlefield, staining the grass. Sam knew he couldn't kill or stab Barnaby while within the time ring, but he could alter the environment. So he triggered Blood Flame Storm. The patches of blood in the nearby environment all glowed, and suddenly crimson blood flame balls rained down from the sky, pausing when they met the dome created by Time Pause within the time ring. Then, when Barnaby was properly surrounded by a storm of fireballs, Sam resumed time. Piece of cake, Sam thought. Orbs crackling with fiery energy, swirling with a dark, blood-red mist, pounded into Barnaby one after another until the last of the dregs of blood flame fell from the sky and smashed into his enemy. With each explosion of the blood flame orbs, patches of ground nearby were scorched black, and small fires began to dot the cliff they were fighting on, sending up plumes of smoke that blurred the line between the nearby sea and sky. The smoke around Barnaby began to clear, and Sam waited, expecting to eventually see his opponent's body blackened, charred, and mutilated in destruction. Except the results weren't what Sam expected. As the smoke cleared, a silhouette of a dome-like shield appeared around Barnaby. The shield was composed entirely of chains. Interesting, Sam mused. He tightened his grip on his blade once more. His battle against Barnaby wasn't over yet. It was time Sam utilized more of his insights from his training, particularly the item he'd had the armorsmith craft for him. The shimmering chains of energy cocooned around Barnaby began to flicker. As the last orb shattered against the chain shield, Barnaby's figure jerked slightly under the impact, the chains vibrating violently as they absorbed the energy of his enemy's assault, sending reverberations through the ground at his feet. It looked as if his chain shield had successfully protected him against his opponent's sudden blood flame assault. That was close, he thought to himself. Too close. He had survived the attack due to his apprentice tier ability of his Chainmaster class, known as Chain Construction. Chain Construction was different from his novice tier ability that allowed him to conjure chains that he could use as a traditional chain-like weapon. Chain Construction was more nuanced and allowed him to create an array of chains that could quickly transform into complex structures. The ability had an incredible amount of utility. The ability's usefulness had only grown as he had leveled it up. First, he was only ever able to conjure defensive structures, but slowly he could use the conjured chains to create whole new weapons as well. It was that second level of the chain construction ability that might be able to save him now. He realized he was going up against one of the most powerful travelers he had ever had to fight. Even now, with the young man having the upper hand, Barnaby was still entirely unsure what his opponent's class was. Time magic, shadow attacks, and fire magic. No. The flames that attacked him just then weren't normal fire. He'd seen flames like that before. That was blood magic, all right. Barnaby knew he had to give it his all, now or never. His foe was way too powerful for him to hold back. It was time to go all out and finish this. Barnaby rushed forward and triggered his chain construction ability once more. A huge, glowing array of luminescent silver chains burst forth from his palms and began to reshape and materialize into the desire of his mind's eye. Suddenly, Barnaby was wielding a huge, glowing, magical chainsaw of destruction. Barnaby figured the young man's ability to pause time must have a limit of some kind. Could he only pause so many times? Or perhaps he had a finite amount of time within paused time that he could use. Either way,
Barnaby thought his best plan of action was just to overwhelm his opponent with sheer power and finish this fight with brute force. He swung down at the swordsman, who swerved and dodged the attack. Barnaby groaned as he watched his opponent unveil another new trick from his rare equipment. From the swordsman's silver gauntlets came a huge spray of blood. He shot it all over the battlefield, creating huge puddles of blood everywhere. Before Barnaby could react, he suddenly had a spray of blood in his face. Seeing all the blood appear confirmed what Barnaby had already thought. The swordsman was a blood magic user. He didn't like the consequences of what it meant that he suddenly had a huge splotch of blood on his face. That would make him super vulnerable. He quickly dematerialized his constructed chainsaw and created a chainmail around his face. It was a miraculous decision, as within seconds the swordsman's sword exploded through the air, only to reappear clinking against Barnaby's magical chain shield helmet. Barnaby sighed with relief as he dodged death once again. The chainmaster rushed to take on the swordsman, only to find himself suddenly stuck in place. He looked down to see two artificial arms with hands composed entirely of blood, clutching and holding his feet on the ground with an extremely tight grip. What the? By the time Barnaby looked back to his enemy, all he saw was the split-second sheen of the young man's sword before it went right through his stomach and out the other side. 37. Sam twisted his blade inside of Captain Barnaby Squallhawk before wrenching it free. Blood splattered on the blades of grass below. The evil rogue traveler collapsed to the ground. Sam caught his breath, taking in his defeated enemy. He had utilized all of the new tricks and discoveries he had made about his new abilities in his fight against Barnaby. First, he had used his new crafted blood spray contraption that he had the craftsman in Rockhaven's Landing build for him. It had worked magnificently. Ever since his fight with the powerful time traveler Dante, Sam couldn't help but think he needed a better way of creating puddles of blood on the battlefield beyond his tactic of smashing vials of blood. That latter method was proving to be too slow and clunky in a way that telegraphed what he was thinking too prominently to his opponents. He needed something faster and better, something that offered him more control. And so he came up with the idea of the blood spray contraption. Concealed within the silver dragon armor's sturdy plates was a large reservoir crafted from magically reinforced leather, containing a large quantity of blood. This hidden pouch was then connected to Sam's left gauntlet by a network of thin, resilient tubes that snaked along the inner lining of his arm, undetectable to anyone other than the Blood Knight himself. With a flick of his wrist, Sam could activate the gauntlet's intricate dispersion mechanism. Small valves and pumps would then lead to an unleashing of a spray of blood from his palm, allowing him to paint the battlefield in crimson. Furthermore, embedded within its inner workings were retractable needles poised near his arm. At a mere press of a hidden switch, these needles would pierce Sam's own flesh. Once his own blood was drawn, the same valves and pumps would spray it outward. The new augmentation to his equipment meant that he could more easily spray blood across the battlefield to utilize both of his class abilities with greater speed and precision. And, with the added addition of spraying his own blood drawn directly from his flesh, he could utilize some of his more unique abilities that specifically required the use of his own blood, which came to the second and most crucial part of his means of defeating Barnaby Squallhawk: the artificial limbs that had held him down to the ground. Over the course of Sam's training and experimenting with his new abilities, Sam came to discover that he could create new limbs using his newest blood manipulation ability, even when those limbs weren't attached to him. Combining the new blood spray gauntlets, Sam was able to shoot some of his own blood right where Barnaby was situated, and then could create two powerful wrists and hands out of the ground that would grip and hold his enemy in place. And from that point on, it was just a matter of utilizing the golden opportunity and finishing Barnaby off. Sam stepped towards the dying Barnaby, blood leaking out of his body as he took his last breaths. The man looked up at Sam and began to laugh, revealing crimson-stained teeth. "Why are you laughing?" asked Sam. "You've been defeated. Your life is over. The city has been reclaimed from your horrible clutches." Barnaby continued to laugh.
It doesn't matter if you've saved the town, you're still too late. We never intended to hold this place forever. We just needed it to bide our time and get a head start on our plans. You won't be able to stop Krakenos now." Sam shuddered with recognition at the name. Commander Krakenos, the leader of the Leviathan Network. "What are your plans?" Sam shouted, grabbing Barnaby by his coat collar. But the man was already gone. Sam let go of the dead man's coat collar and let him fall back to the ground, back to where the scumbag belonged. In the days that followed the defeat of Captain Barnaby Squallhawk and the Rock Haven's landing division of the Leviathan Network, the coastal city came back to life. The once desolate streets of Rock Haven's Landing now blossomed with vibrant market stalls, colorful awnings flapping gently in the sea breeze. The cobblestones gleamed magnificently under the shining sun, reflecting the bright faces of the townspeople as they moved through the city with a renewed sense of purpose. Children raced through the streets, their laughter pealing like bells, weaving between the legs of adults busy with reconstruction. Their joyous shouts infused a lightness into the air that lifted the spirits of all who heard them. The docks became a constant scene of poignant reunions as boats returned with travelers thought lost to the sea. Families embraced on the newly reopened piers, their tears mingling with the salt spray, each reunion a stitch in the mended fabric of the city's spirit. In short, life returned to the city formerly terrorized by the group of rogue travelers. The whole city was thankful for all that Sam and his companions had done for them. In the days that followed, everyone smiled and waved and offered their words of gratitude and appreciation to the travelers who had rescued their home from the evil gang of oppressors. Even the most popular ice cream establishment in the city came up with a new flavor for Sam and his companions. The ice cream was called the Traveler's Treasure Trove. It was a delicious butterscotch ice cream filled with chunks of golden toffee, dark chocolate coins, and a swirl of caramel, mirroring the rich and diverse experiences of the travelers who had come to save them. "We've gotten a lot of accolades over the years," said Edgar, taking a lick of his ice cream cone a few evenings after their battles with Barnaby and his squad. "But getting an ice cream flavor made in your honor is certainly a first for me." 38. A few days later, Captain Mordecai Saltwhisker stood in the dockyard, barking orders to those under his command, the fellow sailors that called him Captain of the Brine Buccaneers. The group of men and women were scrubbing down an old ship, polishing the wood and clearing the cobwebs. Captain Saltwhisker smiled at the sight. "She's still a beauty, ain't she?" he said aloud to no one in particular. Just seeing the old ship in front of him was bringing up memories and stirring his heart. He felt the urge to set sail, the hunger and excitement for adventure that he thought he had forgotten. He had the saviors of Rock Haven's Landing to thank for that. The sound of footsteps echoed behind him, and he turned around to see the group of travelers heading towards them. "They're almost here, lads," shouted Captain Saltwhisker to the crew. "It's now or never." "You called on us?" said the young black-haired traveler known as Sam. Saltwhisker could see a fierceness in the young man. On a surface level, the older, gruff Guildmaster Redfield was the leader of the group, but there was something about the boy and his inscrutable crimson eyes that suggested he was the real person in charge. "Yes, that is correct," said Captain Saltwhisker. "I'd like to present to you the magnificent seafaring vessel known as the Merry Mackerel." Like a showman, revealing the most incredible of magic tricks, the captain held out his arm, gesturing towards the large ship in front of him. The four travelers appeared incredibly underwhelmed by the captain's words. "It's, a bit old," said Clara. "I'm surprised it's floating in the water, actually," said Toby. "Yeah, is this meant for a museum or something?" asked Edgar, scratching the back of his head. Captain Saltwhisker balked. "No, this is a fully operable ship meant to traverse the Southern Sea," the captain proclaimed. "Not only is it meant to do that, it's bloody done it multiple times over. Can't you see I'm offering you the opportunity of a lifetime?" "I'm sorry," said Sam. "What exactly are you offering us?" Captain Mordecai Saltwhisker wiped his brow. "Let me start over," said the older man.
The fearlessness you displayed in taking on Barnaby and his goons has awakened something in me and my fellow brine buccaneers. We won't hide from the treacherous seas any longer. Ain't that right, lads?" "Righty-ho, Captain!" shouted the members of the brine buccaneers up top. Captain Mordecai smiled at his crew and then wiped a misty tear from his eye. "That's right," said the captain. "We'd like to offer you a place aboard our ship. You're on your way to Opali, correct? We're more than happy to take you there, and we're happy to follow your schedule. I think you'll be hard-pressed to find any other boat that will head to Opali directly and as in speedy a manner as you wish." The black-haired traveler looked to his companions. "What Captain Saltwhisker says is true," said the young man. "We will be hard-pressed to find such a favorable crew of sailors." What followed next was a short back and forth that eventually ended with the travelers agreeing to journey forth into the southern sea with the brine buccaneers and the Merry Mackerel as their guide. A few days after making the arrangements to set sail, the morning finally came for the travelers and the brine buccaneers to set forth on their journey across the southern sea. From the deck of the ship, Mordecai felt a sense of melancholy inside of him. He was sad to say goodbye to the beautiful harbor city of Rockhaven's Landing, but what he had said to the young travelers had been true. His life belonged out at sea. It didn't matter if the landscape of that sea was changing, filled with deadly dungeon gates and other monstrosities. He was grateful that Sam and his companions had been able to show him that. Soon, everyone was aboard, and the group waved to the citizens of Rockhaven's Landing as they wished them good luck as the Merry Mackerel began its voyage into the unknown. The barmaid of the Groggy Mermaid was one of the many citizens waving off the travelers and the brine buccaneers. The barmaid stayed at the docks the longest, watching the ship go off into the distance until it was nothing but a speck. She then returned to the pub and sighed as she took it in. Finally, she thought, some peace and quiet around here. Her lips quivered ever so slightly, and she wiped a tear from her eye as she took in the quiet, less rowdy pub. "You better return, all of you," she thought to herself, "even if just for a pint between voyages. I've seen too many seafarers go out into those waters and never come back. Don't get added to that list." She went to the bar and poured herself a pint. Her spirits began to lift as she began to think not just of Captain Saltwhisker and his merry band of pirates, but of the travelers, the gruff old guildmaster, the sharp young girl, the sweet, portly boy, and the fierce, black-haired young man who seemed to lead them all. "I'll see you all again," she said, thinking of the sea captain and the brine buccaneers. "Something tells me you're all in good hands." A few hours earlier. The sun had yet to rise and light up the docks of Rockhaven's Landing. The shipyard was lit only by the silver rays from the starlight and moonglow above. Such specters in the sky were the only witnesses to a shadowy figure sneaking across the docks of the harbor city in the middle of the night. A hooded figure with green hair passed through the night, eventually climbing their way onto the quiet and empty deck of the Merry Mackerel. The figure quietly stowed themselves away in a lower cabin of the ship, concealed amidst barrels and other cargo. It would be far too late before the crew would come to realize that they had an extra passenger on board. 39. Meanwhile, far across the southern sea on the island nation of Serenia, an older man with short green hair with a matching goatee trembled on the floor in one of the dungeons below the royal palace. His clothing, while dirty, torn, and ragged, was clearly made of fine silk and had a regal aura to it. The same could be said about the man wearing the clothes. He had a stern expression on his face and deep eyes that suggested he was a man with years of wisdom and difficult decision-making under his belt. Even with his trembling body and position on the cold stone floors of the dungeon, he did not look like a man who belonged there. Which was true. He didn't belong there. He was none other than King Kai Azure, the leader of the Serenian kingdom. His throne room was many floors above where he was currently. "Oh, how far I have fallen," he thought to himself. "How could I have been so foolish to let this happen?
The jingle of keys echoed through the shadowy corridors of the palace dungeon, cutting through Kai Azure's thoughts like a hot knife through butter. His already trembling body shivered at the sounds of the jangling keys and footsteps getting louder. It looked as if his torturer was returning. The footsteps got louder and louder, until looming above him was a hulking man with purple skin and a face marked with lines and scars, engraved wounds from a lifetime of deadly battles and skirmishes. His eyes looked down on King Kai Azure with focused intensity, his yellow irises threatening the older prisoner menacingly. The horrible man's eyes and skin, with its rich royal shade of purple, hinted at the man's non-human origins. Fishfolk, perhaps? Kai wondered. Or half-human, half-fishfolk. That would not only explain the man's skin tone, but also the man's utter hatred and disgust for King Kai, and the venomous way in which he spoke of all of Serenia. Based on his appearance, King Kai was able to put together that the man who was torturing him was the leader of the criminal organization known as the Leviathan Network. His torturer had to be Commander Krakenos. Still, King Kai couldn't understand how the man had managed to stealthily break into the palace and take over. Why weren't his subjects doing anything? Why wasn't there a revolt? King Kai figured the man must be doing something to keep the news of his takeover from getting beyond the palace walls. He wasn't sure how, but he couldn't explain why no one had come to rescue or help him. Even failed attempts would have resulted in more people being added to the dungeon, yet it was quiet but for his daily visits from his torturer. King Kai couldn't believe how foolish he had been. He had tried to fight the man, but he was a rogue traveler with powers that far outmatched his. Times were changing. Kings and nobles couldn't hope to hang on to their titles without gaining the new power from the dungeon gates themselves. Even with the class stone, his powers were not strong enough to take on the man. He was thankful his daughter had unlocked a powerful class with the stone they'd given her, and she had years of training ahead of her that would keep her in the running. That would be the only way to keep the Azure dynasty on the throne of Serenia. And that wasn't including the possible threats of both Volsungur and Opali trying to take them over. He could worry about that later, though. Right now, Kai knew he just needed to hold out for another day. Survive another lashing or whatever his torturer in front of him had planned. The horrible man crouched down so that his face was closer to Kai's trembling body. "Where is the temple?" asked Krakenos in his deep, stern voice. King Kai spat out a wad of blood-soaked spit in front of his torturer. "I'll never tell you," Kai gasped. Commander Krakenos grabbed the old man's hand and reached for his pinky finger. "Just answer me and all of this pain will stop," said Krakenos. Kai didn't care. He knew that Krakenos needed the secret information he held in his mind, and for that very reason, he wouldn't kill him. He might do everything else to him, but Kai knew so long as he kept the ancient knowledge he held from the man, his life would be spared. And that meant he could buy more time, for himself, for his daughter, for his people. "So be it," said Krakenos, taking Kai's silence as his answer. He then went on to break all the bones in King Kai's pinky finger. The old man screamed out in pain. The screams never reached beyond the depths of the dungeon. Commander Krakenos left the pitiful king whimpering over his broken finger. He planned on breaking a new finger for every day that the man didn't answer his question. When he was done with the bones, he'd start pulling out the man's fingernails. If he continued to refuse talking, he'd start breaking more bones. And if that didn't work, he'd start getting even more creative. He hated the fact that he couldn't kill King Kai Azure outright. He would as soon as he found out the location of the Temple of the Ancients. Stepping back into the palace proper, an underling of his handed him a note. It was news from Rockhaven's Landing. Commander Krakenos crumpled the piece of paper when he was done reading it. "So little Captain Barnaby was defeated, huh?" Krakenos went over all the implications. The port of Rockhaven's Landing was open again.
Volsungar ships would be coming and going and traversing the southern sea with greater regularity now. Krakenos wasn't worried, though. They had gained enough time for their plans to go ahead. He was just waiting on the arrival of the final package from General Zephyr and the Shadow Guard. Their final plan would soon be ready to commence.
40. A week passed. The Merry Mackerel was far out at sea now. Deep blue ocean was all that could be seen in any direction. The month of Summerfin had come and gone, ushering in the month of Septremble. Sam could feel the change in the wind. If the winds stayed in their favor, they were still 2 months away from reaching Opali. A huge ruckus of noise and grumbles echoed behind Sam. It's going to be a long 2 months, he thought to himself. He turned around to see Captain Mordecai Saltwhisker and Guildmaster Redfield locked in an argument yet again. The two old geezers couldn't seem to get along. Sam chalked it up to them both being the boss to their respective younger crews, and neither one knew how to handle hanging around one of their own contemporaries. "Someone's stolen my soap," said Edgar. "It was special elven lotion for bad backs that Mildred got for me back in the Glittering Forest." "I don't know who Mildred is, and I don't care about your soap," said Mordecai. "And, by the way, we're going to be on this ship for quite a while, so I'd get used to the smell of all of us getting a little, how should I say it, funky." Edgar threw his hands in the air. "I don't know what I expected from a group of unlawful pirates." "I hope you're not saying that to me like an insult," said Mordecai. "I think it takes more courage to operate outside the law than within it." "Oh, really?" And the bickering between the two men continued. Clara, Sam, and Toby all exchanged a look. They were normally quick to agree with the guildmaster, but on this matter they would never see eye to eye with the older traveler. The trio saw Captain Mordecai and the Brine Buccaneers as kindred spirits to their own past selves. Sam and his friends had only survived their orphan childhoods due to their petty thievery. They had a soft spot for criminals, especially ones with the renown for helping needy coastal villages and sailors lost at sea. Yet Sam knew that they had many weeks of traveling together, and so he wasn't going to get himself drawn into needless conflicts. He headed over to the side of the ship. He took in a deep breath of salty air and enjoyed the breeze against his face. The sun was shining. It was a clear blue sky day. He couldn't think of a better time to resume his training. He placed his feet on the edge of the ship, standing up on the gunwale. The arguing cut off behind him as the rest of the crew all turned with concern to see what Sam was doing. "Please tell me you're not about to jump overboard," said Clara, concern lacing her voice. Sam smirked. "Don't worry about that," he thought. Sam leapt off the side of the ship. As he fell towards the tumultuous waves below, massive rivulets of blood formed behind his back, creating large blood wings. He flapped his new appendages and soared high into the air, going far above the Merry Mackerel and everyone below. Sam flapped his wings and enjoyed the peace and quiet high up in the sky. His blood wings were probably the most immediately powerful and practical use of his newest blood manipulation ability. Still, he had high hopes to discover more uses for the extremely versatile new power. Not only that, his blood spray contraption had allowed for so much variety to the way he fought, he had a few other ideas of how to augment his abilities with other items that he planned to tinker with. Though it might be a bit harder now without any craftspeople to assist him. There was also his Path of the Goddess abilities, which, despite coming up with some ingenious ways of utilizing the power, he still had no idea how to improve or progress it forward. All in all, there was a lot for Sam to consider in terms of which direction to take with his skills and abilities. Enjoying the peace and quiet high above the ship, Sam took a moment to review his stats once more. Sam class, Blood Knight, super rare. Rank, Journeyman tier. Ability, Pain Ring, Novice tier. Level 3, mark part of the battlefield as yours. Within that circle, the more you are hurt, the more powerful your attacks. Battle awareness also now increases as you take more damage. After significant damage is taken, user acquires split-second vision to see where their opponent is going to move and what they do seconds before they do it. Herding Hook, Apprentice tier, Level 3. Shoot a hook rope that if it hits an enemy, it can pull them back closer towards you, or send you hurtling quickly towards them. Hook can be bent at will to whip and hurl enemies with. Hurting hook can also latch itself onto inanimate objects and be used as a magical grappling hook. Blood vision, journeyman tier, level 1. Can see blood vessels beneath the skin, allowing for greater accuracy and destruction. Can pinpoint and hit vital arteries and organs of one's enemies. Class, Death Lord, legendary. Rank, journeyman tier. Ability, blood flame, novice tier. Level 4. Morph all spilled blood in a nearby radius into a powerful magical fire. Can also create blood flame projectiles in hand from spilled blood. Can now conjure blood flame sword from spilled blood. Can now also generate a blood flame storm within the vicinity of spilled blood. Blood teleport, apprentice tier, level 2. Teleport to and from spilt blood on the battlefield. Objects with blood spilt on them can be teleported to and from other sources of spilt blood now as well. Blood manipulation, journeyman tier, level 1. Blood, internal or leaking, from body can be manipulated. Strength, 54. Agility, 53. Endurance, 54. Magic affinity, 54. Path of the Goddess. Step 1. Time ring. Step 2. Time pause. No further steps discovered. Skill quests. Pain ring, level 4. Destroy 10,000 monsters with the aid of split-second vision. 7,150 over 10,000 blood flame, level 5. Gain mastery with your blood flame storm. Hurting hook, level 4. Gain mastery over your new hurting hook. Blood teleport, level 3. Gain mastery over blood teleport. Blood vision, level 2. Gain mastery over blood vision. Blood manipulation, level 2. Gain mastery of blood manipulation. Sam grinned. All of his stats had increased by 1 or 2 points. His training and battles before, during, and after Rockhaven's landing had delivered a nice little boost to his attributes. Sam didn't get discouraged by the minor gains. He was a long way off getting either one of his classes to Adept tier, which would happen when he got the corresponding attributes to 71 or above. That was a far-off goal, and one that would take a lot of perseverance and training. Every decimal point his stats moved closer to 71 was a step in the right direction. Sam planned to keep doing what he was doing while also focusing on leveling up his skills and searching for ways to augment what powers he already had. Most travelers didn't make it to journeyman tier, and even fewer went beyond it. At the higher reaches of power as a traveler, the harder it became to reach the next stage. Sam sighed with satisfaction. He had a training regimen that he would follow for the next few months. It would involve utilizing all his skills and training them in the hopes of leveling them up. Mana cultivation training and whatever else he could do to get stronger. As strong and powerful as Sam had already become, there were still stronger foes out there waiting for him. The leaders of the Leviathan Network, the other time traveler and kidnapper Dante Silvaris, and then the big looming threat of them all, the Demon King himself. He had to keep training. He had to keep getting stronger, for the sake of everyone he held dear, for Westria, for Alice. 41. The days at sea continued to pass. It took Toby a while to get used to sleeping on his bunk in the rocky open seas, but each night was getting better. What was getting harder to take was his own sense of progress with his traveler class. Every day, he watched Sam take off into the skies above the ship and practice and tinker with his multitude of new abilities. Toby was in deep admiration of his friend, and it was also spurring him on to get more powerful himself. The only issue was that he was at a loss at how to move forward. It was that morning, after breakfast, that Guildmaster Redfield offered to give some mentoring to both him and Clara. The older man was taking a break from searching for his back pain soap and bickering with Captain Saltwhisker. Honestly, how is that man the leader of a whole group of pirates? Grumbled Edgar, attempting to massage his aching back. He's the one steering us to Opali, and he's swigging at his flask half the time. I've seen him drop his compass multiple times. I'm not even sure it's working anymore, but the man has too much whiskey in him to notice. You're only complaining because you're not used to having another authority figure like yourself around, said Clara. And don't start putting ideas in Toby's head. Toby smiled and kept his own calculations about how even the tiniest swerve off course could send them hurtling into dangerous waters full of mana-corrupted sharks that would ultimately lead them all to a horrifically tragic end. I'm not complaining, said Edgar. I am the chaperone and leader of our expedition to save our queen, and we've misguidedly ended up relying on a group of scoundrels. Drunken scoundrels, retorted a whole host of brine buccaneers working the sails around them. Edgar looked at the working crew, rendered temporarily speechless and aghast. This is utter madness, said Edgar, shaking his head. Let's move on before I pop a vein. You two are stuck, which is only natural for your current traveler stages, and today we're going to figure out how to get you unstuck. Both Clara and Toby nodded with grins on their faces. They weren't going to get left behind by their friend Sam in his pursuit of greater power. They would be right behind him, getting stronger themselves. Sam wouldn't be able to rescue Alice on his own, and that went for even greater threats they might face as well. Sam has made it to journeyman tier, while you two are still at apprentice tier, said Edgar. The ways you'll progress will be different due to your different class demands. Clara, with your warrior class, you should have a slightly easier time getting to journeyman tier, though it won't be a cakewalk. It's easier because you'll just have to focus on leveling your strength stat. Once you hit 51 with your strength stat, you'll hit journeyman tier and unlock a new ability. Clara nodded while Toby listened closely. Both Sam and Curtis had explained this to Toby before, back at the guild hall in Resfall. The base classes that one could unlock at the end of the White Gate tutorial dungeon had less complicated leveling requirements than classes with higher rarity scales. Both of Sam's classes required to level 2 stats to achieve a tier upgrade, whereas both warrior and wizard class only required 1 stat to hit a certain threshold. Even still, it was more difficult for wizards to rise in tier levels due to the difference in difficulty when it came to training the different stats. Magic affinity was the hardest stat to train, and that was the one stat attribute Toby needed to raise to hit journeyman tier. Raising one's magic affinity was so much more difficult than every other stat, because the requirements to go from 50 to 51 in magic affinity involved a deadly trial known as the Second Tribulation. Toby still viscerally remembered the pain of going through the first tribulation and was not looking forward to the even more challenging and excruciating sequel. He recalled watching Sam spasmodically shake and sweat buckets for weeks on end as he endured his second tribulation. Watching his friend's body lose weight from the sheer amount of sweat, Toby distinctly remembered thinking to himself, "Not in a rush to do that." But here he was, contemplating that very thing. He was reassured that he was quite far away still from hitting 50, even with his magic affinity stat, so he could continue to train it, and wasn't immediately at a plateau that would require the second tribulation to break past to keep progressing forward. Toby figured in the meantime he would keep cultivating his mana core and doing strenuous mana exercises to improve his magic affinity, while at the same time focusing on improving his other abilities. As Sam had displayed in their battles at Rockhaven's Landing, there was a lot one could do to improve one's abilities without even leveling them. Toby materialized a special plant known as Radiant Sage from his inventory and began to chew on it. Sam had brought it back from a dungeon gate over a year ago now. The plant gave one extra insights into one's profile, particularly how close abilities were to leveling up. After chewing on the weed for a few moments, Toby looked over and smiled at what he saw. Most of his abilities were a long way off leveling up, but one was quite a bit closer than the others, and that was his novice tier wizard ability, water manipulation. Perfect, Toby thought. I know what I need to improve. And so, for that afternoon, Toby focused on practicing with his water manipulation ability, while Clara did strength exercises with intense mana-imbued weights. Toby looked up to Sam in the sky. "Don't worry, friend," he grinned. "We're not far behind you now." Sam flapped his wings and returned to the top of the ship deck to find Edgar barking training orders at Toby and Clara. Toby was furiously manipulating water globules, while Clara was doing push-ups with both monoweights and barrels full of gunpowder and cannonballs on her back. Before he could inquire into the intricacies of their intense training regimens, a huge ruckus could be heard below deck. "Let me go!" screamed a voice. The whole group turned to the door that led to the lower deck. "We found a stowaway," shouted two crew members, pulling up a hooded figure that none of them had seen before. "I guess that explains who has been stealing my soap," said Edgar. Captain Mordecai's eye twitched. "Yeah, that sounds about right." As one sailor held the figure's arms behind their back, the other crew member pulled off the figure's hood, revealing a beautiful green-haired girl around 17 years old with bright green eyes. Sam recognized her straight away. "Aw, crap," he thought. "This is bad." 42. Edgar stared at the young green-haired girl who had just been discovered hiding below deck. Everyone on ship, even the crew and sailors high up in the rafters, had paused the ongoing running of the ship to watch wide-eyed the current kerfuffle happening on the main deck of the Mary Mackerel. Edgar couldn't help but feel sympathy for the girl in front of him. She's so young, he thought, and all on her own, too. Maybe it was his recent ascendancy to fatherhood that was bringing out a soft spot inside of him. This young woman made him think of baby Lily, and his heart wanted to make sure whoever this girl may be that she was safe and protected. "I'm losing my edge," Edgar thought. "This woman could be a hostile enemy for all I know, an assassin sent by the Leviathan Network or Opali to kill them all and dump their bodies in the sea." The green-haired girl continued to squirm in the clutches of the two crewmen who had discovered her. Still, that green-haired girl seemed familiar somehow, like he'd read about this person before. A sense of recognition began to dawn on him. It couldn't be. Edgar's thoughts were cut off by the green-haired girl shouting, "Get your hands off of me! Do you know who I am?" The girl squirmed and pushed, and eventually managed to get her arms free from the grip of the two crewmen. The woman suddenly started gesturing with her hands. Edgar readied himself for a spell, but within less than a second, Sam was behind the green-haired girl, clutching both of her arms behind her back. The guildmaster realized the young swordsman had triggered his time ring and time pause abilities to rush across the deck and seemingly teleport behind the stowaway woman. "Let go of me, you brute!" Everyone looked at Sam and the gorgeous girl with shock. Sam turned to them all and, confirming Edgar's suspicions, said, "Let me introduce you all to Princess Muriel Azure of Serenia." 10 minutes later, the group of travelers, the captain, and the newly discovered princess gathered inside the captain's quarters of the Mary Mackerel. They had decided to temporarily tie rope around Muriel's wrists until they figured out what exactly she was doing on board their ship and whether or not she was there with hostile motives against them. Sam looked at the girl, slumped in the chair behind Mordecai's desk. Princess Muriel Azure of Serenia. Sam couldn't understand how she had ended up here. Back in Sam's first timeline, Princess Muriel Azure had led a rebel uprising against Volsungur when Clarence Erdstrom tried to take it over. Sam figured without Clarence around, the Serenian princess would have stayed put on her nation. "So, what are you going to do?" seethed Muriel, squirming to break free from the ropes tied around her. "Throw me overboard? Toss me to the sharks below?" "I'm confused," said Captain Mordecai. "You snuck onto our ship, and yet you're the one who is angry?" Muriel spat in the direction of Captain Mordecai, and then glared at Sam and the other travelers. "I don't have any respect for soldiers of a ruthless nation like Volsungur," said Muriel. "But even I wouldn't have thought you so low as to ally yourselves with a bunch of low-life crooks like the Brine Buccaneers." "She's exaggerating," said Mordecai. "We prefer the term expert borrowers." "Did you expertly borrow goods meant for the people of my nation?" The princess shot back. "Look, we steal from the rich and give to the poor, And when I say poor, I mean ourselves, said Mordecai, shrugging. And what about my special back pain soap? Interjected Edgar Redfield. Did you expertly borrow that? Off topic, Guildmaster, said Clara, trying to cool down the already heated conversation. Save that for later. Yeah, said Mordecai. I'm not the stowaway, and yet why do I feel like I'm the one getting interrogated here? Sam ignored the captain and turned back to Muriel. I'm assuming you came aboard at Rockhaven's Landing, said Sam. How did you end up there in the first place? The pretty green-haired girl balked at him. You should refer to me as Princess or Your Highness, especially after you so brutally grabbed me. You really don't know how to treat a lady, do you? I was expecting more from the handsome swordsman who did away with Barnaby's Squallhawk so impressively. Sam's eye twitched. Is she flirting with me? This whole scenario was getting weirder by the second. Sure, Princess Muriel, said Sam. Do you mind telling us how you ended up hidden away below our ship? And so Princess Muriel explained how she had ended up stowed away on the Merry Mackerel. She had been part of a crew of Serenian rebels sent to Rockhaven's Landing to destroy the shipyard and hinder Volsungar's naval power. A second crew had gone to the main dockyards of Opali to cause similar destruction. Serenia was situated roughly halfway between Opali and Volsungar, in the middle of the Southern Sea, and had regularly been a vassal state of one of the two main nations. With tensions brewing between the two nations, Muriel and the other Serenian rebels had taken it upon themselves to slow down any war on either side by hindering both sides' military and naval might. I mean, I didn't have to do much, as shortly after I arrived in Rockhaven's Landing, the Leviathan network closed the dockyards themselves, said Muriel. Not that I have any good feelings towards Barnaby and his men, as they ended up slaying my crew. Anger filled Muriel's eyes as she said that last part. Muriel continued. She explained she had been hiding out in the city ever since then, waiting to see if the docks were ever going to open back up. She had received news that Commander Krakanos had taken over Serenia while she had been away and was stirring up issues there. So my mission became simple. Get back to Serenia and save my nation from the clutches of the evil Leviathan network, Princess Muriel declared. And so, I snuck on board the first ship slated to leave Rockhaven's Landing towards Opali. That's how I ended up on this miserable wreck of a ship. Take that back, said Captain Mordecai. The Merry Mackerel is beautiful. It's named after a for-nothing fish, said Muriel. I think we should help the princess, said Edgar quietly. Everyone suddenly turned to the guildmaster. Edgar had his arms crossed and his eyes closed. Even though he had spoken softly, his words had a confidence in them that had silenced the entire group's conversation. Sam was surprised, but in complete agreement. Serenia was always going to be on their way, and having the island nation as an ally would be a powerful ace up their sleeve in any future conflicts with Opali. About 30 minutes later, the ropes tied behind Muriel's back were undone, and the crew of the Merry Mackerel had an official new member aboard its crew, as well as a new and closer destination to head towards on their larger journey towards Opali. Later that evening, Captain Mordecai took a swig from his flask as he manned the ship. They had been out at sea for only 2 weeks now, and already the brine buccaneers had a group of powerful travelers and a runaway princess on board. Who knew such fun would come our way so quickly, the captain thought to himself. If only we could stumble on some treasure next, that would be nice. 43. Even before the discovery of Princess Muriel, life aboard the Merry Mackerel was far from easy. Every night they slept on uncomfortable hammocks to the sounds of snores and drunken burps, the howl of the ocean, and the constant battering of the waves against the deck. It had been a far cry from some of the inns that Sam and his companions had stayed in, or even the wondrous magical tents that the elves used when traveling that created a whole noble's house out of thin air. With that said, Sam and his companions were also used to worse. From dilapidated orphanages to caves in the White Gate, they had spent enough time roughing it that when it came time to rough it once more, It was almost like saying hello to an old but annoying friend who they hadn't seen in a while. Princess Muriel just added another layer of uncomfortableness to the ship. She was quite different from what Sam had expected from his knowledge of her from his first timeline. From what he'd read about her in his first timeline, she was known to be a great beauty and a fiercely deadly fighter. What he hadn't known before actually meeting her in this second life was that she might be a little, Sam wasn't sure how best to put it, crazy? The princess had taken a serious fancying to Sam, choosing her hammock to be beside his, constantly trying to flirt with him, fluttering her long eyelashes and big green eyes at him. "You know, when we reconquer my kingdom from the hands of the Leviathan network," said Princess Muriel, "I'll be in need of a husband. The people will respect you, a mighty warrior, as a good choice." Muriel chose this conversation at breakfast, between Toby asking how likely they were to get scurvy and Edgar voicing his suspicions of Captain Mordecai. A complete non sequitur out of nowhere. Said Sam, not sure what to say. "Sam can't marry you," said Toby, piping up. "He's in love with—" "Nobody asked you, lesser boy," snapped Muriel. That was the term Muriel had bestowed on Toby. At first, she had assumed Toby had been Sam's guard or servant. Her aggressively and insultingly low opinion of Toby meant that the two of them didn't get along very well. "Don't call him that," said Clara. Muriel narrowed her eyes as she took in Clara. The princess then looked to the portly, brown-haired young man she'd just referred to as lesser boy. Her eyebrows furrowed in confusion. "Wait," the princess said, looking between the two of them. "You two are mates?" Both Toby and Clara blushed. "Well," said Clara, getting flustered. "We wouldn't put it like that," said Toby, unsure what to say. "You chose him," said Muriel, pointing at Toby. "Over him?" She moved her finger to Sam. Clara smiled. "All I did was listen to my heart." Muriel looked at them all, aghast. It was the first time since they'd all started openly living together aboard the ship that Sam and his companions were shocking the Serenian princess, and not the other way around. "We do things differently in Serenia," said Muriel. "Or, at least, I do." Edgar, blushing, said, "I'm sure the princess could land any suitor she wants." Muriel crossed her arms and blushed. "You're worse than my father. You're embarrassing me." Edgar brightened up at the young woman's frustrations. I wonder if Lily will be as fierce as you when she grows up. Have I told you about her?" "Over 1,000 times," groaned the collective brine buccaneers, who couldn't help but overhear the group's conversation as they went about their daily tasks of maintaining the ship. As Sam finished his cup of coffee, he couldn't help but think to himself, "It's going to be a long voyage." Despite the awkward social dynamics, the crew continued to head forth across the Southern Sea. Sam figured that at their current rate of travel, they should arrive in Serenia by around Novriel in about a month and a half's time. It was humid aboard the ship, though the sky had begun to turn gray over the last few days. As if even the skies above in the Southern Sea could tell Sam was having thoughts about the season of autumn. Sam couldn't believe it was already halfway through September. Sam thought about how most of Resfall would soon be gathering together to celebrate the Harvest Festival. What would Brock and Olivia do with the Travelers Guild so quiet? He hoped they were making sure to feed Roxy the Unicow okay. He was sure the nearby nobles, Lord Odo Bumblefumble and Earl Fitzy Foppleplop, were probably causing a ruckus in who could host the biggest Harvest Festival party. And then who knew what kind of shenanigans the dangerous fire brigade was getting up to with their obsession with raising morale and offering people free peanuts. Or what the newest offerings at the birdwatching shop, the Beak Boutique, were. Sam shook his wistful thoughts away and returned to focusing on his training. That was what the group did after breakfast every morning. Train. As the weeks passed, Sam continued to experiment with his different abilities, even incorporating some of the items he was finding of use below deck in the many barrels of gear and supplies the brine buccaneers had brought with them to sea. Clara was increasing her strength and was only a few points away from hitting journeyman tier with her warrior class. Meanwhile, Toby kept his gains to himself, but he looked to be satisfied as he moved quickly towards leveling up his water manipulation ability and, more slowly, towards reaching journeyman tier with his wizard class. As the days passed, the overcast sky began to darken. The air got thicker. It started to drizzle one day and then was pouring the next. Captain Mordecai barked orders to the crew as they tried to get the Merry Mackerel to get outside of the storm's embrace. "This doesn't make any sense," said Mordecai. "We adjusted our course to avoid this storm. The sea is being a cruel goddess to us on this voyage." It was all hands on deck. Even Sam and the crew were taking orders and trying their best to help out, but nothing they did stopped the unrelenting power of the sea. Just as they believed things couldn't get any worse, a huge tidal wave soon towered over the Merry Mackerel, completely dwarfing it in size. "Hang on for dear life, lads," shouted Captain Mordecai. "There will be no suitors, mates, or romance if we all end up at the bottom of the sea." 44. The storm howled all around the Merry Mackerel. Lightning crackled and roared in the distance. Rain smashed onto the deck of the ship, making it impossible to stand without slipping and falling. Sam's heart pounded in his chest. His head swerved every which way, trying to make sense of the chaos. The brine buccaneers were operating with a fierce intensity that Sam had no idea the jolly crew possessed. They raised up the sails so that the powerful gusts of winds didn't snap the wooden masts in half. They closed up and secured all openings on the ship, including hatches and portholes, to prevent water from flooding the interior of the ship. They then went on to secure all of their cargo and lock down and firmly fasten all of their equipment, including cannons and barrels. "There's only one hope of survival," cackled Captain Mordecai, taking a swig from his flask. "We ride this demented wave to wherever it takes us. I'd rather be off course than dead." Captain Mordecai ordered the crew's helmsman to steer them directly into the huge wave coming their way. The rest of the crew moved to one side of the ship to balance it out and avoid capsizing. The massive tidal wave thrusted them forward at intense speed. Sam clutched onto one of the wooden railings of the ship and held on for dear life. So much chaos surrounded them that he couldn't make sense of it all. It was all a blur. Snapshots caught between the flash of thunder until there were no flashes and everything went black. Sam felt warm sand rubbing against his cheeks. He felt that weird sensation of realizing he'd woken up somewhere that wasn't his hammock aboard the Merry Mackerel. His vision was filled with an orange hue as he realized the sun must be baking down upon him. His eyes crept open. A thick crust of sand crinkled as he took in the sandy beach he was lying upon. A thick jungle lay just beyond where he was situated. He rolled onto his back, hoping to get his bearings. His body ached all over, sore limbs and throbbing bruises poking at him all over. He eventually picked himself up and could see his fellow traveler companions and Princess Muriel all lying face down on the patch of sand. "Looks like we survived," Sam thought, shuddering at the last memory he had before falling unconscious. The wind-swept deck, the hammering rain, the roaring thunder, the looming tidal wave. Noise and chatter echoed in the distance, and Sam looked to see that the Merry Mackerel was still intact, and the brine buccaneers were already at work, repairing whatever damage the storm had inflicted upon it. Sam could hear the sounds of Captain Mordecai's voice, barking orders in the distance. Sam smiled, happy to know his pirate companions had survived. It made him turn to his friends on shore, his heart racing once again, as he got up to make sure they hadn't just washed up ashore, but were actually still alive. Edgar Redfield woke up to someone shaking his shoulders. It was the talented young man under his stewardship. Sam. It took Edgar a moment to remember what had happened. The storm. The horrible tidal wave. That had led them to... He looked around to see they were on a tropical island, with a few other islands nearby. The thick jungle sparkled, as did the sandy beach beneath him. He watched as Sam woke up Clara and Toby. The two lovebirds clasped each other in a passionate and heartfelt embrace, both happy that the other had survived the horrific tidal wave scenario. Just thinking about the storm made Edgar shake his head with dismay. He had always been confident in his abilities to protect those under his guidance. No monster or rogue traveler was too powerful for him to take on, and he even had the insights to help others train and grow in power to take on such threats themselves. But an attack like the one they'd just experienced, Edgar was defenseless against. How did one fight against the mighty fury of the sea or nature itself? It had been a long time since Edgar felt powerless against the world around him. He sighed and just thanked the heavens that his companions were alive and well. About an hour after waking up on the sandy beach of the archipelago they had washed up on, the group had a meeting on what they should do. They all gathered aboard the Merry Mackerel just off the shore of the archipelago. "What is there to discuss?" said Captain Mordecai, looking around. "Don't you all realize where we are?" Most of the group blinked at the sea captain, dumbfounded. It will be more clear in the evening, but look at all of these sparkling trees and sand," said the captain. "It's reflecting the sky above. We're in a place of legends, the lost Starfall Archipelago." So, Sam thought, I'm not the only one who recognizes where we are. He was less enamored with the idea of being on a long-lost island than Captain Mordecai. First off, the tidal wave that had set them off course had come out of nowhere, faster and harder than should have been possible. That suggested to Sam some kind of magical influence. Looking around, Sam was concerned that it wasn't an accident that the massive wave had led them here. He would stay on his guard until they were beyond this strange place they had arrived in. He tried to vocalize this, only to be cut off by Captain Mordecai. "Don't you guys understand the opportunity before us?" said the sea captain. "We're in a place that will no doubt be abundant with my favorite thing. And do you know what that is?" "Whiskey?" Sam asked. "Lying?" Princess Muriel put forth. "Stealing my special soap for geriatrics with bad backs?" grumbled Edgar. Captain Mordecai smirked and shook his head. "While I do enjoy all three of those things, you're all wrong. My favorite thing in the whole wide world is none other than treasure." Edgar leaned in toward Sam. "Did that crook just admit that he took my soap?" The meeting continued with no conclusion for what the group should do next in sight. The new ship could be seen from the shadows of the jungle where a group of spearmen hid, watching and waiting to see what the new arrivals did next. "What do you make of them?" said one. "Do you think they'll be like the intruders?" "I cannot say yet," said the other. "We'll have to wait and see." 45. The hours passed and the day soon turned to dusk. The group stayed on board the ship to discuss what their next moves should be. Even if some of them were in more of a rush than others, there was no hurry, as repairs on the ship needed to be made, and it would be at least another day until they could properly set sail, regardless of what they might choose to do. The only thing that was clear at that moment was that Captain Mordecai wanted to explore the jungles of the Starfall Archipelago in search of treasure and loot. Sam, leaning against the railing of the ship and taking a moment to think to himself, felt conflicted about what their next goals should be. On the one hand, all he really wanted to do was keep moving forward towards Serenia, with the ultimate goal of eventually reaching Opali, where they could get to work on getting Queen Alice Grace back from the clutches of that evil other time traveler and hopefully averting the last human war in the process. But, on the other hand, there was something to be said about Captain Mordecai's treasure-obsessed fanaticism. This was a lifetime opportunity. The Starfall Archipelago was a lost set of islands, where supposedly the ancient Carvesi civilization buried their treasure. The mysterious archipelago existed in books, histories, as well as in hieroglyphs discovered in ancient Carvesi fossils and ruins. Yet the set of islands themselves had remained mysterious and undiscovered, even in Sam's first timeline. The archipelago would most likely be rich with powerful, mana-corrupted beasts, which would drop monster stones for them to use to train their magic affinity stat, not to mention whatever hidden treasures the island might offer. The only trade-off would be the potential time sink and the increased level of danger.
The last time Sam and his companions poked around in the ruins of the Carvesi civilization was on their way to the Snow Peak Mountains when they were working towards averting the Dwarven cataclysm, and that had ended up being quite chaotic. Sam looked out towards the shore as the sun slowly began to set below the waves. The jungle was quiet and still. That wave that brought us here was unlike anything I've ever seen or read about, Sam thought to himself. He was deeply concerned that they had been brought to this archipelago by some unseen force, but maybe that force wasn't necessarily malevolent, now was it? They were alive, weren't they? Princess Muriel stood alone on the deck, taking in the motley crew of hooligans she'd gambled not only her own future on, but potentially her entire nation's. A knot twisted in her stomach. It was the guilty feeling of sensing she may have made a questionable bet. The Brine Buccaneers were a group of alcoholic thrill-seekers, and the travelers, while slightly more composed, were just as bad. It seemed completely evident to Muriel that they should leave this haunted archipelago at once and continue on their way to Serenia. There was too much at stake to waste any time. She needed to stop Krakanos. She needed to save her nation, her people, her father. And yet, this group of maniacs that she'd hitched her future to were all deeply considering venturing into the ominous jungle of this long-lost archipelago. Maybe we should just keep going on our way to Serenia. Finally, Muriel thought, someone is speaking some kind of sense. She was then dismayed to see that the person suggesting they move on was the annoying, portly, brown-haired boy. She didn't like to think she was in agreement with the lesser boy. She turned to the handsome black-haired swordsman. What does he think? The group dynamics among the travelers had been interesting from Muriel's observations of them aboard the ship. The older man, the guild master, seemed to be the official leader, but more often than not it was the black-haired swordsman's word that was final. The respect the swordsman commanded made him all the more appealing to Muriel. He was powerful, too. He'd be a great and powerful asset to her as her husband. The black-haired swordsman's deep crimson eyes locked onto hers. Muriel blushed and looked away. Play it cool, Muriel, she thought to herself. The love of your life and the hero your kingdom needs are being held in the balance. 30 minutes or so passed and the group came to a conclusion. They would explore the jungle of the lost Starfall archipelago. The exploration party would include the travelers, plus Princess Muriel and Captain Mordecai. The rest of the Brine Buccaneers would stay aboard the Merry Mackerel and traverse the shores of the archipelago in parallel to the exploration party's movements across the isles. The sun had fully set, and a beautiful, clear night sky stretched forth above the moored ship. It was a wondrous sight, especially after the days leading up to the tidal wave that had been gray and overcast. The moon and stars filled the blue night sky, sparkling with silver luminescence. The beauty was then only magnified by what happened all around them. From the treetops to the sandy shores, the Starfall archipelago showcased the reasons behind its name. The entire archipelago sparkled and glowed, reflecting the night sky above. It was like the beach had turned into a galactic nebulae of sparkling stars and gases, capturing the entire rainbow. The entire group looked out from the ship in wonder. "It's beautiful," said Toby, taking Clara's hand and squeezing it. Mordecai took off his hat to honor the moment and then took a swig from his flask to honor it some more. "It's truly impressive," said Edgar. The guildmaster then wiped a wistful tear from his eye. "I look forward to regaling young Lily about this when I see her next." "It really is remarkable," Muriel admitted. "Does it make the pit stop worth it?" "Not a chance," said Muriel. "But I won't fight you all on your decision to explore it. Maybe we will find something that will help us in our quest to save my nation." "That would be great," said Sam. "I think the key is to simultaneously explore, yet not disturb this place more than we need to." Just as Sam was uttering the words, figures emerged from the water all around their ship. They held spears and glared at them all above with a hostile glance. Muriel sighed. "It looks like it might be a little too late for that." 46. The spearman captain stood in the gentle water looking up towards the large ship that had pierced their hidden lands.
The cool evening seawater splashed against his muscular and sinewy body. Tattoos ran down from his shoulders and back, all along his arms. He gripped his spear tightly and moved closer to the boat. His fellow warriors were following his lead. The conversation aboard the ship had suddenly gone completely silent. So, the spearman captain thought, they've noticed us. The warrior moved forward until his hands could grab hold of the side of the large ship. He reached out and with a powerful grip of his hands, grabbed hold of the ship's side and began to climb his way out of the water and onto the ship. He scaled the ship along with his fellow warriors, eventually arriving on the top deck. As the spearman had expected, he found a group of warriors with weapons and magic pointed directly at them. A warm welcome, the spearman captain joked to himself. Just as he was about to open his mouth and tell them he meant them no harm, a feisty green-haired girl clapped her hands together and unleashed a magical attack. Sam's eyes widened in shock. It all happened so fast. The spearmen had boarded their ship within seconds of them even noticing they were around them. Sam quickly tried to ascertain their power level by triggering his mana sense. Oddly, nothing came up, not even the flicker of a mana core. Are they just civilians then? The group of spearmen seemed more powerful and confident than civilians going up against travelers should be. Unless they were completely divorced from the reality of the dungeon gate system imposed upon the world less than 10 years ago. Sam didn't like the implications of that. Any traveler beyond novice tier could injure a civilian with a frightening level of ease. At apprentice tier and beyond, a traveler's powers dwarfed a normal human's so much, it would be on a similar unbalanced scale as was shared between humans and ants. A traveler could crush humans in seconds if they wanted to, even by accident. It was why there were so many strictures, guilds, and rules around travelers. Their benefit to society was immense, but so was their threat level to it as well. Sam rushed across the deck to stop Muriel from unleashing her attack. She would surely kill these visitors before they ever even found out what they wanted. This girl runs real hot, Sam thought to himself. Even with time ring and time pause, he couldn't get across the wide berth of the ship in time. Muriel had gathered translucent energy all around her and shot it forth in a beam-like attack. Sam's eyes widened. So that's what the famous Princess Muriel's class looks like in the flesh, Sam thought. Fascinating. His curiosity for the girl's class would have excited him in a different circumstance, but the situation was too dire. His head flicked too across the boat where the spearman had emerged. Rather than obliterate the man into a pile of ground-up flesh, the attack went right through the man. Muriel gasped in shock. Before she could retaliate, the spearman had moved across the deck with incredible speed and held the girl's head against the wood with his spear touching her neck. "Let it be known that the green-haired woman attacked me first," said the spearman. "May it also be known that I have the opportunity to kill her, an opportunity I'm currently choosing not to take. Despite these circumstances, I arrive with peaceful sentiments." Sam focused on the spearman. The man was well-trained, powerful, good with his weapon. He also spoke with a calm eloquence. Sam knew firsthand that diplomacy was always more difficult when weapons and spells had already been drawn and cast. The spearman was in a tough spot. "I believe you," said Sam. The spearman locked eyes on Sam. "What brings you to our ship this evening?" Sam asked. "The elder of our village wishes to speak with you," said the spearman. "Will you do us the honor of letting us escort you there?" "We will do no such thing, you brute," said Muriel, squirming beneath the spearman's hold. "Ignore her," said Sam. "We'll gladly come." 30 minutes later, the spearman captain was back on shore, with the group of humans from the ship following behind him. The group included all the magical beings, including the green-haired girl who attacked him. The drunk captain of the ship also came with them, which perplexed the spearman captain. In fact, the ship captain, despite being the least powerful warrior of the group, was the most eager to enter the shadowy unknown of the island's jungle. The jungle's foliage sparkled beneath the stars as the spearman captain led the group back towards his village. What does the elder want with these people? The spearman captain thought. They were clearly powerful and dangerous. maybe even more so than the intruders who had already discovered the archipelago on their own accord. Bringing these people here is a mistake, the spearman captain thought to himself. He knew, however, that his thoughts were secondary to the village elder. He had to submit to her will and accept that she might know more than he did. So, as perplexed as he was, he continued to follow what she commanded and kept leading the group deeper into the forest. He could hear them murmuring to each other as he led them. "They have no idea what we want with them," the spearman captain thought. He couldn't ease their concern as he really didn't know what the elder wanted with them either. If he were in their position, he would be doing exactly what they were doing. Making contingency plans if this turned out to be a trap, which he would happily do as well. The group of magical beings were surrounded by his fellow warriors. The warriors were quick and good with their weapons. They would have to strike before the magical beings wielded their special attacks. He had a feeling some of them were more powerful than even the green-haired girl who had attacked him, which was troubling because the girl was quite powerful herself. At first, the spearman captain had thought the girl had been wielding wind magic, but that wasn't quite right. It had similarities to wind manipulation, but it was different. He couldn't quite put his finger on it. Maybe the elder would know. Eventually, the spearman captain interrupted the cautious murmurs of the group behind him. "We're almost there," he said. "Any minute now." 47. Sam walked gently through the forest, trying to conceal how alert and cautious he truly was. He had a strong suspicion the spearman's aims weren't hostile, but he knew you could never be 100% certain. For that reason alone, Sam's guard was up, and he judged it best for him and his companions that the spearman didn't think he was ready for battle as much as he really was. The biggest threat was the spearman captain. Based on the brief encounter with Muriel on the ship, the spearman had displayed an invulnerability to magical attacks. Sam still didn't fully understand how that was possible, but he figured he'd find out in due course. While Sam couldn't quite explain the peculiarities of the spearman captain's powers, he did understand Princess Muriel Azure's abilities a bit more. From his research in his previous timeline, Sam knew that Princess Muriel Azure had gained her class from a class stone. A class stone was an incredibly rare item that granted a user a traveler class. It was a way one could bypass the normally mandatory White Gate tutorial dungeon and still receive a class. Very few people in Westria gained their class from class stones, and more often than not, they were reserved for members of the nobility or royalty. Queen Alice's Phoenix class had been gained from a class stone, and before meeting Muriel, Alice was the only person Sam had met with a class from a class stone. As they moved through the jungle, Sam considered the green-haired girl's special power that she'd used against the spearman captain. With her hands, the girl had manipulated the air in front of her. It looked like wind magic, but Sam knew better. It wasn't wind the girl was controlling, it was sound waves. Muriel's class was an incredibly rare class known as Sound Sculptor. She had been known as a fierce rebel leader in Sam's previous timeline. He would be curious to see more of the princess's abilities as they journeyed towards Serenia. Sam's thoughts were interrupted as the jungle suddenly cleared and the group entered the outskirts of a small village. The village was composed of small bamboo huts. Despite it being deep into the night, there was no need for torches, as the unique biome of the Starfall archipelago meant that the ground and jungle kept the village alight, even late into the evening. "So this is where they've been taking us," Sam thought. The village elder, Nissa Thalassa, sat cross-legged on the wooden floor in the large hut at the back of the village. The old woman's eyes were closed. She kept her hands resting on her knees. After many decades without it, the elder in her old age had finally discovered the joys of patience. And so, she could spend an evening sitting on the floor of her hut and listening to the evening. The whistle of the reeds, the buzz of the bugs, the crashing of the waves at the distant shore. She then smiled as a new sound emerged. Footsteps. "So," she thought, "our guests have arrived." The footsteps continued to get louder until they were right outside her door. One of her mightiest spear warriors walked into her hut. "I've brought the new arrivals to you, Elder." The older woman smiled and nodded her head graciously. "Please, bring them in." The spearman stepped out of her hut once more and gestured to the new arrivals to step inside. One by one, they came in, and Nissa took them all in. She could sense that they all possessed powerful magic inside of themselves. "I'm impressed," she thought. Well, she was mostly impressed. There was the one arrival who didn't seem to possess any magic whatsoever. Her nose wrinkled as she took in the stench of whiskey emanating off of the man. "Can't expect much more from a pirate," Nissa thought to herself. She grinned and looked at her guests. They were all looking at her, their faces full of both caution and confusion. They didn't know that the elder had the power to sense those out at sea. The elder's powers only got her so far. It was now time to see whether her initial assessment to bring them here had been correct. Sam took in the older woman in front of him. The woman was small and frail. Her skin was pockmarked and wrinkled. Her thin eyes were lost amidst all the other lines on her face. However, what the woman lacked in stature, she more than made up in wisdom. Sam could just feel it emanating off of this older woman. The so-called village elder. She had the sense of grace and calm that could only come with old age. "Good evening to you all," said the woman. "My name is Nissa Thalassa, and I am the elder of this village. I'm sure you all are wondering why you were brought here." Sam and his companions all nodded. "It's no accident that you arrived here in our fabled lands," said the elder. "Our magic is different from yours. It allowed us to create the waves that would bring you here." Sam smirked. His hypothesis had been correct. The waves had been manipulated in such a way to have them land in the long-lost Starfall archipelago. "You almost killed us," balked Captain Mordecai. "Exactly," Princess Muriel hissed with anger. Sam looked to the two of his companions. "But the key thing is, they didn't kill us. Let the elder finish, you two. We used our ancient magic to bring you here because we are in desperate need of help." Sam and the others continued to listen to the woman closely. "A group of powerful magical beings, I believe you would call them rogue travelers, have entered our realm without our permission. They have come here with the intent to steal a powerful ancient artifact." Sam noticed Mordecai's eyes widen at the word ancient artifact. He felt like he could practically see gold coins sparkling in the reflection of the captain's eyes. "The group of powerful beings is led by a haunting presence of a man," continued the village elder. The person in question had pale skin and long, tousled dark hair. The most striking thing was the man's mismatched glowing eyes. One eye had a red hue, while the other glowed with gold. Sam shuddered with recognition of the description. "That's General Zephyr of the Leviathan Network," said Sam. The man was one of the most powerful and high-up people in the evil criminal organization. He was the leader of an elite special squad known as the Shadow Guard. "This situation doesn't just concern me and my villagers," explained Nissa Thalassa. The elder turned to Princess Muriel. "The artifact these people are after holds a great danger to the people of your nation. Trust me." Princess Muriel nodded, a slight look of confusion, but mainly a concerned understanding on her face. "Will you help us?" The group turned to one another, and then to Sam. Sam knew that the rogue travelers in question were deadly criminals, ones who would go on to cause mass murder and harm the people of Westria, and ultimately hinder the world's ultimate goal of defeating the Demon King. General Zephyr and the Shadow Guard were all people Sam had been planning to remove on his way to saving Westria for good. While slightly unexpected, there was no better time than now to do that job. Yes, Sam was frustrated to think that their ultimate arrival time in Opali was being pushed back by a few weeks, but ultimately he knew there was nothing that could be done to change that. Sam knew it was better to move through obstacles that came his way than to resist them. Such was the fastest way forward. A few minutes later, the elder listened when the group of new arrivals all declared that they would help her and her people. The older woman smirked. Her assessment had been correct. 48. Meanwhile, across the Starfall archipelago, a hawk circled the clear night sky.
The bird circled until it had located its master and began descending towards a rocky shore where a group of 3 imposing figures stood, waiting. Nothing in the trio's appearance would suggest that they would have any affiliation with one another, except for the fact that they all had what the average citizen might describe as a haunting quality of some kind. There was a man dressed in an odd collection of armor that looked to be composed of unvarnished bark and other bits of trees. Beside the man was a woman with long brown hair, clad in light clothing due to the heat, with an odd cape behind her that looked to be composed of sticks and straw like that of an animal's nest. She had a bird resting on each of her shoulders. Finally, crouching down on his knees, was the 3rd member of the group. A pale-skinned and shadowy presence with 1 red eye and 1 yellow eye. He was clearly the most powerful of the 3 and exuded a slight irritated impatience as they waited for the bird. The woman stretched out her arm and let the descending bird land upon her palm. The bird had a note strung to its leg. The woman undid the string and grabbed hold of the note. Relieved of its delivery duties, the bird perched itself on the backside of the woman's cape. The woman unfurled the note and read it quickly. "What does it say?" said the shadowy man. "It's from Krakenos," said the woman. "Barnaby is dead. He got killed by a group of travelers from Resfall." The man wearing bark armor snickered. "You shouldn't laugh," said the bird woman. "He is a colleague of ours." "Was," said the bark armor man, correcting his companion. "Was a colleague of ours." The woman sneered at her companion and then continued. "Supposedly these travelers have set out to sea now, and we've been warned to keep an eye out for them." The shadowy man listened to the woman's words closely. He couldn't see how these travelers would end up on the Starfall archipelago. They themselves had only ended up here after years of searching for an ancient map that helped lead them here. Still, it would be good to be on guard. This group might prove to be a problem on their way back to Serenia. "Does the note say anything about the travelers with them?" asked the bark-armored man. "It does," said the woman. "It's a group of 4. 2 apprentice-tier travelers, a warrior class who fights with a spear, and a wizard class whose elemental specialty is water. Then there's a journeyman-tier swordsman with an unidentifiable class that utilizes blood magic, potentially Blood Knight or Warlock. And then the last member of the group, and this is where it gets really interesting, is a member of the Apex Quartet." The 2 men's shoulders tensed at that. "Which one?" said the bark-armored man. "If they're coming from Resfall," said the shadowy man, "it could only be one. Edgar Redfield, the Spirit Druid." "That will be a nuisance," said the woman. "The note has a more detailed summary of what could be gathered about their abilities. Should be handy if we come across them." "Part of me kind of wishes we do," said the bark-armored man, grinning. "We haven't faced any challenging opponents in a while." "My preference is that we don't interact with them at all," said the shadowy man. "We have a mission to accomplish, and if in the end we succeed, we won't have to worry about pesky travelers causing us trouble ever again." The 2 nodded at their boss's words. The shadowy man stood from his crouching position, revealing himself to be both taller and more imposing than his 2 companions. "Let's move," said the man. "No more time to waste." The man stepped towards the sparkling jungle of the Starfall archipelago. The hunter crouched beneath the sparkling bush, eyeing its prey. A black panther stalked the jungle floor on a hunt of its own. The hunter narrowed his eyes, watching the beast. He had to be careful. It was one of the difficulties of hunting in the Starfall archipelago. With glowing plants and leaves, it was very hard to stay hidden for long. The hunter knew he had one good shot with his throwing spear if he wanted to capture his prey. One good shot, and the panther would be so grievously wounded, even if it attempted to flee, it wouldn't get very far. The man gripped his spear and prepared to strike. He lifted his throwing arm, gently, trying to keep his movements and body concealed until the last possible moment. Just as he threw out his spear, the panther caught wind and scurried far into the depths of the jungle, running straight past the hunter. Odd, thought the hunter.
The hunter was pretty good at staying still and moving with the utmost stealth. He hadn't thought he had given himself away to the Black Panther. Maybe he hadn't, though. This made sense to the hunter given that the panther rushed in his direction. That could only mean there was a stronger predator in the jungle now coming his way. He suddenly felt filled with glee at the idea of a king panther or some other prized monster getting lured into his presence. The Black Panther had turned out to be the perfect bait. The hunter waited for the incoming predator when suddenly from the shadows, a larger-than-normal hawk flew right towards him. The bird managed to bite into his shoulder and rip out some flesh. "Agh!" screamed the hunter, swatting the bird away. He got up only for a root on the ground to slither towards him like a snake. The moving root attempted to grab hold and clutch his leg. The hunter slipped out of his sandals to narrowly escape the piece of tree that had taken a life of its own. He tried to move away, but suddenly a stretch of shadow appeared. It crawled up his body until a black, shadowy hand formed around his neck, clutching at his throat, pushing down and blocking out his airways. The hunter's eyes bulged as he tried to escape, but he couldn't seem to remove the shadow arm. He tried to pull the shadow away, but he couldn't even touch it. It was ethereal, yet it was materially choking him. He was losing air and energy fast. He fought, he squirmed, he tried to roll over, but because of the sparkling leaves and trees, there was no way to escape the shadow. The hunter died a second later. Emerging from the depths of the jungle were three imposing figures. The shadowy man with red and yellow eyes snickered. "Looks like I won." They stepped over the dead body of the hunter and continued forward to their destination. "Come on," said the man with the strange eyes. "We shouldn't be far from the temple's entrance now." 49. Following their meeting with the village elder, Nissa Thalassa, Sam and his companions set off on their mission almost immediately. The village elder ordered the spearman captain to escort them across the island to the temple. "It will be my honor," said the spearman, bowing to the village elder. The spearman turned to Sam and his group. The group stepped towards the spearman, and the islander took that as a gesture for him to start taking them to where they needed to go. 30 minutes later, they were in the heart of the jungle. The plants sparkled with starlight, casting the whole tangle of trees and bushes in a luminescent blue. Despite the wild and sublime beauty of their surroundings, it was an undeniably difficult climate to travel through. It was hot, sweaty, and full of mosquitoes the size of one's head. "Get away from me, you nasty git," hissed Captain Mordecai, pulling out a musket to shoot the mosquito buzzing in his ear. The spearman captain moved quickly in a flash and grabbed hold of the pirate's arm. "Shh," said the captain. "Let us not disturb the jungle more than we need to." Mordecai scoffed, but did as he was told. Sam smirked at the annoyed sea captain and continued moving forward. The spearman captain was right. Mana-corrupted beasts lingered in this jungle, and the group didn't really have time to train there as much as they'd like. They were in a hurry to get to the temple and stop General Zephyr and the Shadow Guard. It was good the spearman captain was leading them to the temple. Sam's memory of how to get there was fuzzy, but he smirked as he recalled many details from his previous timeline of what was written about the ancient temple that was supposed to lie at the center of the Starfall archipelago. "You picked the right ship to crash onto your shores," Sam thought to himself as he considered the spearman and the elder villager. The shadowy man with the red and yellow eyes, General Quentin Zephyr, paced quickly through the jungle. He swatted away large bushes and plants with one hand, while gripping tightly to an ancient map in the other. His companions, the captains under his command that formed the Shadow Guard, walked behind him, keeping pace. "There's monsters in this jungle," said the man wearing the strange bark armor, peering into the depths of the glowing, luminescent woodland. The man was a captain of the Leviathan Network, the same rank as Barnaby Squallhawk, and went by the name of Erasmus Birch. "Should we hunt them?" grinned Erasmus. "I bet I can kill more than you, Friedra." Friedra was the woman with the multiple birds. She too was a captain in the criminal organization. Along with the shadowy man, General Quentin Zephyr, they made up the elite task force known as the Shadow Guard. "I very much doubt that," said Friedra. "Enough," said Quentin. "We're not competing on monster hunting. This isn't a vacation. We're not taking a time out. We have a mission to complete." Quentin's two companions went silent. "Just the way I like it," he grinned as he stepped forward in the jungle. They were only an hour away from the temple now. Sam and his companions continued forward through the jungle, making their way to the ancient temple of the Starfall Archipelago. The waves of mosquitoes had only gotten thicker and bigger as they made their way deeper into the throngs of the jungle. The only one not seemingly bothered by this, beyond the spearman captain, was Guildmaster Redfield. "You know," said the Guildmaster, noticing the rest of the group squirming and struggling at the onslaught of the annoying blood-sucking bugs, "if you channel your mana even inside of yourself to just outside of your flesh, it repels the mosquitoes away." Sam, Clara, and Toby all heard those words with hope. "It works!" cried Toby with glee. Everyone rejoiced, except for Captain Mordecai, who wasn't a traveler, and still had to contend with the bugs. "I'm happy for you all," grumbled the captain. "Don't worry," said Edgar, grinning mischievously. "If you walk beside me, my mana will repel them for the both of us." "You'd really do that for me?" Mordecai seemed overjoyed. "Sure," said the Guildmaster, "so long as you admit that you stole my soap, you unlawful son of a—" "Pah, I don't give in to the demands of madmen," said the pirate, swatting a mosquito away as he spoke. "I'll stick with my bugs." Sam blocked out the noise of his companions and focused on the logistics of the mission in front of them. Sam knew that they were just over half a day from the temple by his estimation, meaning they would most likely arrive at the temple tomorrow around noon. That was disconcerting, as Sam imagined General Zephyr had already been traveling to the temple potentially days earlier than them. They already had a head start and could be arriving in front of the temple any minute now. This is no good, Sam thought. He considered what he knew about the ancient temple from his previous timeline. He knew that it was a temple with two entrances. If things played out as they currently were set, General Zephyr would be entering the temple from his entrance far earlier than they could make it to their closest entrance. Sam would prefer it if they could stop General Zephyr from getting into the temple at all. Sam considered their options and quickly formed a new plan. It was time to shake things up. An hour or so later, General Quentin Zephyr stepped out of the jungle into a clearing that showcased a wondrous ancient ziggurat lost hidden in the depths of the starry and magical jungle. Finally, he thought, the lost Carvasi Temple. Just as he and his companions took a step forward, a wave of deadly pink mana shot forward towards them. Quentin raised his arms to block the attack, and his companions did something similar. The wave of damage smashed them backwards onto the ground. Gathering his bearings, Quentin took in the person who had just surprise attacked them. This is a curious change of events, General Zephyr thought, taking in the powerful man in front of him. It was the world-renowned Edgar Redfield, Guildmaster of the Travelers' Guild Hall, Master Tier Traveler, one of the Apex Quartet. A tricky situation, General Zephyr thought, trying to think of how to move forward here. A tricky situation indeed. 50. Sam's heart raced as him and his companions sprinted across the jungle. He had his shadow blade out, mowing down bushes as he ran to clear the way for the group behind him. The spearman captain ran right behind him, telling him the directions to the ancient Carvasi Temple so that Sam knew the correct path and didn't lead them astray. Sam was amazed by the state of his endurance. Years ago, his throat would have been burning, his muscles spasming, but now he could run for a significantly long time with relative ease. It was just one of the many inhuman characteristics one gained as they rose in power as a traveler. Even still, his heart raced. It wasn't an endurance issue, it was an emotional one. Sam knew the clock was ticking for them to get to the ancient Carvasi Temple before General Quentin Zephyr and the Shadow Guard raided it for its powerful treasures. Sam had sent Edgar far ahead of them to race across the archipelago to get in the Shadow Guard's way. With the Guildmaster's spirit druid ability to transform into a spirit werewolf, Edgar had the best shot of getting across the archipelago fastest. Sam could have used his blood manipulation wings to get there faster as well, but he figured it best for him to stay with the group, as he would have the best understanding of the ancient Carvesi temple's puzzles and challenges once they got there, due to his knowledge from his past life. While Sam felt confident he could have taken on the individual members of the Shadow Guard one-on-one, to take all three of them on, that would require the skills and extra power of a master-tier traveler like Guildmaster Redfield. "I hope I've not given you an impossible task, Edgar," Sam thought. He'd sent their strongest fighter into a very challenging fight to stall their enemies. Now they had to fulfill their duty and get to the ancient temple as soon as possible. Edgar channeled pink spirit druid mana into his arms as two falcons of the strange bird ladies came flying right at him. He batted his arms, swatting the birds away. The birds flew off to the side but were quickly able to recalibrate, spin in the air and come right back at him. Interesting, Edgar thought, taking in the information. The birds are more powerful than normal birds. They're either conjured beasts or they level up alongside the woman's class. What had become clear, at the very least, was that Edgar wouldn't be able to ignore the birds. They were more than a simple distraction. They were another threat to add to the pile of opponents he was currently dealing with. Just as Edgar had gained a few seconds respite from the attacking birds, by moving position, a new attack came from a nearby tree. The glowing branch of a nearby tree, sparkling with the starlight from above, suddenly stretched out and sharpened like a pincer heading straight for Edgar's heart. The master-tier traveler backflipped away from it, only to find General Zephyr coming at him with a silver dagger. They're unrelenting, Edgar thought, keeping tabs on all the moving parts of the battle. If they hadn't spotted his initial surprise attack, they would have all been killed by the sheer power of his attack. That had been his original plan: destroy them before they even had a chance to retaliate. Now that they were retaliating, however, he needed to focus on his next strategy. His opponents were no fools. As soon as they recognized they were fighting a much stronger opponent, they attacked without any fear or hesitation in an effort to catch him off guard. Unfortunately for them, Edgar had been a superior opponent for most people for a very long time. He knew all the tricks pesky flies might throw at him. General Quentin Zephyr narrowed his eyes in annoyance at the master-tier traveler who had come out of nowhere. What rotten luck, he thought. They were so close to the ancient temple and retrieving the lost pendant. They were on the precipice of achieving the ultimate goal of the Leviathan network, and now Edgar Redfield, master-tier traveler and one of the infamous Apex Quartet, of all people, showed up to stand in their way. Quentin followed through with the motions of the fight, swinging his dagger and chasing after the man, as the master-tier traveler dodged Phaedra's birds and Erasmus's arboreal strikes. All the while, Quentin was thinking through a way to defeat their deadly opponent. Going over what he knew about the master-tier traveler and his ability set, and how they were going to defeat them. Then a new idea emerged in his head. Oh yes, he thought to himself, very good. Edgar continued fighting his three opponents, gathering more and more information about them, planning multiple steps ahead to ultimately crush them. The Guildmaster was avoiding going for risky, powerful strikes, as he knew the ultimate aim was to stall for time, so that Sam and the rest of the group could get to the bottom of the ancient Carvesi temple's challenges before their enemies. While destroying their enemies would solve the problem, doing so at the risk of even one of them getting into the temple and having an almost 10-hour head start over his companions was just not worth it. So Edgar would keep battling them for as long as it took, to either tire his enemies out or a less risky opening for destroying them arrived. Either way, he was happy to wait. Just as he about to throw a high kick at the annoying incoming birds, he lost sensation in his legs. What? He looked down to see shadowy tendrils wrapped around his legs, locking him in place. While it would have been great to take down the mighty Edgar Redfield, said Quentin Zephyr, we have more important things to attend to. The trio of rogue travelers headed towards the temple's entrance as Edgar lay still and paralyzed. A clever plan, Edgar snickered to himself, but not clever enough. 51. Sam swung his arms, slashing at the incoming foliage as he rushed across the archipelago towards the ancient Carvesi temple.
They were getting closer. "How's Edgar doing?" said Sam, looking over his shoulder to Princess Muriel. The whole plan relied on Edgar either defeating General Zephyr and the Shadow Guard outright or stalling them for time. If their enemies were able to beat Edgar or somehow neutralize him, they would be in big trouble. They had created a plan, however, to communicate with one another when they became separated by a huge distance. Princess Muriel nodded her head to Sam's question and got to work. As the green-haired girl ran behind them, she gestured at the air, creating a globule of translucent energy. She then whispered into it, "Edgar, how are you doing?" before blasting it out into the air. After 5 minutes of running, the globule of energy returned back to Princess Muriel. As she received the message from Edgar, the girl's face went entirely pale. That was all Sam needed to know, that things were not going according to plan. Edgar squirmed within the grip of the shadow tendrils holding him still on the ground. A few moments earlier, a globule of manipulated sound waves came near him, and Edgar had to make an awkward judgment call. His enemies were in sight, so he wanted them to not even notice the presence of the globule, and if they did, he wanted them to think it was a strange phenomenon related to the Starfall archipelago. Basically, Edgar didn't want his enemies to be clued into the fact that he had allies working in tandem to thwart the Leviathan Network's goals. So, in the end, he had offered the sound wave bubble a pained grunt. It was the truth of the state he was in, but it didn't communicate that he had a foolproof plan to escape it. If it freaked his companions out, Edgar figured that would only spur them to travel through the jungle faster. With the sound globule now out of sight, Edgar had to focus on escaping the clutches of the shadow tendrils currently paralyzing him. And fast. His paralysis was due to powerful shadow magic at work, and the trick against defeating shadows was simple. With his arms and body that were still free to move, Edgar put his plan to work. General Zephyr and his companions hurried across the clearing towards the ancient Carvasi temple. They rushed past the squirming Edgar Redfield. "The fool," Zephyr thought to himself. "We never needed to defeat you outright. We just needed to neutralize you, and it looks like the mighty Master-tier Traveler wasn't good enough to prevent us from doing so." The entrance to the mighty ancient ziggurat beckoned them forward. A shadowy partition in the wall, and that would let them enter and explore the lost temple's depths. Quentin Zephyr took another step towards the ancient ruin, his two companions right behind him. Just as they were about to enter, a huge, bright light filled the area, blinding them all. "Ah, what's this?" In the bright, blinding light, Quentin felt something smash into his body and send him hurtling across the clearing, away from the entrance to the temple. A horrible, aching pain throbbed throughout his body. He quickly checked his mana sense to make sure his companions were still alive. Indeed, they were. But something devastating had happened. As the blinding light cleared away, Quentin could see that Edgar Redfield was no longer in the trapped position he had been before. In fact, Edgar Redfield, at least how he looked before, was nowhere to be seen. Towering over them now was a terrifyingly powerful beast composed entirely of pink, flaming energy. The man before them could hardly be called a man. A throbbing flame of pink energy loomed before them. The swirling flame of spirit energy took on the shape of a wolf. A long, ethereal snout emerged first, tapering into a fine point with nostrils flaring, releasing puffs of pinkish mist into the cool night air. The contours of the head became more distinct, revealing fierce, glowing eyes that struck a feeling of dread in Quentin Zephyr's heart that made him not want to meet the creature's gaze. From the head, the form expanded, broadening into a majestic chest and powerful limbs. Each movement was fluid, as if the creature were sculpted from a living, breathing fire. The limbs stretched out with a grace that belied their strength, ending in sharp claws that glinted with a spectral light, capable of slicing through both flesh and spirit. The group of rogue travelers were witnessing the very transformation ability that had made Edgar Redfield infamous across Westria. Spirit werewolf mode. Sam and his companions continued to hurry through the Starfall archipelago.
The black-haired traveler hacked through the dense, vine-draped foliage that blanketed the archipelago with his shadow blade. The pitch-black sword and glowing purple runes shimmered through the early morning darkness. Each swing of his blade sent a spray of dew into the air. The air was thick with the earthy scent of damp moss and the distant roar of the ocean beating against the rocky shores. Eventually, a sign of hope came. The stars of night began to fade away with the rising sun. It was a curious sight to see. With the rising sun, the jungle actually grew darker as the leaves and ground lost their reflective sparkle. But even more promising than the coming day was a large stone structure poking beyond the trees. The ancient Carvesi temple. We're so close now, Sam thought. Pushing through the jungle had never been a physical battle, at least not for him. It had always been a mental challenge, an emotional endurance test in a race against time. The group pushed forward even harder now. And soon enough, the jungle gradually opened up as Sam and his companions approached the eastern side of the ancient Carvesi temple. The oppressive undergrowth gave way to a large clearing. The temple rose majestically before them. The structure was silent and imposing amongst the quiet serenity of the jungle. Sam grinned. We did it. 52. Empowered by his incredible transformation, Edgar Redfield towered over his enemies. A surge of power and energy coursed through his body. It was always a strange experience, transforming into a spirit werewolf. Even more strange was the experience of being a spirit werewolf. The transformation was as you expected, bulging muscles, an increasing roar and fury of power all throughout your body. It was the next part that was even more strange, however. Edgar was both himself and not. Transforming into a spirit werewolf didn't feel like leaving one's body as one might expect. It was more like experiencing one's body mutate and change, and then instantly be living in that changed body. People didn't normally change so quickly. It was like a 5-year-old experiencing what it would feel like to be a 35-year-old. It was disconcerting enough to throw one off balance. It had taken Edgar years of practice to have full conscious control over his spirit werewolf transformation ability, not to mention remaining calm and balanced as he experienced himself in this new form, a bipedal wolf surrounded by swirling flames of pink energy. Edgar took in his enemies, cowering on the ground where his powerful smack had knocked them. They really hadn't been expecting that, had they? His opponents had expected to run past him and enter the temple and leave him behind, paralyzed. They had foolishly underestimated him. As they had run past him, Edgar had raised up his hands and cultivated so much spirit mana in his fists that he had created a powerful, bright, blinding light. The light he created was so powerful it obliterated the shadow tendrils that had been paralyzing him. Shadow magic cannot thrive in such potently luminous conditions. Once Edgar had broken free of the paralyzing shadow spell, he realized he needed to get to full power if he was going to take all 3 of these rogue travelers on at once. While he had originally used his spirit werewolf transformation to gallop across the archipelago to thwart the rogue travelers' plans, he had transformed back to normal in an effort to keep his surprise attack surprising. Now, however, Edgar knew he needed to go all out if he wanted to defeat these 3. Sam took in the ancient temple towering before him and his companions. It was a magnificent sight to behold. Loads of journals and textbooks and sketches from his previous timeline rushed through his head as he compared his mental notes to the real thing in front of him. The lost temple of the ancient Carvesi civilization. Here we are, sighed Toby. Are we sure we really want to go in there? Yes, of course, said Clara, nudging him. I would have thought you'd be more eager. Hieroglyphs, ancient books, ancient knowledge. These are all the things a young wizard would love to explore? Sure, Toby replied, minus the giant spiders and whatever other monstrosities dwell in the temple's depths. Spiders, schmiders, said Captain Mordecai, beaming with a huge grin at the sight of the ancient temple. Does anyone else already feel richer? Do your shoulders hurt just thinking about all the treasure that will be weighing us down as we carry it out? The spearman captain turned to the pirate, and with a stone-cold expression said, "It is forbidden to take anything from the temple." Mordecai raised his hands in defense. "All right, boss, whatever you say. You'll be there to keep an eye on us, won't you?" The spearman captain shook his head. "It's against the rules of my people," he said. "We took a vow to guard and protect the temple, but to never enter it ourselves." "Ah, makes sense," said Mordecai. "Well, I hear you loud and clear. No taking anything from the temple. That's a pirate's promise." Princess Muriel's eyes narrowed suspiciously at the man. "A pirate's promise, huh? Not the most reassuring promise, if you ask me." Sam ignored the rest of the group's chattering and took a step towards the ancient ziggurat's entrance. He felt the breeze of the southern sea, even this deep into the jungle of the Starfall archipelago, gently across his face. On the ground level of the ziggurat was a large opening in the middle. The opening was shrouded in black shadow, a mysterious curiosity beckoning Sam forward. The group behind him quieted down as they watched him move closer and closer to the temple. Sam could hear their cautious footsteps begin to step forward to catch up with him. This was a momentous occasion. No one in Westrian history had landed on the Starfall archipelago. All they had was knowledge from Carvesi stone carvings and ruins picked up by scholars, historians, and archaeologists, picked up and dissected for over 1,000 years. This is truly remarkable, Sam thought, as he stepped forth into the shadows of the temple. Here we go. The shadows of the ancient temple opened up to a stairwell that went deep underground the archaic structure. After 2 minutes of having entered the temple, a loud noise echoed behind them. Sam turned around to see a stone wall had closed the entrance shut. "Great," said Toby. "That's reassuring." Sam let the others complain. So far, based on his knowledge from his previous timeline, nothing unexpected had yet to happen. As Sam and the group traveled further down into the temple's depths, magical torches lit the stairwell, sensing the group's movements. In the flicker of the magical torchlight, ancient hieroglyphs and drawings were found carved and etched into the walls. It was hard to tell if the carvings revealed actual official Carvesi history or whether they were depicting a famous legend or myth. The carvings showed a group of people emerging from a portal of some kind. The people had ears like elves. Fascinating, Sam thought. The ancient Carvesi civilization was actually so old, it predated the earliest known records of elves. In his time in the library of the Glittering Forest, he had looked to see if any elven scholars had written on the subject of the Carvesi civilization. But from his brief time in the library, he had found nothing of note. The group eventually reached the bottom of the stairwell and stepped forth into another room. The magical lights in the room flickered on, turning purple. Once again, a stone door fell behind them, locking them into this new chamber. Sam smirked. As expected, they had entered the first challenge room. 53. General Quentin Zephyr's eyes winced as he took in the shimmering wolf creature towering over him and his comrades. A swirling dance of powerful spirit druid mana glimmered in front of him. Quentin Zephyr couldn't really distinguish whether he was seeing a wolf composed of powerful flames, or if it was the flames of spirit druid mana that had taken on a life of their own in the shape of a wolf. Either way, the creature in front of him was a terrifying and magnificent sight. So, this is the mighty spirit druid werewolf transformation ability I've heard so much about, Quentin thought to himself. I guess we should be honored that the mighty master-tier traveler felt the need to utilize his most powerful and renowned ability. From what Quentin had read and heard about Edgar Redfield, the spirit werewolf was even more powerful and deadly than the traveler was in his normal human form. They were now dealing with a monster of pure destruction. They didn't have time to waste. He looked to his companions and nodded. They needed to neutralize the threat as soon as possible. They rushed forward, attacking the spirit werewolf all at once. Edgar's nostrils flared as his 3 opponents sprinted towards him. In werewolf mode, his senses were far more extreme. Everything, sights, smells, movement, was all so much more intense. He experienced everything on a visceral level when he transformed into a spirit werewolf. It was a symphony of smells. The feathers of Friedrich Holt's two powerful birds flying towards him, the earthy stench of Erasmus Birch's bark armor, and the subtle, calm breaths of General Quentin Zephyr. The intensity of his senses combined to give Edgar a powerful peripheral vision. It was almost like he had eyes in the back of his head. It was instrumental to taking on so many opponents at once. He ducked as the birds each came in, trying to scratch his face off with their claws. He then leapt in the air as a shadow tendril rushed across the ground to attack him. Edgar then back-rolled away as a powerful root exploded out of the ground. Tufts of dirt sprayed across the battlefield. Even in werewolf mode, Edgar grimaced at the onslaught he was currently facing. He knew he was more powerful than each member of this group individually, but so long as they had an advantage of numbers over him, he was going to struggle. It was time for him to remove that advantage. Erasmus Birch scowled as the spirit werewolf continued to dodge both him and his comrades' attacks, but mainly, he was angry that the master-tier traveler kept dodging specifically his attacks. He wanted to be the one who dealt the killing blow on the famous traveler. The slayer of Edgar Redfield had a certain ring to it. He would go down in history for such a victory, and he shuddered just thinking about if his rival and comrade, Friedrich Colt, landed the killing blow. She would be insufferable. He wasn't sure if he could live in such a world. So for that reason, he felt an incredible urgency and zeal to defeat Edgar Redfield, killing him once and for all. He triggered his abilities of his super-rare traveler class, Arboreal Arcanist, once again. At Journeyman tier, even his original Novice tier ability, Tree Manipulation, had a magnificent depth to its powers. Erasmus Birch tapped into the root system of the many trees nearby, planning to create deadly explosive blasts all across the battlefield. There was no way the spirit werewolf would be able to escape such an onslaught of attacks. The Journeyman tier rogue traveler tapped into the network of roots, seizing power of all the trees nearby, only to see the network diminish rapidly. What the? Huge meteors of spirit mana fell from the sky, obliterating the ground all around them, including the trees. Erasmus Birch's eyes bulged as he took in a huge radius of tree burn in front of him. That tricky piece of garbage, Erasmus shuddered. With the power of his Arboreal Arcanist class abilities, Erasmus watched as the root network of the trees disintegrated and diminished rapidly. His opponent hadn't destroyed all the trees, but had destroyed enough in the nearby vicinity to seriously handicap Erasmus's abilities. The trees he could manipulate were now further away, requiring more power and energy to take advantage of their roots and push them into where the current battle was taking place. The situation meant his abilities would be slower and more easily telegraphed. The tricky fighter had seriously undercut his powers in a single stroke. Erasmus smirked. He could be tricky too, though. Quentin Zephyr whipped out another shadow tendril at his enemy. He kept one eye on his enemy while another was scanning the battlefield, looking for an opening. The general scowled at the sight of his comrade, Erasmus, flailing. Their master-tier opponent had effectively neutered Erasmus's abilities significantly. That was a problem. The best solution was to slowly move the battlefield closer towards part of the forest that hadn't been destroyed. And that's what Quentin Zephyr was doing with his current attacks. Slowly nudging the spirit werewolf closer to the trees where Erasmus could be better able to take advantage of his powers. The spirit werewolf continued to dodge all of their attacks as Quentin and his shadow guard kept the master-tier traveler on the back foot. We just need to retain control of the bat. Quentin's eyes widened. It happened in a second. Edgar Redfield had been dodging their attacks, dancing between the onslaught of abilities, and then, in a split-second shift, he moved so fast, he vanished. In less than a blink, the spirit werewolf was behind Erasmus Birch, towering over him. In just as little time, the giant flaming claws of the werewolf slashed through the Arboreal Arcanist, ripping the man to shreds. Edgar didn't even turn down to look at his enemy collapsing onto the ground in a pile of dead flesh. He simply looked at his remaining opponents with anger and focus. One down, two more to go. 54. Sam closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Within his inner mind, Sam was an ocean of calm. All the while his companions around him tensed, panicked, screamed, and paced around the new underground chamber they had just been trapped inside. "Where are we?" Princess Muriel asked softly. Sam knew that this was the first of a series of rooms that featured trials and challenges meant to deter anyone from going deeper within the ancient Carvesi temple. He opened his eyes and took in the first challenge room. The room was a stone room, lit by torches, revealing a wall full of panels of different ancient glyphs from the lost Carvesi language. The closed stone doorway on the other side of the chamber had 3 empty squares above it, representing 3 empty panels. Above the 3 empty panels was a carved drawing in the stone. The drawing showcased a stick figure with pointy ears raising his hands with energy glowing off of him and opening forth a passageway. Much less cryptic and a lot more disconcerting was the rotten, decrepit skeleton in the far left corner of the room. "That will be us in a couple of hours if we don't figure a way out of here," said Toby. "Yeah, I'm starting to wish I stayed outside the temple with the spearman captain," said Clara. Sam ignored everyone, taking in the first challenge room. The room was presenting them with a puzzle. They either solved it, or they ended up like the cobwebbed skeletal remains in the corner. "How the heck do we get out of here then?" said Captain Mordecai, waddling over to the wall on the right. "What the heck are these?" Mordecai reached out to the wall, hands wide. Sam's eyes bulged. "No, don't!" It was too late. Mordecai's palm pressed against the panel. The stone panel was of a circle that spiraled outward from its center point, almost reminiscent of a thumbprint. Upon being pressed, the perimeter of the panel, along with the symbol, glowed a bright blue color as it slid deeper into the wall. A huge sphere of energy began to form just beyond the panel itself. "Everyone get out of the way!" Sam screamed. The bright sphere glowed out and shot a powerful beam right into the opposite wall. The attack lasted about 5 seconds before the light disappeared. The panel stopped glowing and returned to its original position in the wall. "Okay, great," said Toby. "So currently we can die either by running out of oxygen or by pressing any one of these many trapped panels." "Noted." "Yeah, maybe we should have a rule that we don't touch any of the panels without seeking consensus first," said Clara. Everyone turned to Captain Mordecai. The captain blushed. "My bad." Everyone took a moment to catch their breath and re-examine the room. With the group slightly more calm after the accidental beam attack, Sam explained what he'd already pieced together about the room. "I believe we need to press the panels associated with the image in front of us," said Sam. "How are we supposed to do that in a language we don't understand?" asked Princess Muriel. Sam grinned. "We know more than you realize," he said. "We know what that symbol means." He pointed to the circle spiraling outwards. "Do we?" asked Clara. Sam nodded. "Based on the beam of light that came out and attacked us, I believe the symbol represents energy, or, more precisely, mana." Everyone nodded. "We can work our way backwards from that," said Sam. "Let's take a moment to look over the symbols and then discuss after a few minutes." The group dispersed and began slowly examining the wall of symbols in front of them. Toby had materialized an inky feather and scroll to write down all of the symbols he saw. The room itself was a treasure. They had potentially uncovered a huge piece of the lost ancient Carvesi language. The discoveries and implications were immense. As Sam looked over the glyphs, he began to see many that confirmed his belief that the spiraling circle was the Carvesi symbol for mana. There were many other symbols that contained the spiraling circle, along with something else. There was a spiraling circle covered in flames, another one with a wave, another with lightning. Sam quickly surmised that the first spiraling circle referenced mana in a generic sense, while the others referenced more specific elemental variations of mana. He shared these findings with the others. "But if we're trying to match the symbols to the carved drawing," said Mordecai, pondering out loud. "I pressed the mana one already, and it looks like the figure in the drawing is using mana. So what the heck?" Sam nodded. I think we need to press the glyphs in a certain order, said Sam. So I suspect we would press the mana symbol second. So we need a symbol for person, and then a symbol for door opening, said Toby. It still feels like a lot of guesswork. The group returned to the glyphs on the wall, as well as the carved drawing. Sam stared at the carved drawing. It was so interesting. The figure in the drawing had pointy ears. Were they depicting elves or Carvesians? Also, if this ancient temple was meant to guard against intruders, a puzzle done in the Carvesi language was a good obstacle for Sam and his companions, but surely it wouldn't be that difficult for another Carvesian. Unless the Carvesians knew that they weren't protecting the temple's secrets from themselves, but from a far-off intruder. An intruder from a distant, unthinkable future. Sam looked away from the carved drawing and then to the glyphs on the wall. He suddenly remembered the secret zone of his core's inner realm that he had accessed during the trials of his second tribulation. It had been a distant memory. One of two people dropping him off in front of the spectral church as a baby. The memory shot through him, and suddenly Sam looked at the glyphs with a new sense of understanding. He looked at the symbols, and somehow he could intuitively piece together their meaning. He pointed to the symbol of a full circle. The circle was the Carvesi symbol for person. The empty circle could house the spiraling circle that mana represented inside of itself. Sam couldn't explain why, but he could understand the logic behind the glyphs now. He looked around the room once more and pointed to a sign of two lines not touching but diagonally going outward. This was the symbol for open. Sam couldn't explain how he knew that, but he just did. He explained all of that and what he thought the correct answers were to his companions. They all nodded and gave him the go-ahead to proceed and press the symbols. Sam walked over to the empty circle and pressed it. The glyph glowed and then appeared in the first empty square above the door. Everyone grinned and nodded. They were now a third of the way to passing this challenge. Sam then pressed the swirling circle. The glyph glowed and then appeared in the second empty square above the door. Sam sighed with relief. He then reached out to press the final symbol. "Here we go," said Sam. "We'll find out if my premonitions were right." He pressed down on the final symbol. 55. Friedra Colt's whole body shivered with horror as she watched her comrade, Erasmus Birch, collapse on the ground in a pile of diced flesh. A puddle of blood spooled out from the man's shredded remains. Looming over all the chaos and destruction was the huge werewolf composed of flaming spirit energy. Its eyes were like daggers, staring across the battlefield as it panted and caught its breath. Friedra's heart thumped against her chest. Every fiber in her body was telling her to run, to get away from this thing. This monster had killed her comrade and friend, Erasmus, within seconds. The creature had moved with lightning speed and had cut through Erasmus's journeyman tier-strengthened body with absolute ease. Edgar Redfield, the master tier traveler, one of the mighty Apex Quartet, was living up to his name. Friedra took a deep breath. She needed to calm herself down, rid herself of the fear and panic. Such emotions would only get her killed. She quickly glanced over to General Zephyr. Her eyes locked with the General's eerie eyes, taking in both the yellow eye and the red one. It was just her and the General now. They needed to finish this quick, before the monstrosity ripped them to shreds just like it did Erasmus. Edgar caught his breath. He felt his heart pounding against his chest. It didn't even feel like it was his own heart. It was a mutation, a transformation. It was an amalgam of his heart and the spirit werewolf's. He was both there and not there, present and not present. To maximize the spirit werewolf's power, he had to give in to its animalistic ferocity. When he had slashed his opponent, his powerful werewolf claws, composed of pure flaming spirit druid mana, ripped through the journeyman tier traveler with absolute ease. There had been less resistance than a hand gently running itself through a riverbed. Killing had never been so easy. Killing shouldn't be that easy, Edgar thought to himself with aggravation.
It was why he had dedicated his life to protecting those who couldn't protect themselves, along with training those brave souls who wanted to take on the same burden as him of defending the powerless. He killed so others didn't have to. He killed so those who sought power to lord it over others had second thoughts about doing so. He killed so those who trained as rogue travelers, hoping to make the weak suffer, could be banished from this world. One down, two more to go. The words echoed in Edgar's mind like a mantra. He needed to finish this, and finish this quick. His eyes zeroed in on the woman with the birds. The birds were a problem. They were basically additional opponents that he needed to worry about and balance in his mind with every move that he made. And then, like an artist's stroke of inspiration, he suddenly knew what he had to do. Friedra Colt kicked her boots off the ground, charging at the spirit werewolf. Her eyes widened as the flaming energy wolf made a move towards her at the exact same time. I need to retreat, dodge, or faint, Friedra thought, her mind racing. There was simply no way in a direct clash between the two of them that she would come out alive. The spirit werewolf was just simply so much stronger than her. But she didn't need to kill the spirit werewolf, she just needed to occupy its attention, until the general could come in with the killing blow and finish this nightmarish battle once and for all. She dug her heels in the ground and quickly jumped and flipped backwards away from the rampaging spirit werewolf coming at her. That will buy me a few more seconds, Friedra grinned. I can do this all day. But then, her heart suddenly sank. The spirit werewolf shifted as well, and Friedra realized in that moment that the werewolf hadn't been targeting her. It had been targeting one of her birds. The werewolf snatched one of her powerful birds and held it tightly within its grip. Friedra gulped. A pang of guilt rushed through her body as she saw her bird squirm within the grip of the spirit werewolf. The werewolf gestured with its hands that it was preparing any second now to twist the bird's neck and end its life. Tears welled up in Friedra's eyes. I won't let him, she thought. She rushed towards the spirit werewolf with reckless abandon. General Quentin Zephyr had been keeping his distance in the fight, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. His eyes widened with absolute shock, terror, and anger at the sight of Friedra Colt rushing towards the spirit werewolf. The foolish woman, he thought. She was going to get herself killed. Suddenly, a grin began to form on Quentin's face. Unless... Edgar watched as Friedra Colt rushed towards him. He held tightly on the woman's powerful magical bird, ready to twist its neck and end its life. Friedra Colt screamed with rage as she barreled towards him. Everything is going according to plan, Edgar thought. The woman was truly in an impossible spot. She either let her bird companion die, or she risked a high likelihood of getting killed herself in an effort to save the bird. The fact that the woman was going for the riskier of the two options showed that some humanity remained in the rogue traveler who had famously murdered countless innocent people across her lifetime. And, for that, Edgar would end her life quick and painlessly. He twisted the bird's neck, killing it instantly, letting it drop to the ground. He then readied himself to slash Friedra to bits, when a huge force of energy burst forth from her stomach. It looked like a huge and thick, inky black nail bursting forth from her chest. Friedra's eyes bulged with pain. The black force shooting through Friedra's stomach powered through and pierced Edgar's chest, breaking through the flaming spirit energy barrier and into his flesh. Ah! Edgar screamed. At first, Edgar thought this had been a secret attack of Friedra's, but then he realized with horror what was happening. It had all occurred within seconds. The black force shooting through Friedra's stomach and then going so far as to pierce Edgar's. It wasn't Friedra's attack. It was Quentin's. The life was fading from Friedra's eyes, and over her shoulder, Edgar could see the Leviathan Network general grinning. The man had killed his own comrade just to weaken and injure his opponent. Edgar shuddered as the shadow pincer dug its way deeper into his flesh. Quentin Zephyr truly was a ruthless maniac. 56. The glyph on the wall glowed as soon as Sam pressed it. Blue light shone forth from the engraving as the panel began to slide deeper into the wall.
Everyone watched in silence as the panel disappeared from view, almost like it was being absorbed by the wall. It was now or never. They were all about to find out if Sam's intuition had been correct. If he was right, the final panel's symbol, that of two slightly diagonal lines opening up, would appear in the final empty panel above the locked doorway. If he was wrong, something terrible would happen. Maybe two diagonal swords shooting out of the floor to slice them all in half, or perhaps two diagonal fire blasts that would roast them all alive. In short, if Sam was wrong, something violent and awful was most likely going to happen. The panel stopped sinking into the wall. A noticeable click sound echoed throughout the room. Sam's heart thumped against his chest. He turned his eyes to the final empty panel on the wall above the door. He gulped. A moment of silence, and then the two diagonal lines emerged on the final panel. A collective sigh of relief echoed throughout the chamber. As Sam let out a deep breath, he felt his racing heart begin to steady. The relief was short-lived, however, as the entire chamber soon began to rumble and shake. "What's happening?" cried Toby. "We pressed all the correct panels, didn't we?" "Shut it, lesser boy," said Princess Muriel. "Your fear is contagious." "Don't use me as an excuse for your own terror," Toby snapped back. "Just admit you're as freaked out as I am." "Never," Sam interjected as calmly as he could. "Everyone breathe." The room kept shaking, but it was soon revealed that it was shaking not because of some trap that would soon obliterate them all, but rather that the stone door blocking their way forward was lifting out of the way, clearing the path forward to them. They had done everything right. They had pressed the right panels. They had cleared the first challenge room, surviving to face whatever dangers the subsequent rooms held for them. With the door finally cleared, nobody said anything. The rise and fall of panic was exhausting. The only thing that could be heard was Captain Mordecai squeakily undoing the top of his flask. "I need a drink." Edgar Redfield watched in horror as the life left Friedrich Colt's eyes. One moment she was there, looking at him with murderous intent, and in another, she was gone. That was it. Just gone. The guildmaster couldn't even say he had any positive feelings towards the rogue traveler. She was a murderer and a tyrant in her own right, and he had planned to finish her off himself. Yet he couldn't help but feel a swell of anger at the sight of such villainous treachery put forth by General Quentin Zephyr. What the man had done was unthinkable to Edgar Redfield. To murder one's own ally just to get ahead. Such utter disregard for the bonds shared between allies disgusted Edgar. He felt a rage boiling inside of him. Still in spirit werewolf mode, he grabbed hold of the shadow tendril that had pierced his flesh and began to slowly pull himself away from the penetrating attack. "Ugh!" Edgar groaned with pain as he continued to wrench the horrific shadow tendril free from his body. His eyes bulged and his whole body convulsed. Finally, blood and flesh splashed out of him as Edgar removed the shadow pincer. Panting and swaying slightly, he stared at Quentin Zephyr with fury. "How could you kill your own ally?" Edgar screamed, rushing towards the man. "You're nothing but worthless scum." Quentin Zephyr only laughed at Edgar. Anger coursed through the guildmaster's veins until finally he loomed over Quentin Zephyr and slashed the man again and again. "Die!" screamed Edgar. After slashing more times than Edgar could count, he finally stopped to take a breath and take a sight of the destroyed rogue traveler in front of him. Except what he saw was far more dismaying. There was no slashed up and blood-soaked flesh lying on the ground. No, there were just wisps of black, shadowy smoke. What the? Edgar turned to the temple door and could see it was no longer open. He then turned back to the wispy smoke that was already fading away. Unbelievable, Edgar thought. The guildmaster's energy was draining, and he felt himself transform back into his human form. In seconds, he was able to surmise what had happened. Quentin Zephyr had killed Friedrich Colt, but not as a means to destroy Edgar. That had never been the man's intent. It had all been a distraction to preoccupy Edgar, while the Leviathan Network General hurried into the temple to plunder its treasures. Edgar shook his head in dismay. He materialized a vial of red liquid from his inventory into the palm of his hands. He uncorked the bottle and lifted it up to his lips. He poured the healing liquid down his throat, swallowing it as fast as he could. The wounds on his chest began to stitch themselves back together. He had been hoping to take out all 3 of the Leviathan Network agents to save the young travelers the trouble, but it looked like his protégés were going to have to face General Quentin Zephyr on their own. "I'm sorry," Edgar thought as he walked his way to the temple door that wouldn't budge. "I tried to more than just buy you all time, but now you'll have to face the treacherous rogue traveler on your own." "Good luck," Edgar thought as he leaned back against the temple wall, futilely wondering what was still left for him to do to help. Good luck. High above, a lone falcon circled, its keen eyes scanning the landscape below. The bird, hidden by the clouds, had lost its owner and a fellow bird companion. It let out a mournful cry, the sound echoing in the vast expanse of the sky. 57. Sam and his companions stepped out of the first challenge room and into the next. As soon as Sam stepped through the shadows from one room to the next, some kind of motion-sensing magic was triggered, and the torches on the nearby walls instantly went from cold, dark, and empty to suddenly bright, lit, and aflame. Like the rumbling stone doorway that had given him and his companions a small fright, every step in this ancient temple seemed to trigger some kind of contraption, trap, or sensor. With every step they took, the magical gears of this temple were working in reaction to their movements. It was unsettling, and was keeping Sam and all of his companions on guard. Yet, as they descended down the spiraling stairwell to whatever the next challenge awaited them, Sam found his thoughts lingering elsewhere. He couldn't help thinking about that strange memory from the secret zone in his Monocore's inner realm. He wondered who those 2 shadowy figures were who had placed him as a baby in front of the spectral church's grand central cathedral so many years ago. More than that, he wondered what the connection between them and his ability to intuit the Carvesi glyphs was. For the last few years now, he had impressed people with his foresight and knowledge that he had gained from the future. This was the first time he had to ask himself in wonderment, how did I know that? Quentin Zephyr leaned his head against the cold stone wall that separated him and Guildmaster Redfield. He knew he didn't have any time to waste, and yet, still, he knew he needed to take a moment to catch his breath. It wasn't easy coming face to face with one's own potential death like that. Killing Friedra was the only way forward. He had no regrets. In chess, sometimes you had to sacrifice your pawns to get ahead. Friedra Colt and Erasmus Birch were nothing but pieces on a board to Quentin, and now that they were removed, he had no use for them in his mind or in his plans. He snickered, just thinking about Edgar Redfield's anger as he ripped Quentin's shadow doppelganger to shreds. What a fool, he thought. A man who believes in honor among allies is a man asking to be stabbed in the back. All members of the Leviathan Network swore an oath to something larger than themselves. None of their lives mattered so long as they succeeded at their ultimate aim. General Quentin Zephyr ran a hand through his hair. He was ready to keep pushing forward. 30 minutes later, Sam and his companions stepped over the dead remains of an ancient and mechanical golem, which had been the last obstacle in the final challenge room, and stepped into a large, airy chamber. They had reached the bottom room, situated at the central point below the ziggurat. A beam of light shone through from a hole at the very top of the ziggurat. The daylight illuminated a huge blue jewel resting on a pedestal at the center of the room. Sam smirked. It was as he suspected. So this is what the Leviathan Network is truly after. It was none other than a rare Carvesi artifact of legend, the Ocean Heart Amulet. Quentin Zephyr hurried down the torch-lit spiral staircase. He knew he had no time to waste. There was no way that a master-tier traveler like Edgar Redfield would have ended up in the Starfall Archipelago all by himself. He had to have been there with others, the other travelers mentioned in the intel report they had received from Krakenos. He knew from the ancient map that had led him and his companions to the Starfall archipelago that there was more than one entrance to the ancient temple. Redfield's companions must have entered the ancient building while the master-tier traveler had stalled Quentin and his allies just outside the temple. Quentin had a lot of catching up to do. He had to try and get to the treasure room before his enemies did, and if they had taken the Ocean Heart amulet, he would have to chase after them and take the treasure for himself. He would kill the majority of them and take one or two as hostages. Hostages were the only way he was going to escape from this island without Redfield killing him outright. He had to play against the man's emotions, which the foolish old brute clearly had. What a weakling, Quentin snickered as he stepped into the first challenge room. Sam and his companions all stood in awed silence in the ancient Carvesi treasure room. "What is that?" asked Toby. Before Sam could speak, Princess Muriel beat him to the punch. "It's the Ocean Heart amulet," she said in a hushed, reverent tone. "Scholars say it was the pinnacle of Carvesi magitechnology, so powerful that they feared destroying it, so they locked it away in their hidden outpost on the Starfall archipelago." Captain Mordecai's eyes widened. "I bet we can sell it for a lot of money." "We shouldn't touch it," said Sam. "What about all the ancient gold coins littering along the floor in the corner?" asked Mordecai. Sam shook his head. "Don't touch anything, you scoundrel," said Princess Muriel. Mordecai threw his hands in the air. All right, all right, all right. You don't have to say it so unkindly." Sam turned to Muriel. "What's the word on Edgar?" If Edgar had managed to defeat General Quentin Zephyr and his shadow guard, they could just walk away now. Leave this jewel alone. It would be best for both them and all of Westria if they did. Muriel clapped her hands together and began manipulating her sound waves around her. A huge whoosh of energy flowed all around her and shot out into the open hole at the top of the ziggurat. "Anything?" Muriel's face paled. "He says he defeated 2 of the rogue travelers," said Muriel. "But one is still coming. Their leader, General Quentin Zephyr." Sam nodded. They had to protect the Ocean Heart amulet from getting in Quentin Zephyr's hands at all costs. They only had a few minutes to prepare. 58. General Quentin Zephyr stepped into the first challenge room. His skin prickled with alarm as the door behind him closed firmly shut, locking him in the strange room. He quickly steadied his breathing. There was only so much oxygen in this room. He didn't want to waste it. There was no official timer except for his ability to keep breathing. He started panting in panic. Well, he was diminishing crucial seconds, if not minutes, off his overall timer. His eyes quickly scanned the room, taking in as much information as he could. Ancient Carvesi language, glyphs, pushable panels, and 3 cryptic empty panels at the front just above the door. Another cryptic carving above them. A puzzle in an ancient language, huh? Quentin Zephyr paused for a moment. He understood what the room was asking him. That much was clear. Press the 3 panels that correspond with the image above the door. That was the easy part. The hard part was Quentin had no knowledge of the ancient Carvesi language. He had a pretty good suspicion that he couldn't just press every panel and guess his way out of here. Surely there would be consequences to guessing wrong. But Quentin Zephyr hadn't risen to general within the powerful criminal organization of the Leviathan Network by simply following the rules and doing what he was told. No, there was always a shortcut. He looked over the panels a bit more. I wonder. He triggered his shadowmancy abilities, creating a wisp of shadow smoke. He sent the shadowy mist between the panels to the other side. He let the shadows explore the back portion of the paneling. Part of his shadowmancy skill was seeing beyond his own eyes to what his shadows could see. And what he was seeing was very interesting. All of the panels had a similar architecture to them, except for 3 panels. Quentin grinned. He had found his shortcut. 30 minutes later, Quentin found himself battling an ancient Carvesi automaton. He stretched out his arms, shadow tendrils shooting out across the chamber and puncturing the automaton's thick metal exterior. The automaton's eyes glowed red with fury. The metal plating began to crack, and Quentin's shadow tendrils wrenched and pierced deeper into the automaton's body, destroying its core. The metal golem fell to the floor destroyed. The final challenge room began to shake as the final door, separating him from the ancient Carvesi treasure room, slowly slid open. He closed his eyes and considered what to do next. He triggered a special ability. Shortly afterwards, he approached the door to the treasure room. Quentin walked slowly. His footsteps echoed across the sepulchral chamber. He had been waiting for his moment for a long time now. Stepping between the partition of the final challenge room and the treasure chamber, Quentin's eyes widened at the sight at the center of the room. A large, bright blue jewel. The Ocean Heart Amulet. He felt a rising pulse in his body. Looking at the amulet, he felt the sudden rush that comes with knowing something you've been coveting was soon to be yours. A craving was about to be satisfied. Just thinking that created a rising sensation of eagerness within him. A growing impatience. He wanted to sprint, no, gallop, and grab hold of the ancient artifact that he and his accomplices had spent years searching for. Surely, acquiring the Ocean Heart Amulet would give him everything he craved, a promotion from general to high general. He'd become closer to Krakenos, who knows, maybe even surpassing him and taking the reins of the criminal network to do his bidding. Quentin was practically salivating. And yet, even with those feelings, he approached the amulet with caution and trepidation. There was something about wanting something so bad that it was disconcerting. To be so obsessed with the outcome of a moment rid one of the pleasures of being in the moment itself. General Zephyr would let himself enjoy this moment. Halfway towards the amulet, Quentin began to hear a ringing sound. At first, the ringing sound felt like something far away in the distance. Then it got louder and louder. It got so loud, Quentin's face twitched uncomfortably. The ringing sound got so intense it felt like it was actually happening only inside his eardrums, scraping against his ear canals. He screamed in pain and suddenly found himself falling to the floor. Is this a trap set by the treasure room? He thought through the intel he had gotten on the other travelers he might come to face. A blood magic wielder, a wizard-class traveler specializing in water magic, and a warrior-class traveler who fought with a spear. None of his research mentioned sound manipulation or mental magic or whatever horrible power he was currently up against. All of which led him to believe it was the treasure room subjecting him to this tortuous ringing sound. That was, until Quentin looked up and watched a huge swirling beam of rushing water come his way. He had no time to react. Certainly not with the paralyzing ringing sound also affecting him. The water blast smashed into his chest, a ripple of pain coursing through him. The force of the water beam was so intense, it lifted Quentin off the ground and continued to push him across the chamber until his back smacked into the wall of the ancient Carvesi treasure room. The barrage of pain was so intense Quentin could barely make sense of it. It was simply too overwhelming. The incessant, shrill ringing. The water blast. Smashing against the wall. He was so deeply blinded with pain, he didn't even see the spear, flickering with magical energy, stab him right in the chest. The spear stabbed deep into his flesh, blood leaking out from the holes caused by the spear attack. Quentin's eyes widened as he saw a black-haired swordsman rush up to him next. He was helpless to defend himself against the incoming attacker. They really left no room for error, thought Quentin. It was the last thought he had before the black-haired swordsman sliced his head off. 59. Sam gripped his sword tightly as it made its destructive, final arc. The blade flew from one end of Quentin Zephyr's neck and out to the other in a flash. Just as quickly, the general of the Leviathan Network's head, catching the momentum and speed of Sam's sword slash, went hurtling off across the room. The flesh and brains splattered into the walls of the temple, the echo of the cracking skull reverberating outwards. Sam watched the scene unfold with a mixture of relief and grim satisfaction. The adrenaline coursing through his veins began to ebb, leaving behind a cold, weary ache. His heart hammered in his chest as he took a steadying breath, the taste of iron and dust sharp on his tongue. Good riddance, the swordsman thought, as he watched blood spurt out from Quentin's headless neck. With Quentin dead, they could leave the ancient temple and its dangerous treasures behind. They could reconvene with Edgar and then the rest of the Brine Buccaneers and continue on their way to Princess Muriel's homeland of Serenia. Commander Krakanos and the Leviathan Network's plan would be stymied by General Quentin Zephyr and the Shadow Guard's failed mission. That taking the rest of them out would be a piece of cake. From there, it would be no time at all before Sam and the crew would be reaching the shores of Opali, and their true mission of rescuing Queen Alice Grace could finally begin. Sam was about to breathe a sigh of relief when the blood spurting out of Quentin's headless neck suddenly started to transform in color. The crimson-red blood grew darker and darker at a rapid clip. First, the liquid turned brown like mud, continuing to darken until the fluid was completely black. Soon after that, the fluid began to lose its materiality, thinning almost. It was like the now black blood was evaporating at an extreme pace. It was at that point that Sam understood what was happening. The blood wasn't evaporating, it was turning into smoke. Shadow smoke. The charade had been worth it just for Quentin to see the dumbfounded faces on the foolish young travelers as he stepped into the treasure room of the ancient temple for what must have seemed to his enemies the second time. The flicker of disbelief in their eyes, the way their bodies tensed in readiness for another attack, brought a twisted smile to Quentin's lips. This was his stage, and they were merely players, dancing to the tune of his shadowy orchestration. He was very pleased that his opening strategy had been so effective. He had a feeling that his enemies might be waiting for him in the treasure room. A feeling that was then confirmed by his mana sense. There was only one thing to do at that point: send in a shadow doppelganger first. Quentin had hoped maybe the shadow doppelganger would prove to be an effective enough distraction that he could bolt into the treasure room and steal the Ocean Heart amulet without them even noticing. However, that wasn't the case when the group of travelers unleashed an utter onslaught of attacks and abilities upon his poor shadow doppelganger. There simply was no way of moving through that barrage safely and effectively. Even still, the shadow doppelganger became a sponge for all of their best abilities, and Quentin was then able to gather even more intel on all of them. The water specialist could shoot tidal wave-esque blasts. The spear warrior had a star magic-based attack. And then there was the sound-based attacks. That could mean only one thing: Princess Muriel was with them. Quentin couldn't imagine his luck. If he returned to Commander Krakanos in Serenia with both the Ocean Heart amulet and a captured Princess Muriel, he would surely be promoted and seen as the next most powerful person in the entire Leviathan network after Commander Krakanos. The general quickly observed the changing environment of the ancient treasure room and the after-effects of the fighting that had already taken place. The tidal waves from the wizard-class traveler with the water specialty left the stone floors slick and reflective, while the star magic of the warrior-class traveler had scorched the murals, leaving trails of glowing embers in their wake. Even the Serenian princess's sound-based attacks continued to subtly reverberate off the walls, creating disorienting echoes that added to the chaos of the treasure chamber. The general would have reveled in the surprise longer, but he also needed to take advantage of the moment of shock as well. He lifted up his arms, his fists closed tightly. He opened them up, and a huge wave of black smoke shot out in a huge circle around him, growing larger and larger, until the wave of black smoke energy knocked into each and every one of his enemies, sending them hurtling against the wall. The ability Quentin had triggered was his super-rare Shadowmancer class's apprentice-tier ability, Advanced Shadow Manipulation. Over the years, Quentin had raised that ability to level 4 and could now create an entire shockwave of shadow energy that could send people hurtling across rooms. A cascading echo of spines smacking into the ancient temple's walls, along with grunts and groans of pain, swirled all around. "Out of my way, fools," Quentin thought to himself, as he stepped towards the blue Ocean Heart amulet at the center of the room. With the group of enemies neutralized, Quentin closed the gap between him and the ancient treasure. He loomed over the amulet and reached out towards it. Time to take this amulet, kill these fools, take a hostage, and get the heck out of here, he thought gleefully to himself. As Quentin placed his fingers on the cold surface of the magnificent Ocean Heart amulet, he was annoyed to see out of the corner of his eye the black-haired swordsman getting to his feet with a smirk on his face. It was right at that moment that an explosion of green energy blasted out from the Ocean Heart amulet and all across the treasure chamber. 60. Sam had given everyone instructions, including Captain Mordecai, which was precisely why the pirate captain was at the far end of the ancient treasure chamber, doing as he was told. The captain had been instructed to stay back and get out of the way. Absolutely outrageous, Captain Mordecai thought to himself. Aboard the Merry Mackerel, he was the captain and commanded respect. And yet, here in the battles of travelers, he was nothing more than a bystander, someone to be protected. An obstacle, a complication. Mordecai's spiral of anger and rumination was only broken by the distraction of the rare gold coins on the ground. They were engraved with ancient Carvesian glyphs. Each coin must be worth thousands of Westrian coins. What a payday to even take a handful of these coins that were just lying on the ground, currently gathering dust. The daydream of bringing riches to him and his wonderful brine buccaneers was instantly shattered when a huge explosion of green necrotic energy blasted forth all across the room. Wisps of cascading luminescent green smoke swirled throughout the entire chamber like a huge cloud following a big blown breath against a dust-laden table. The swirling energy began to separate and crackle into multiple shapes across the room. There were too many individual shapes to count. Eventually, the shapes began to become more discernible, taking on the shapes of some kind of bipedal creature. The green energy began to harden and materialize into actual flesh and bone. Mainly bone. All across the treasure chamber were a horde of skeleton warriors. Commanding them all was one haunting presence at the center of the room. Like the skeleton warriors, this figure's face was a ghastly skull, the bone a bleach white and completely devoid of flesh. One empty eye socket glowed with a red light, casting an eerie shadow that danced across its skeletal visage. A metallic crown adorned its head, each jagged point glinting menacingly. The figure was draped in tattered black robes and held in one bony hand a staff of twisted metal. The staff was a marvel of sinister craftsmanship, with an intricate intertwined structure that culminated in a cross-like form at its peak. It pulsed faintly with an eldritch energy, the same malevolent force that animated its master. The creature was an ancient Lich King. The blast of green necrotic energy had smashed right into Quentin Zephyr, sending him hurtling across the ancient treasure chamber back to the doorway he had entered through. In a few precious seconds, Quentin had felt his fingers slip away from the prized artifact that was the Ocean Heart amulet and fly across the room to right where he had started. Worse, the doorways to the treasure room had begun to shake and tremble until they were completely sealed. There was no way out of this room with the amulet that didn't involve defeating the conjured skeleton warriors and the ancient Lich King who clearly commanded them. A pain shot through Quentin's back as he smashed into the wall. His body crumpled to the floor. As soon as he was able, he placed his palms on the ground and quickly pushed himself back up to his feet. His eyes rapidly scanned the battlefield, taking in the changing environment, with the huge increase of enemy combatants all around him. He took notice of his new and old enemies, but what he was most looking for was the Ocean Heart amulet. It was rolling on the floor near the pedestal it had originally been sitting on. With no wasted time, Quentin rushed towards it, pushing a throng of skeleton warriors away from him. As soon as he was close enough, he leaped through the air and clutched hold of the large blue orb with a bear hug as he crash-landed onto the ground. As soon as it was within his grasp, he dematerialized it into his inventory. Or, at the very least, he tried. He attempted to dematerialize it over and over again. So long as he kept the Ocean Heart amulet in his inventory, No one else would be able to get it. That had been Quentin's plan, at least. However, the ancient artifact could not be absorbed into his inventory. A message appeared across Quentin's retina. Item cannot be placed in traveler's inventory. Quentin shuddered with anger. You've got to be kidding me, he thought. He let go of the amulet and pushed himself back onto his feet. He would have to come back to the amulet later. He would need both arms to get through this fight. Sam gripped his blade and readied himself for the attack of an incoming skeleton warrior. The animated skeleton lifted up its arm, gripping its bony fingers around a large sword. Gotcha, Sam thought as a glint sparkled in his eye. He had been waiting for that exact moment, the vulnerability before an attack. With lightning quickness, Sam slashed his sword upward, completely severing the skeleton warrior's arm from the rest of his body. The warrior was neutered and could no longer even threaten Sam. The black-haired swordsman then let out a series of quick slashes until the skeleton was nothing but ashy dust floating down to the temple's floor. With a quick moment of respite, Sam scanned the battlefield. So far, everything was going according to plan. Or, at least, Sam's prepared backup plan when it turned out that the first Quentin Zephyr to enter the treasure room had been a shadow doppelganger was now going to plan. He knew from his research from his previous timeline that the Ocean Heart amulet would be booby-trapped. He figured they might as well let Quentin step into the trap first. Now, in the chaos of the aftermath, they had to finish this. To his left, he could see Toby, Clara, and Muriel all fighting off skeleton warriors while protecting Mordecai behind them. To the pirate captain's credit, he was firing off his musket and managing to deal some significant damage to the lesser skeleton warriors. All help is good help, Sam thought. He then focused in on Quentin Zephyr across the treasure chamber. Sam started to dart towards the enemy while shouting to his allies behind. You guys focus on taking on the Lich King and the skeleton warriors. Leave the general for me. 61. Clara watched Sam dart off across the treasure chamber to take on General Quentin Zephyr of the Leviathan Network. She watched only for a second before the black-haired swordsman disappeared in the throngs of the chaotic battlefield. So, lads and lasses, said Captain Mordecai, a slight quiver in his voice. What's the plan here? What's the problem? Sniped Muriel. I thought you loved adventure. In the last 20 seconds, when we've suddenly gotten surrounded by undead skeleton warriors, I've had a moment of reflection. Maybe I love the outcomes of adventure, treasures, stories to tell at the pub, much more than the actual process of adventure, What a wonderful realization to have just before we all die, sighed Toby. The wizard-class traveler held out his arm and let out a massive water blast that knocked back 2 incoming skeleton warriors. Clara took a deep breath and assessed the battlefield. The situation was tricky. They had Captain Mordecai to protect and far too many enemies to take on. A group of skeletons got close, and Clara lifted up her spear and rapidly stabbed each one in the head. The skulls burst into ashy dust and collapsed to the ground. Here's the plan, everyone, said Clara. We need to stick together in a tight formation and cover each other's back. That's the only way we can take on so many enemies at once and survive. Everyone nodded and got closer together to cover each other's back. Toby focused in on the 3 skeleton warriors rushing towards him. Their eyes glowed with bright yellow luminescence that was utterly terrifying. Their bony teeth chattered in their skull, and they made odd hissing sounds of creatures who had gone to the afterlife and come back and had lost their voice from the horrors they'd seen. Focus on your lane, Toby kept saying to himself. Focus on your lane. That was the basis of Clara's plan and strategy. Toby didn't need to worry about the fact that they were surrounded by countless numbers of undead warriors led by a terrifying Lich King. He just needed to focus on the handful of skeleton warriors coming directly towards him. He had to put his faith and trust in his companions all around him to be handling the enemies within their line of sight as he dealt with the ones closest to him. Toby lifted up his arms and placed his wrists together, palms open wide. He channeled mana through his arms. The mana flowed and ended at his palms, where the energy began to amass into a bright light. Then, the bright light of energy transformed into a rushing, swirling wave of water. An entire tidal wave compressed into a forceful beam of power. Toby unleashed level 2 of his water manipulation novice tier ability, Tidal Wave Blast. The huge beam of water shot out from Toby's palms and into the horde of skeleton warriors coming his way. The water blast obliterated the skeletal bodies of the undead warriors, crushing their bones and leaving nothing behind. Suddenly, Toby felt the presence of the undead warriors coming in from the side. He looked over from the corner of his eye for just a second to see Muriel destroy an incoming skeleton sword fighter with a sound wave blast. Toby turned his attention back to the skeletal warriors rushing towards him in his lane. He grinned. Clara's strategy was working. Clara gripped her spear tightly as she jabbed it forward and back, over and over. She thrusted the spear right into the skull of an axe-wielding skeleton warrior. A large crack echoed across the battlefield as lines began to form all across the skull of the skeleton warrior. The lines only increased, becoming wider and wider, until the entire skull could no longer keep itself together, and then it crumbled to dust. Clara wrenched her spear free and kept her eyes on the incoming enemy. Her strategy was working perfectly. So long as they continued to hold their position, they could keep fighting off the skeleton horde for quite a while. Far behind the horde of skeleton warriors, the ancient Lich King lifted up his bony hands. Swirls of green energy moved around his fingers. Suddenly, shadows appeared below Clara's feet. Clara looked up to see huge meteors of green, necrotic energy forming high above them. "Everyone move!" she screamed. She leapt out of the way as the powerful blasts of necrotic energy began raining down on them all. The ancient Lich King is clever, Clara thought. Their enemy had forced them to break up their strong position. Now they suddenly had to fight the horde of skeleton warriors on their own. Clara quickly glanced around the battlefield. Thankfully, Mordecai was at the back and the most out of danger. Toby was okay as he had a huge arsenal of ranged attacks and healing abilities, meaning he was in a strong position to keep the undead fighters from getting close to him. Clara then checked in on Princess Muriel. The green-haired princess was surrounded by skeleton warriors. The girl was fighting them off, shooting soundwave blasts and knocking off the undead warriors' skulls, but the horde of enemies was slowly overtaking her. Muriel took a step backwards to get a better position. Her foot hit into a large stone, and the princess suddenly tripped and collapsed onto the floor. The skeletons moved forward. The undead warriors were in a prime position to kill Princess Muriel. Princess Muriel's bum ached with pain from her fall. Her heart raced and her throat burned as she looked frantically above her to the growing number of skeleton warriors looking down at her with a thirst to end her life. She lifted up her arms and triggered her sound sculptor abilities, shooting a wave of sound through the head of one skeleton warrior. 1 down, 4 more to go, Muriel thought, hopelessly. There were simply too many surrounding her. She couldn't take them all on at once. Even trying to stand up might put her in a more vulnerable position at this stage. She was surely going to die if someone didn't help her. Multiple skeleton warriors lifted up their weapons, readying to plunge them into her chest and end her life. Muriel desperately needed help, but no one was currently close enough on the battlefield to come help her in time. The multiple warriors plunged their weapons down towards her stomach. A huge, blurring flash of energy shot across the corner of Muriel's eyes, followed by an explosion of skeletal body parts. A huge silver trident blasted through the skeleton warriors, obliterating them before they could even land their attacks on Muriel. Muriel shivered with both fear and awe. How did Clara get here so fast? How is that even possible? There was only one answer. Clara lifted up her spear and knocked back all the skeleton warriors surrounding the two of them. Clara had hit Journeyman tier 62. Toby's eyes were full of amazement and awe. Clara had just closed an otherwise impossible gap and rescued Princess Muriel from being killed by multiple skeleton warriors at once. The beautiful auburn-haired girl had been an imperceivable blur of energy, shooting across the battlefield with an unbelievable amount of speed. It was all thanks to Clara hitting Journeyman Tier during her weeks of training before getting shipwrecked on the Starfall Archipelago. The Journeyman Tier ability that all warrior-class travelers unlocked was known as Forward Charge. It was a simple, yet powerful ability that essentially sent a warrior-class traveler barreling forward at lightning-fast speeds. Like much of the warrior class, it was a simple, yet brutal and utterly effective ability. Clara had unleashed the ability at the perfect time, utilizing it to close the gap and rescue Muriel. "Well done, Clara," Toby thought to himself. Toby had to quickly snap himself out of awe for the girl who he loved when the hiss of skeleton warriors got so loud they were nearing in. He quickly triggered his tidal wave blast ability once again and pushed back the incoming skeleton warriors from getting dangerously close to him. Toby scanned the battlefield and came up with a new plan. Their small unit had been separated and were now at a disadvantage against the ancient Lich King and his horde of minions. Across the battlefield, he saw Mordecai struggling with the two skeleton warriors getting closer and closer to him. First, Toby needed to go save Captain Mordecai, and then get back into position with Princess Muriel and Clara so they could keep fending the horde of undead off together as a group. Toby wasted no time and got down to work. Captain Mordecai Saltwhisker was having a bad time. A very bad time. He lifted up his arm and fired his musket. The bullet went through the lumbering skeleton warrior's skull. The entire skeletal being collapsed into a pile of useless bones. The captain was pleased with his aim. He was less pleased with the fact that the bullet had been the last one available to him. He was out of ammo. And there was another skeleton warrior closing in. A second one not too far behind the first. The skeleton warrior rushed towards him. Captain Mordecai sheathed his musket and pulled out his sword. The skeleton warrior slashed at him, and Mordecai countered. The skeleton retreated. The second one had caught up to him. He was now facing two of them. More were coming. "I don't like this," Mordecai thought. Just as Mordecai thought the situation couldn't get any worse, a huge glow of energy appeared right next to him. Oh man, what is this now? A huge geyser of water shot out from the ground and obliterated the nearby skeleton warriors. Captain Mordecai grinned. He couldn't believe his luck. "Don't worry, Captain," Toby grinned, standing next to him. "I got your back." Toby conjured a globule of water magic in his palm and whipped it at an incoming skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior's head exploded into ash, and his lifeless bones collapsed to the ground. "This way," said Toby, pushing forward, with Captain Mordecai following behind. There were countless number of undead warriors between the two of them and Clara and Princess Muriel, but Toby planned to fight his way back to their companions so they could continue the fight as a powerful unit like they had done before. Across the battlefield, the ancient Lich King's eyes began to burn with intense ferocity. He lifted up his hands and they began to glow with green necrotic energy once more. Toby quickened his pace, thinking that the Lich King was about to unleash his green energy storm once again upon the battlefield. But it was much worse than that. The huge flames of ghoulish green energy poured out of both of his hands, and he began to spray the energy all across the battlefield. The green flames caught hold of all the skeleton warriors, lighting them up and empowering them with fiery green energy. Toby readied his hands and unleashed another tidal wave blast, shooting it into one of the new flaming skeleton warriors. The skeleton warrior just stood there, absorbing the powerful blast of water. The new green fire burning across the skeleton warrior seemed to just diminish and burn off Toby's attack. It wasn't strong enough to break through the new fiery shield the ancient Lich King had buffed his warriors with. "Please tell me you have a backup plan," said Captain Mordecai, undoing his flask. "Or let me know if I should honor my next drink as my last." The swig of whiskey Captain Mordecai had just imbibed burned his throat and mouth as soon as it touched his lips. The horrific skeleton warriors, now alight with frightening green fire, quickly surrounded them and were inching closer by the second. "You got a backup plan, don't you?" said Captain Mordecai, shaking the young brown-haired boy's shoulders. "You got to be able to do something other than water magic, right? Because water ain't working on these guys." Just my bloody luck, Mordecai thought.
He should have been fighting alongside the black-haired swordsman, or even the auburn-haired girl. No, Mordecai just had to get the weakest of the lot, didn't he? Mordecai remembered overhearing Edgar Redfield aboard the ship when he was training the young ones. The girl had a different traveler class, and she was going to raise it to a whole new tier group faster than the wizard-class traveler. So what was this kid going to do, if he couldn't pull out a brand new tier level of power to save them? As the flaming skeleton warriors closed in, a swirl of energy rippled out from around Toby. Uh-oh, thought Mordecai. What's happening? Toby stretched out both his hands as his palms began to glow with bright white energy. Emerging from his palms were sharp, jagged blue edges that looked like crystals. The sharp edges then blasted from his palm all the way into the flaming skull of the skeleton warrior. The shard broke through the green flame shield and obliterated the skull of the undead warrior. Captain Mordecai hadn't seen such magic before, and certainly never from the brown-haired boy. The kid must have leveled up his water manipulation ability to something radically new. Perfect, Mordecai thought with relief. The green flaming energy had burned off Toby's water magic too quickly to harm the skeletons. Toby needed a magical attack that was more solid somehow, and the kid had just the thing hidden up his sleeve. Another wave of piercing blue shards shot out from his palms, obliterating the skeleton warriors and clearing a path back to their allies. Toby had unlocked level 3 of his basic elemental specialty ability, Ice Manipulation. 63. Amidst the chaos of the treasure room, Sam narrowed his eyes and took in General Quentin Zephyr of the Leviathan Network. They stood off to the side of the treasure chamber, removed from the skirmish happening between the ancient Lich King's horde and Sam's companions. The air was thick with the smell of dust and decay, mingling with the metallic tang of blood and sweat. The distant clash of steel and the guttural growls of the undead added to the chaotic cacophony. "Let's remove any obstacles, shall we?" snickered Quentin. The Leviathan Network general lifted up his arms and initiated another Shadow Blast attack. A ripple of intense dark energy shot outwards from his palms and across the chamber, knocking a huge segment of skeleton warriors away from them. Sam initiated Time Ring and then Time Pause as the wave of dark energy came near him. The world around him froze, the dark energy of Quentin's attack suspended in the air just above his knee level like an ominous creeping fog. He jumped and unpaused time when he was high above the wave of energy so that it would go right past him, beneath his feet. Sam didn't mind utilizing his Path of the Goddess abilities in such a way as he knew it would appear like he just had quick instincts and was able to dodge the attack. He wasn't giving any of his special abilities away to his enemy. Not yet, anyway. Sam imagined the Leviathan Network must have gotten a report on them now, especially after they defeated Captain Barnaby Squallhawk and his underlings back at Rockhaven's Landing. But Sam didn't know how detailed that report was, or if it had reached General Zephyr while the general had been out in the field. Sam knew step 1 of his battle would be to figure out how much Zephyr knew. He wanted to do that as soon as possible. The sooner he could defeat Zephyr, the faster he could get back to helping his friends against the Lich King and his horde of skeleton warriors. He gripped his blade and got to work. Quentin took a defensive stance as the young black-haired swordsman rushed towards him. The kid had a powerful black sword with glowing purple runes and shadowy mist surrounding its blade. Each rune pulsed with a sinister light, and the black mist seemed to writhe with a life of its own, whispering of dark enchantments. The swordsman slashed his blade multiple times, randomly. What is he up to? A look of realization appeared on the young man's face, and the black sword vanished from the young man's hands, only for a new dark red blade to appear within his grip. Quentin quickly deduced that the purple sword must have had some kind of special ability, most likely a shadow-based one, and it had just been proved ineffective against Quentin due to his super-rare Shadowmancer class. As the kid got closer, a bright circle of red energy shot out from his chest and hovered across the battlefield. Quentin tried to deduce the nature of the young man's ability, but it didn't immediately reveal itself straight away. Next thing Quentin knew, the young man was in range and slashing his sword right towards the center of his forehead. Sam put all his strength into the sword slash, hoping he could slice Quentin in half and finish this battle off quickly. Quentin's eyes narrowed, and in less than a second, he lifted up his arms as if he was going to block Sam's incoming blade with the flesh of his palms. Except Quentin had a trick up his sleeve. Black smoke emerged around his hands, and before Sam's sword slash could meet the general's forehead, suddenly there were two powerful black daggers composed of shadow, blocking Sam's demonic rune blade from getting any closer. The daggers had appeared almost as if conjured from the very darkness itself, their edges glinting wickedly as they intercepted the strike. The two fighters stayed locked in their clash of blades. At first, their strength was close to equal, with Quentin being maybe a tiny bit stronger than Sam. But as their clash continued, Sam's strength only grew thanks to the gnawing teeth of his silver dragon armor set, giving him more and more power within the field of his pain ring. And, even more satisfying to Sam, was the fact that Quentin didn't seem to be running away from the pain ring at all. The man was staying locked within their battle of strength, not knowing that it was a battle he would ultimately lose. "He doesn't know that much about my abilities," Sam grinned. "In which case, he could go all out." Sam smirked and sprayed blood right onto Quentin's face. Sam then pulled his blade back from the clash with Quentin's shadow daggers. Next, he pushed his boots off the ground and leapt back by a few meters to create a larger gap between him and his opponent. Quentin didn't chase after him. The strange man just narrowed his eyes, observing Sam, assessing him, taking him in. His gaze was like that of a predator studying its prey, cold and calculating, every muscle in his body coiled with controlled energy. The energy of a hunter. The general of the Leviathan network projected such a sense of ease it was making Sam uncomfortable. Quentin's posture was relaxed, yet poised, exuding an unsettling calm that belied the intensity of the battle. Why is this man so calm? Sam triggered his mana sense to make sure he wasn't fighting against some kind of shadow doppelganger like he had in the past. As far as he could tell, the Quentin in front of him was the one and only Quentin within the vicinity. Confident that the Quentin in front of him was real, Sam rushed forward. He whipped his demonic rune blade right at Quentin. He then triggered level 2 of his blood teleport ability. The sword disappeared and reappeared right through Quentin Zephyr's face. 64. Sam watched his demonic rune blade disappear and then reappear right through Quentin's face in an explosion of destruction. The young traveler waited for Quentin's body to collapse on the floor, but nothing like that happened. The man just stood there. Then, much more shockingly, rather than blood leaking out from the man's face, wisps of shadow came out, and suddenly there were two Quentin Zephyrs standing in front of Sam. Huh? Sam swore there hadn't been any shadow doppelgangers there before. Sam began to question how quickly he could conjure them. Had he managed to conjure one just to act as a shield? But that shouldn't have been effective due to the fact that the original Quentin would be the one with blood on his face. The targeting of his level 2 blood teleport ability would mean that there was no way he could bypass the attack. Sam knew something wasn't right here. Something wasn't adding up. This went far beyond the shadow doppelganger ability. Quentin Zephyr just grinned at Sam from across the battlefield. At that moment, Quentin's hands and fingers flickered, and suddenly, there were more and more clones of Quentin across the battlefield. Sam quickly counted 8 Quentins standing in front of him. Sam got ready to take the 8 enemies on. The multiple Quentins all descended upon Sam. Sam quickly triggered his time ring and time pause. Time slowed down, and it gave Sam a moment to breathe. He took in the 8 Quentin Zephyrs all rushing towards him, currently frozen in mid-step. They all looked exactly alike. Both had one red eye and one yellow eye. They all held a sinister, arrogant smirk on their lips. There was no way just by looking that you could tell these clones apart. Sam needed to fight and defeat the 8 Quentins while also figuring out which one was the real one. Sam sprayed the ground with blood inside his time ring and then unpaused time. The clones rushed towards him, and Sam triggered level 1 of his Death Lord class's novice tier ability, Blood Flame. The pools of blood that had been sprayed on the ground suddenly began to glow a bright crimson pink. Then, as the Quentins rushed towards Sam, the pools of blood erupted into a horrifying hellscape of fire shooting out of the ground in a torrent of destruction. Sam figured the best way to take on a group of enemies, especially when one was outnumbered, was to fight with the ability that caused the most amount of destruction across the widest area possible. Sam gripped his sword as the blood magic flames created an oven of obliteration all around him. His eyes twitched, however, when he saw a figure emerging through the flames coming towards him. Then another figure in a different direction. Then another, and another. All 8 Quentins had survived the devastating blast of Sam's blood flame ability. Sam wasn't exactly sure how that was possible, but he knew it had something to do with the reason Quentin had survived his blood teleport sword attack from earlier. Sam was starting to wonder whether Quentin Zephyr might be immune to magical attacks. There was only one way to find out. Sam triggered Hurting Hook. Sizzling bright orange energy shot out of his palm, forming a sharp hook that stabbed one of the Quentins right in the chest. The ability shot right through him. Sam grimaced with annoyance. He was just going to have to defeat these Quentins the old-fashioned way. One of the clones had closed the gap between them and was coming down on him with a huge shadow claw attack. Sam dodged it and slashed the clone in half with his demonic rune blade. The Quentin exploded into shadow. 7 more to go. As the former Quentin clone's shadowy remains floated away, Sam suddenly figured out a way of determining who was a shadow clone and who was the real Quentin. Sam gripped his sword and pushed forward. Quentin moved in position with his other shadow clones. He made sure that he and the clones were all working in tandem, all trying to surround and destroy the young, black-haired swordsman in front of them. Foolish boy, Quentin thought to himself. You're done for. Quentin had to be in sync with his clones, otherwise he would stand out as the real one. It would be easy for his opponent to know who was real if he saw a version of him standing in the back, keeping out of harm's way. Quentin moved in battle formation with his shadow clones as the black-haired swordsman rushed between them all, trying to destroy his many opponents, while also trying to determine which one of them was real. The Leviathan Network general watched as the boy rushed to another clone, once again off the mark. You'll never figure it out in time, will you, foolish boy? At that moment, suddenly the boy reappeared right in front of him. Wait, what? The boy had just been attacking one of his clones. For a quick second, Quentin hoped it was a fluke, but the way the young man was looking at him, the general knew that the kid had somehow figured out that he was now standing in front of his real enemy. Sam gripped his sword and prepared to strike the real Quentin Zephyr. He could see the terror growing on his enemy's face as he realized that Sam had figured out that he was indeed the real Quentin amidst all the fake clones. It had been simple, really. When Sam took in the shadow clones turning into smoke, he realized there was an easy way to determine who were clones and who wasn't. He had triggered his journeyman tier Blood Knight ability, Blood Vision. Using that ability, he could see the blood vessels coursing beneath the clone's veins. Sam could not doubt the impressiveness of Quentin's shadow clone abilities, as the fake clones did have fake blood vessels. It was why, before they were killed, they would leak blood. But fake anatomically correct bodies only went so far. Only one of the Quentins attacking him actually had a full beating heart, the real one. And that was how Sam had determined which Quentin to attack. He then figured, rather than whittling down the opponents, he would use the clones against Quentin, to make it seem like he didn't know which one was real. And then, when the moment was right, Sam would strike. And that moment was now. 65. Sam gripped his sword and plunged it right into General Quentin Zephyr's throat. Sam expected to feel his blade meet the subtle resistance of flesh as it slid through the evil man's neck and out the other side. He expected to see the man's eyes bulge as his skin quickly went pale from an incredible loss of blood. But nothing like that happened at all. Sam's blade went through the man's neck with no resistance at all, as if Sam had stabbed open air, Quentin Zephyr grinned as he stood there, unharmed by Sam's attack. Sam looked at the man's neck. Where flesh should be was only wisps of shadow. This was an ability far more powerful and deadlier than the shadow clones. It was the incredible magic of shadow armor. Sam suddenly understood how Quentin had survived his initial exploding blood teleport sword attack in the first place. It hadn't been from a clone, as Sam had been initially suspicious of, but rather from this powerful shadow armor ability. Quentin had simply created a clone to stall Sam's understanding of the true nature of the man's full capabilities. The shadow armor basically made Quentin invincible. As Quentin saw the reality dawn on Sam's face, the evil man began to laugh, sinisterly. Sam did not like the look his opponent was giving him. It was the look of a man who thought he had bested his opponent once and for all. The look of someone who just uttered the fatal words, "Checkmate." Sam leaped back. He needed to buy time. He needed to figure out a new strategy for him to take on Quentin. One of the shadow clones rushed towards him, and Sam slashed the enemy to pieces. In the meantime, he would still have to contend with Quentin's clones causing him trouble. Even further beyond his fight, Sam could see his friends slowly running out of stamina as they fought back the ancient Lich King and his skeleton horde. Sam knew he needed to step it up. There were two things he knew he needed to accomplish. The first thing was figuring out a way to break through Quentin's shadow armor. The second thing was figuring out a way to not only defeat Quentin, but also the ancient Lich King and his army of skeleton warriors as well. As Sam sliced off the head of another Quentin shadow clone, an idea was forming in his head about how he was going to win this battle and end this back and forth, finally for good. Quentin sneered as the black-haired swordsman rushed towards him. The swordsman groaned as he slashed at Quentin's stomach. "You won't give up, will you?" spat Quentin. The man triggered his shadow armor just around his chest, and the young man's blade slashed through him like it was nothing, as if Quentin were a ghost. Quentin was annoyed by the young man's zeal. He couldn't understand why he didn't give up now that it was clear that he had no chance of winning. The swordsman slashed at him once more. "Here we go again," Quentin thought, triggering his shadow armor once more. As Sam slashed his sword at Quentin, it vanished for a second and reappeared. Except this time, it wasn't the red demonic rune blade. It was the kid's shadow-based sword. Quentin's eyes widened in sudden panic. The blade sliced through his shadow armor, and Quentin screamed out in pain. Sam grinned with satisfaction as he wrenched the shadow blade through Quentin's shadow flesh. He had been running out of ideas when the thought of switching back to his shadow blade came back to him. The shadow blade hadn't worked when attacking Quentin's shadow from range. That made sense as Quentin was a shadowmancer. But then Sam wondered, if he's turning his flesh into actual shadow, what would happen if he attacked that flesh with his shadow blade? Turns out, under such circumstances, his shadow blade was even stronger. Sam grinned and slashed with a whole new fury and zeal. He had just neutered Quentin's shadow armor ability. Quentin tried to defend himself, but it was no use. The general was suddenly covered in red scars, his teeth coated in blood. Sam was about to land the death blow when Quentin's whole body turned completely black. He no longer looked human. The black human shape quickly shrunk, and suddenly the former Leviathan Network general was a small bird composed of shadow. The man was flying up to the opening in the ziggurat. Sam couldn't believe it. Quentin was giving up. The man was full-on retreating. Sam would not let him get away. It was time to unleash the special move he had been cultivating during his training aboard the ship. Quentin flapped his shadow wings in bird mode and flew towards the light at the center of the treasure chamber. The kid had broken through all of his defenses. There was no way he was going to win the fight. The only thing he could do now was retreat. If he had known there was an opening at the roof of the ziggurat, he would have skipped all the puzzles and flew in, but he hadn't known that back then. As Quentin got ready to fly upwards through the shaft where the light was coming up, explosions started to go off all around him. Quentin looked behind him to see the black-haired swordsman whipping blood-drenched cannonballs and powerfully teleporting them into the walls, where they would explode with extreme intensity.
Quentin felt his whole bird body shiver. The kid was going to blow up Quentin, the Lich King, and the entire temple itself. This kid is insane. Stones fell from the disintegrating ziggurat. Sam grinned as he watched all the destruction he was creating all around him. He was utilizing the newest incarnation of his blood teleport ability, which he had invented and tinkered with while training aboard the Merry Mackerel. If he coated cannonballs in blood and then threw them and teleported them further away, they built up the same speed as a cannon blast. He was turning the whole ancient temple into a demolition site. In this timeline, he had only ever let one opponent get away, and that was the evil Dante Silvaris with Queen Alice Grace. He refused to ever make such a mistake again. 66. The stone floor beneath Sam's feet trembled from the damage and chaos he had created. He had unleashed a torrent of blood-teleporting exploding cannonballs. The lost, ancient Carvesi temple would soon crumble from all the destruction. It was an archaeologist's worst nightmare. The ancient Carvesi temple groaned and shuddered as the very foundations of the structure began to give way. Dust cascaded from the ceiling in thick clouds, filling the air with a choking haze that stung Sam's eyes and throat. The once grand columns, carved with intricate depictions of forgotten gods and ancient heroes, now bore deep cracks that spread like spider webs with every tremor. Chunks of stone fell from the walls, crashing to the ground with bone-jarring thuds, and the ground itself seemed to ripple like water under the immense stress. The air was filled with the sounds of creaking timber, grinding stone, and the distant rumble of the earth shifting beneath the temple. Cutting through the cacophony of noises was one scream that echoed all around Sam. A massive rock fell right onto Quentin Zephyr in his shadowbird form, dragging his escape flight all the way back to the ground. Dying, Quentin Zephyr transformed back into his normal body. The rock was crushing his shoulder and chest. Sam quickly ran over to him. He lifted his demonic rune blade above the part of Quentin's chest that wasn't being crushed by a huge rock, and then plunged his sword right into his heart. The metal blade sliced through the organ, and it stopped beating completely. Captain Mordecai stood behind his companion, watching as one skeleton warrior crumpled into dust, only to be replaced by a brand new skeleton fighter who was just as eager to end all of their lives. Toby shot out a blast of water that ripped through the rib cages of countless skeletal monstrosities. Clara managed to continuously obliterate the skeleton fighters with headshot after headshot with her long and powerful spear. Princess Muriel sliced the ancient Lich King's warriors to bits with blades of sound. Things were all going smoothly, and then the black-haired swordsman, Sam, fighting across the temple from them, decided to blow the whole place up. I thought he was the smart one, Mordecai thought to himself. The bombs were powerful, though. Huge amounts of skeleton warriors were obliterated within seconds. Even half of the ancient Lich King's body was blown up after a direct hit from the blood-teleporting cannonballs. The Lich King was then finished off when a collapsing piece of stone from the ceiling came crashing down on his head, splattering the monster's face like a crushed watermelon. Mordecai adjusted his hat and flinched at the rocks falling all around him. He wished he could breathe a sigh of relief, but he knew that death was very still near at hand. The temple was collapsing all around them, and they had no means of escape. It was looking more and more likely that their flesh and bones were going to be amidst the rubble, along with everything and everyone else. Sam didn't give a second glance to the pale, lifeless body of General Quentin Zephyr of the Leviathan Network. His attention was turned elsewhere, mainly to the crumbling ancient temple that looked to be caving in on them. He looked across the ancient temple to his group of allies, who moments before had been fighting back the horde of skeleton warriors and the Lich King. Thankfully, Sam's blood-teleporting cannonballs had more than done the trick for destroying the monsters. Hopefully, it didn't destroy him and his companions as well. Sam rushed towards his friends to help them. If they didn't do something to save themselves, all of their work and all of their fighting would be for naught. They would die here in the temple. Serenia would get taken over by Krakenos and the Leviathan Network. They would never reach Opali. They would never defeat Dante Silvaris. They would never save Alice.
Captain Mordecai stood between his companions as they tried to protect themselves from the incoming rocks. Toby attempted to create a shield with waves of water, but ultimately the rocks were falling with such intensity they broke through. Muriel put forth her sound manipulation to strengthen Toby's water shield, but it still wasn't enough. "What are we going to do, you guys?" yelled Clara, looking in terror as the temple was quickly crumbling all around them. Nothing they did seemed to stop the falling rocks. Then, a second later, Sam arrived. He triggered the contraption in his armor that let him unleash a crimson mist of blood. He unspooled the blood all around them, the spray arcing gracefully through the air before splattering onto the stone floor. The blood pooled quickly, dark and viscous, spreading out in a wide circle around all of their feet. "Everyone get close," Sam shouted. His voice was urgent, cutting through the noise of destruction as he motioned for his friends to huddle together. The group all huddled together as the first droplets of blood touched the ground and began to shimmer and pulse with an unnatural energy. The puddle of blood quivered as if alive, then started to bubble and rise. From the center of the pool, tendrils of blood began to stretch upwards, twisting and intertwining with each other. The tendrils thickened, taking on the shape of muscular limbs. Fingers sprouted at the ends, each one tipped with a pointed crimson claw. The limbs grew rapidly, forming a protective barrier around Sam and his companions. Hands and fingers, both grotesque and powerful, reached out and interlocked, creating a dome of interwoven, blood-red appendages. The newly formed shield glistened wetly in the dim light, the hands flexing and tightening their grip against the impending collapse. "Don't worry, you guys," Sam shouted, as the temple's ceiling fully collapsed onto his shield of blood-conjured limbs. "I won't let us die here." 67. Sam stretched out his arms, attempting to cover his group of friends with his body. Just beyond his outstretched back, an interlocking shield of hands and arms composed out of Sam's own blood shadowed over top of them. The grotesque formation was a swirling mass of sinewy limbs, each hand gripping tightly to form an impenetrable barrier. The fingers, elongated and twisted, dug into the ground for stability, while the dark red hue of the blood shimmered eerily in the dim light of the crumbling temple. The blood-limb shield trembled violently as rock after rock smashed into it, each impact sending ripples through the blood-crafted limbs. The ground beneath their feet convulsed, cracks stretching outwards and causing small pieces of debris to bounce and scatter. The noise was deafening, a cacophony of crashing stone and the relentless roar of the collapsing temple. Dust filled the air, making it hard to breathe and see, and the temperature seemed to rise as the chaos unfolded around them. Sam could feel the vibrations of each impact resonating through his own body, the connection to the blood shield making every blow a visceral experience. His muscles ached from the tension, and his heartbeat pounded loudly in his ears, in rhythm with the falling debris. The air was thick with the acrid smell of crushed stone and the metallic tang of blood, mixing into a scent that was both ancient and violent. His friends huddled closer, their faces pale and eyes wide with fear. They clung to each other, feeling the protective embrace of the blood limbs around them. The fingers of the shield flexed and tightened, straining against the relentless barrage of rocks. Each rock that hit the shield sent a shower of red droplets spraying outwards, but the limbs held firm, absorbing the impact and preventing the stones from reaching the vulnerable group beneath. Sam stayed firm with a grim determination, staying focused on keeping the blood-limb shield together, refusing to let it falter. Beyond keeping the shield in place, there was nothing left to do but hang tightly onto his friends, close his eyes, and hope that they survived the destruction of the ancient Carvesi temple. The explosive rumbling continued for another few seconds, until there was nothing but silence. The floor was no longer shaking. Shards of sunlight poked through Sam's blood-limb shield. The distant sounds of birds chirping could be heard in the distance. Sam caught his breath and looked down towards his friends who were huddled around him, their expressions slowly shifting from fear to relief. "Is it over?" asked Toby.
Sam let his blood-limb shield slowly collapse. The fingers, hands, and arms slowly disintegrated and melted away like a hole burning through a piece of paper, revealing a sunny clearing in the middle of the Starfall archipelago. The rubble and remains of the destroyed ancient temple surrounded them. Standing at the edge of the ruins was Guildmaster Redfield, holding his arms crossed. He smiled at Sam and his companions, happy to see they were still alive. Edgar looked up and down at the ruins and smirked. "This is one way to defeat your enemies, I guess." After a few moments to catch their breath and sigh with relief, the group immediately got to work on searching for the Ocean Heart amulet amidst the ruins of the destroyed temple. They lifted rocks for over an hour to no avail. "Where could it have gone?" asked Princess Muriel. "I'm not sure," said Clara, "but something tells me it's definitely not here." "Could it have been destroyed in the temple's collapse?" Toby asked. Sam's eyes narrowed. If the amulet wasn't in the ruins, it must have been taken. Sam walked over to Edgar. "Tell me everything that happened in your fight with Quentin and the Shadow Guard. I think we might have missed something." Half a day earlier, before any of the travelers on the Starfall archipelago had fought and clashed, Friedra Colt walked through the jungle with her allies. Erasmus Birch and Quentin Zephyr strode ahead of her. Her two companions had always been more eager than her, always in a rush. "What are we going to do with those two?" she said aloud. "So impatient, always in a hurry." Friedra was speaking to her two birds, sitting perched on her shoulders. The rogue traveler knew that her allies both thought they were better than her, stronger than her, more cunning than her. Quentin, she grimaced in her mind, thinks he's so clever with all of his plans within plans. Well, guess what, Quentin? You're not the only one who can make backup plans. That was when, out of earshot, Friedra Colt gave instructions to her two birds in the event of her and her allies' death. Far out from the Starfall archipelago, a lone hawk soared gracefully above the southern sea, its wings outstretched against the backdrop of a bright blue sky. The sun's rays glinted off its glossy feathers as the bird glided effortlessly between the scattered clouds. Each powerful beat of its wings propelled it forward, slicing through the air with precision and grace. The hawk's keen eyes scanned the vast expanse below, ever vigilant as it held tightly to its precious cargo. Below, the endless stretch of the southern sea unfurled like a shimmering blue blanket, dotted with whitecaps that hinted at the restless waters beneath. The sea's surface glittered in the sunlight. Occasionally, the hawk would catch sight of a distant ship or a school of fish breaking the surface, but its focus remained unwavering on the horizon ahead. 30 minutes earlier, the hawk had flown through the hole in the ancient ziggurat amidst the chaos and carnage of the three-way battle between the travelers, Quentin Zephyr, and the ancient Lich King and his undead army. The hawk swept through the battle and picked up the fallen Ocean Heart amulet, and then escaped from the ziggurat, all the while going completely unnoticed. The bird flapped its wings, the wind flowing through its feathers. The hawk was heading towards the island nation of Serenia. The blue amulet clutched within its talons. 68. "So you killed one of Friedra's birds?" Sam asked. "You know that for sure. What about the second one?" Edgar shuddered and looked away with shame. He then punched a tree so hard that it snapped in half. The Guildmaster's actions answered Sam's question. One of Friedra Colt's mana-enhanced hawks had managed to escape Edgar's notice. In the old man's defense, there had been a lot of chaos in the battle, and he was managing multiple enemies. His attention had been on the enemy he had known had escaped, Quentin Zephyr, when he distracted Edgar by killing Friedra outright. So much had happened all at once, it was easy to lose track of things. The exact same thing had happened to Sam and his companions during their fight in the ancient temple's treasure room. The bird had passed through without any of them noticing it. Now, it was well on its way to Serenia to deliver the Ocean Heart amulet to Commander Krakanos of the Leviathan Network. The implications of the outcome here on the Starfall archipelago began to dawn on them. "So," Princess Muriel spoke softly, her voice quivering as her emotions caught up to her thoughts. "The Leviathan Network has won. They're going to kill my father and take over my country." Tears began to brim in her eyes and roll down her cheeks. Edgar walked up to the girl and put his hand on her shoulders. "There are moments in life when it is important to grieve a devastating loss," said the guildmaster. "This moment, however, is not one of them." Sam approached the princess as well. The green-haired girl was now rubbing the tears from her eyes. "I agree with the guildmaster," said Sam. "The fight against the Leviathan network isn't over. Sure, they managed to sneak off with the Ocean Heart amulet, but we took out 3 of their best fighters. That feels like a win to me. A draw at worst, maybe, but far from a loss." Princess Muriel took a deep inhale through her nostrils. She was slowly recomposing herself. "You guys really think so?" Both Edgar and Sam smiled at her, as did the other companions in the back. "Come on," said Sam. "Let's inform the village elder about what happened, and then we can carry forward on our way to Serenia." The village elder did not know what to expect as she waited for the group of travelers to return to the village. She couldn't even say whether they were alive or not. She could sense a deep change in the Starfall archipelago. She didn't need to witness the destruction of the ancient temple to know something irrevocable had changed in her environment. The enormity of that change had turned her slightly pessimistic, and she couldn't explain why. That pessimism was thrown into sharp relief when she sensed the 6 companions and her spearman captain return to the village. So they survived the ordeal I'd thrown them into, the village elder thought. She was impressed. These 6 companions fought with a zeal and determination that gave her a sense of awe. It wasn't just determination, though. It was their knowledge, reliance, and self-belief in their cause, especially the mysterious black-haired swordsman. His self-belief contributed to them all. Dismay was written all over the village elder's face after Sam told her the news about the destruction of the temple and the loss of the Ocean Heart amulet. The village elder implored Sam and the others that they needed to head to Serenia straight away. If fallen into the wrong hands, the Ocean Heart amulet could cause widespread destruction and harm to not just Serenia, but all of Westria. Within a few hours, Sam and his companions were loading cargo and preparing the Merry Mackerel to continue forward on their journey. As they carried on the last bit of cargo, Sam looked back to the Starfall archipelago. The beautiful lost set of islands glittered in front of him as the day slowly turned to dusk. Sam was glad they had had a chance to explore it, and even if they had failed to stop the Leviathan network from getting their hands on the Ocean Heart amulet, they had still gained a lot from their journey here. Toby had written down many of the Carvesi symbols and hieroglyphs that would help them unlock secrets from the past. The significance of this could not be underestimated. The Carvesi civilization had been an utter mystery up until Westria's very destruction at the hands of the Demon King in Sam's first timeline. What secrets he and Toby might uncover from studying their language could be immense. Already, even that first challenge room, the carvings were pointing Sam in a new direction in terms of figuring out the secrets of his past and potentially ways to improve his path. There was a lot of similarities between Elven Old Magic and the Carvesi symbols in the temple. He now potentially had another direction he could take his training and research. Sam's thoughts were cut off as the group was ready to set sail. Soon, the ropes and anchors were pulled out of the water, and the Merry Mackerel was ready to set sail once again. Just as the ship was pulling away from the shoreline, the village elder and all of the other villagers of the Starfall archipelago came out to wave them all goodbye. "Thank you," said the village elder as she waved. Sam and the crew waved back, but something weird began to happen as the villagers waved. All of the villagers' skin began to take on a blue hue. Sam suddenly felt his stomach lurch, unhappy at the sight he was seeing. The villagers had been ghosts, spirits left to guard the island and the treasures it housed, and now their task was complete. He tensed, reaching out towards them. "Do not worry, child," said the village elder, whose blue skin was beginning to render her body translucent. "I've feared this day for a long time. The day when our job here on the Starfall archipelago would be over. With the destruction of the temple and the stealing of the Ocean Heart amulet, our time here is done. We've protected this island for as long as we possibly can. What do you mean? Asked Sam, their boat getting farther away from them. We were so impressed by your ability to rely on yourselves. Your self-belief has shown us to truly accept ourselves, which means recognizing that our job here is finally over. The villagers in front of them on the shore began to fade away, one by one, until the village elder was the last one remaining. A teardrop fell from her eye. It never hit the ground because it never even reached the bottom of her face. She was gone before anything could happen. Wiping a tear from his own eye, Sam turned away and looked ahead towards the horizon, knowing that unlike the villagers of the Starfall archipelago, his job was far from complete. As the sun settled across the sea before them, Sam and his companions got used to being back aboard the Merry Mackerel. Edgar was pacing the ship when he noticed Captain Mordecai sitting on the deck, reading a book. Sam worried the two of them might begin bickering, as they had been doing before they had gotten shipwrecked on the Starfall archipelago. Edgar's eyes widened. "Aye? What do you want?" said Captain Mordecai grumpily. "You here to berate me about your soap again?" "No, not at all," said Edgar, flabbergasted. He pointed to the man's book. The book was The Beautiful Buxom Ladies of Westria, Volume 74. "Oh, this," said Captain Mordecai. "This here was the best book series ever written." "Ah, I see. You're a man of culture as well," said Edgar. Captain Mordecai stood up excitedly. "You're a Beautiful Buxom Ladies fan?" "Only the biggest," said Edgar. The two older men bonded for the next hour over their favorite volumes of their favorite book series. Just as the two of them were ready to pack it in and call it a night, Mordecai wobbled on the deck, and a huge pile of gold coins fell out of his pocket. Sam, Edgar, and the rest of the crew all looked at the sea captain in shock. The coins on the floor were the ones from the ancient Carvasi temple, coins that they were meant to not touch or take away with them. "Hey, a pirate needs to get paid, am I right?" A moment after that, another small bump caused Mordecai to lose his balance, and a few more items fell out of his pocket, gold coins and a beige-colored block of soap. Sam felt a tension cut across the entire ship. Edgar's face went red with fury. I knew the peace wouldn't last, Sam thought to himself as the Merry Mackerel sailed into the night. 69. Sam woke up to the daily symphony of the brine buccaneers' grunts and groans. Shards of dawning sunlight poked through the holes of the gun deck, irritating his eyes until he couldn't keep them shut any longer. The sun's rays were like tiny little hands prying open his slumbering eyelids. "Rise and shine, beautiful," said Captain Mordecai, kicking Sam's hammock, sending it swaying back and forth. Under different circumstances, Sam would be incredibly frustrated to have his sleep interrupted in such a variety of different ways. However, the sun and clear blue sky were a welcome sight. A few weeks had passed since their departure from the Starfall archipelago. Sam had originally expected an abundance of training and preparation time before arriving at the island nation of Serenia to take on Krakanos and the Leviathan network, and instead had weeks of the most treacherous seas any of them had ever experienced. It had been all hands on deck for weeks. The brine buccaneers couldn't do everything on their own, and Sam and his companions found themselves manning the sails and holding on to ropes wherever they could help. It rained unrelentingly. The water was so choppy they had all feared getting shipwrecked again, and they really didn't have the time or luxury to go on another island adventure. The powerful hawk carrying the Ocean Heart amulet was going to be arriving in Serenia before them, and they needed to make sure that gap in time between the hawk's arrival and their own got smaller rather than larger. So, given the circumstances, being unceremoniously woken up by a rowdy group of pirates and their captain to the sight of a clear blue sky and sun wasn't so bad, actually. Not so bad at all. "I'm up," said Sam, and gave Mordecai a stern enough look that the sea captain knew to walk away and continue his morning duties. Sam got out of the hammock and headed up to the ship's main deck.
A table had been set up where a few of the crew were having breakfast, porridge and mugs of coffee. Sam served himself a bowl of porridge and mug of coffee. He took his breakfast over to the side of the ship where he could eat and think on his own. He was amazed that the month of September had already come and gone. It was now the month of fall's time. Time was passing so quickly. Sam felt as if it would be the month of Novriel any day now. It was hard to believe it was fall's time. Sam associated fall's time with cold winds and the leaves falling from the tree, hot cocoa and cider, pumpkins and parties. Instead, Sam was surrounded by a hot, beating sun, open sea, and a bright, clear blue sky. This wasn't what the approach to the winter months should look like. He wasn't used to summer lasting so long. He thought of those back in Resfall, who would be planning their Hollows haunting parties. Just the thought made Sam feel wistful. He wondered what Brock and Curtis would be dressing up. His thoughts fell short, as remembered. Curtis wasn't in Resfall either. Neither was Queen Alice. Whatever Hollows haunting looked like this year in Resfall, it wasn't going to be the same as it had been. It didn't matter if he was back at the capital city of Volsungar, where he had grown up, or if he were here on this boat. Things had changed. Things would continue to change. His very mission from the goddess herself was to change things. He could mold the future, but he couldn't stop it outright. Things would keep changing. It was just the way it was. The only way forward in the face of this was acceptance. Not roll over and die acceptance, of course not. Rather, face your fears and challenges with your head held high kind of acceptance. Sam finished his bowl of porridge. He put the bowl down and picked up his coffee from a little nook that he'd kept it balanced in while he was eating. He considered the upcoming challenge they were all about to face once they arrived at Serenia in a few weeks' time. This was one of the first challenges he was facing that didn't have a huge historical parallel. Serenia had been taken over by Volsungar by this point, and due to Clarence Erdstrom's rule after the assassination of Princess Alice, he was welcoming to so many rogue travelers that the Leviathan network was simply subsumed within the evil ruler's larger army. That said, Sam did recall from his previous timeline hearing whispers about an operation the Leviathan network wanted to pursue that Clarence Erdstrom hadn't allowed for. Sam hadn't heard much or many of the details, but he definitely remembered overhearing it involved various ancient artifacts and temples and summoning forth a deadly and monstrous evil creature. Sam felt pretty certain that the actions he had witnessed the Leviathan network take so far all led to the same conclusion. The criminal organization was trying to pursue the operation they hadn't been allowed to attempt in Sam's first timeline. And, if Sam had to guess, the group would be trying to summon forth the creature that gave the organization its namesake, the mighty Leviathan. The Leviathan was a huge and deadly sea serpent written about in ancient texts and stories. The nightmarish creature was known only within stories and make-believe, a symbol to make kids go to bed and follow the rules. But all myths come from somewhere. If the Leviathan network was able to summon forth such a creature, it would change international Westrian politics and diplomacy forever. The organization would be able to take over the Southern Sea and all the islands within. They would become a conglomerate of nations strong enough to take on both Volsungar and Opali. Such a nation run by Commander Krakanos would resemble the nation Sam had experienced under the tyranny of Clarence Erdstrom in his first timeline. A nation ruled by fear and death. Sam shook his head at the memories from his first timeline. He really didn't want to see that happen in Volsungar, Serenia, or anywhere else in Westria for that matter. They were still a few weeks out from reaching Serenia. They had a lot of training and work to do before then. It was time to get started. 70. Meanwhile, in the dungeons beneath the royal Serenian palace, King Kai Azure lay on the cold stone ground of his cell, a mangled shell of a man. His green hair had grown long and scraggly. He had lost significant fat and muscle. He was no longer the beaming, strong man he once was. He wondered if anyone would recognize the frail, skinny, malnourished, and decrepit man he had been turned into. Would they see him and say, That's King Kai? The old king highly doubted it. Beyond the effects of near starvation by his captors, his body was an aching mess of broken bones. Krakanos had broken even the bones across his hands and feet. When Kai didn't confess everything his torturer wanted, Krakanos started pulling his nails out. Kai had tried to keep count of the days, but with no sunlight making it through to the dark cell he was kept in, he had no way of knowing. Just the way they wanted. They were trying to break him mentally. Kai refused to let them win. As he lay there on the floor, a broken shell of a man, he kept saying the same thing over and over to himself. Life is suffering. Life is suffering. Life is suffering. If Kai accepted suffering to be part of his life, it eased the pain administered by his captor's torture. King Kai knew deep down that he wouldn't be able to hold off from breaking forever. No one survived torture without breaking eventually. But the longer he went, the more likely a defense could be mounted against these criminals. And for that reason, he would keep holding out. As a wave of pain rippled through his broken body, King Kai continued the mantra in his head. Life is suffering. Commander Krakanos stood on a high balcony of the Serenian Palace, looking out towards the island and the setting sun far out at sea. The man took a deep breath in. The Serenian nation was basically already under Leviathan network control, but in a matter of weeks, it would be even more so. Their plan was coming together, and soon he and his criminal organization would be unstoppable. Krakanos sensed a presence high above and looked up towards the sky. Descending down from the clouds was a powerful-looking hawk. It was a hawk he recognized. It was none other than one of his captain's hawks. The bird belonged to the rogue traveler known as Friedra Colt. Why is her bird here and not her? Krakanos wondered with slight alarm. Krakanos held out his large hand, and the bird eventually landed on it, but not before it first planted a beautiful and gleaming blue amulet within his palm. A wave of excitement rippled through Krakanos's entire body. He couldn't help but grin. The Ocean Heart amulet, he thought with a huge smile. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. His happiness and satisfaction were met with a very minor sense of concern. The fact that it was Friedra's bird delivering the Ocean Heart amulet told him everything he needed to know. General Quentin Zephyr and the Shadow Guard had succeeded in their mission of delivering the Ocean Heart amulet, but had died in the process. Krakanos knew General Zephyr well enough that the craven, power-hungry man would never have let the Ocean Heart amulet be delivered by anyone other than himself. And, as Friedra's superior, the only way she'd do something like this was in the event of the mission hitting near failure and all of them getting taken out. Commander Krakanos took a deep breath and gave a moment of silence for his fallen comrades. You did well, he thought, especially you, Friedra. May you all rest in peace. He clutched the Ocean Heart amulet with great satisfaction. We're so close, he thought. He now just needed to get the information of the secret, hidden temple of the ancients out of that stubborn old man lying in the dungeon far below. King Kai Azure lay on the floor of the dungeon, repeating his mental mantra to himself. Life is suffering. Life is suffering. Life is suffering. His ears perked at the sound of a door far away creaking open. A sense of dread began to envelop King Kai's body. He fought it off with his thoughts. Life is suffering. Life is suffering. Life is suffering. The echoes of the boots started as just a whimper and got louder and louder as they got closer. Over the many weeks, maybe months he'd been down here, he had grown very used to the sounds of those boots. He knew exactly who was approaching. As the footsteps got louder, a jangle of keys could be heard. The door to Kai's cell swung open and his torturer stepped into the cell. Kai didn't even look up to greet the man. He would offer his enemy nothing. Next, Kai felt the torturer's fingers comb through his scraggly hair before clutching on and pulling him up so he could look at his torturer face to face. Don't ignore me, old man, said Krakanos. Kai took what strength he had and spat in the man's face. Annoyed, Krakanos slapped Kai so hard the old man went flying across the cell, banging into the walls.
"Don't ever disrespect me like that again," said Krakenos. The rogue traveler walked over to Kai and picked him up again. "Why don't you make this easy for both of us?" said Krakenos. "Where is the Temple of the Ancients?" Before Kai could spit in Krakenos's face again, the torturer grabbed Kai's mouth and squeezed it shut. "Same as usual, huh?" said Krakenos. "Don't want to talk." Krakenos pulled out of his pocket a huge pair of tweezers. "I didn't feel like breaking your bones today," hissed Krakenos. "I thought maybe just pulling out a tooth would suffice." Kai felt his body shudder at the idea. He kept repeating to himself, "Life is suffering. Life is suffering. Life is suffering." Kai focused on the words as Krakenos placed the giant metal tweezers on the molar of one of his back teeth. Kai wasn't even there in that moment. He wouldn't let himself be. He was floating up above the scene of his torture, focusing on the words he kept repeating. He stayed floating above the scene until the echo of his blood-soaked tooth hit the floor of his prison cell and broke through his thoughts. Krakenos stared at Kai with utter anger and disbelief. The commander dropped the king and let him collapse on the floor. "It's not over, Kai," hissed Krakenos. "I will break you. Just you wait and see." The horrible man's laugh echoed and haunted the halls of the dungeon as he slowly walked away, leaving King Kai Azure to lie on the floor in pain, surrounded by darkness. A small, blood-soaked grin appeared on King Kai's face as he considered the frustrated and angry expression of his torturer looming over him. Life may be suffering, but even here, life offered small pleasures. 71. The following day, Sam woke up to a loud scream. Sam was instantly awake, eyes bulging open, body tense but reacting with immediate assuredness. He swung out of his hammock, rushing up the stairs to the main deck where he had heard the scream. As he ran, a whole host of images rushed through his mind. A sea monster attacking and harming one of his friends or allies. A lightning strike destroying the center of the boat, meaning they would all sink. And a whole host of other horrific imagery his anxiety chose to spit out in that moment. He found none of the horrors of his fearful thoughts aboard deck, which brought him both a sigh of relief and a growing sense of confusion. The morning sun was out. The sky was clear and blue. The brine buccaneers were already working on adjusting the sails of the ship to make use of the westerly wind. Everything was normal, except for one thing. Princess Muriel Azure, at the center of the deck, pacing back and forth, red in the face. Sam was quickly realizing the source of the scream he heard, and he was just as quickly picking up on the vibe that it might not have been a scream of terror, but rather a scream of frustration and rage. "Good, Sam, you're here," said the princess. "I'm sure you'll agree that we're not going fast enough, right?" Said Sam, still groggy and now readjusting to a less dire situation than he'd originally thought he had woken up to. The cute, green-haired girl shook her head. "It's no use. No one understands. We need to get to Serenia faster. It's my home. I just know those evil men are going to cause untold harm to my father, my family, and my people. I can't take it." Tears began to brim in Muriel's eyes. She then shook her head once more, snapping out of her emotional state, and moving straight into impulsive action. "I know how to speed things up," she said. She clapped her hands together, triggering her sound sculptor abilities. A wave of sound shot out, and she shot it towards one of the sails. The sail began to rip. The entire crew of brine buccaneers began to freak out. "What are you doing? Stop!" Captain Mordecai suddenly appeared, rushing over and grabbing Muriel by the shoulder. "Hey now, lady, you can't be messing with the sails like—" "Don't touch me, you criminal," said Muriel, shaking him off and rushing over to the other end of the deck. "I think she was trying to use her abilities to add more wind and propulsion to the sails," said Sam to the sea captain. "Not a terrible idea, if you ask me." "Yeah, except instead of making us go faster, she slowed us down by ripping the sail," said Mordecai, annoyed. "It's no matter. We'll have it sewn back up in no time at all. Just leave the sailing to the experts, all right?" "No argument here," said Sam. The two allies nodded, and then the captain started barking orders to his men, while Sam walked over to Muriel to see how she was doing. "How are you feeling?" asked Sam as he approached Muriel from behind. Muriel wiped a tear from her eye. "I'm fine," said Muriel. "I just want to get home, that's all. I'm sick of being out here at sea. I'm sick of doing nothing to help my nation." Sam didn't jump in to interject or offer Muriel reassurance. Sometimes it was better to just let people talk. Let them get whatever madness that was swirling in their head out into the open. It had nothing to do with the context of what they were saying, just what they were feeling, that their head was a tangled mess of tortuous ideas and imagery. Sam understood what Muriel was going through. All day and night, he was haunted by his knowledge of the future, the deaths of his loved ones and everyone he knew. It wasn't easy being a leader. It wasn't easy carrying the responsibility of so many lives on your shoulders. Sam's thoughts were cut off by Muriel changing the direction of the conversation.
"I would have thought you'd be in more of a hurry to save my kingdom so that I could continue and finish my search for a handsome and strong suitor." Sam's eye twitched. His first thought was, the princess can't be serious. His second thought was, what is up with princesses being so crazy all the time? Just at that moment, Toby, Clara, and Edgar were emerging on deck. They must have been awakened by all the ruckus like he had. "Ah, you're all here," said Sam. "This is good." Sam gathered Muriel and his other traveler companions to have a meeting. They needed to work on building strategies for all the issues and opponents they were going to face as soon as they landed in Serenia. "There's a lot we're going to be up against," said Sam. He then turned to Muriel. "It's why I'm in less of a rush to get to Serenia in some ways. Of course, time is of the essence, but on the other hand, we have a lot of work to do." Edgar crossed his arms, listening intently. "What do we know about the enemy and their defenses?" "A few things," said Sam. "The island will be crawling with Leviathan Network agents, from the dockyards to the pubs to the palace itself. We're going to need to have a strong plan on just arriving, docking, and entering the island itself." The group was getting quieter as Sam spoke, as the intensity of the mission ahead of them was beginning to dawn on them all. "Then," said Sam, "if we manage to dock and get across the island and get into the vicinity of the palace, we'll have to break through a powerful bubble shield enveloping the whole property." "Wait, the palace doesn't have such defenses," said Muriel. "One of Commander Krakanos' right-hand men has an item that lets him create such defenses," Sam explained, drawing upon his knowledge from his first timeline. "Which gets us to the next problem. If we manage to break through the bubble shield, we're going to then come face-to-face with Commander Krakanos' most powerful allies, known collectively as the Elite Squadron." "I don't like the sound of them," said Clara. "Me neither," said Toby. "You shouldn't like the sound of them," said Sam. "They're all extremely dangerous in their own right. They're all classified as generals within the organization, meaning they're on the same power level as Quentin Zephyr. Within the elite squadron, there's General Vespera Burntide," said Sam, "a rogue traveler with the illusionist class. She can make herself transform into anyone she likes. We need to be careful she doesn't trick us or turns us against one another." The group nodded their head, listening closely. "Then there's General Rowan Ashford," said Sam. "Oh wow, they really are a collection of the worst dregs of society," scoffed Guildmaster Redfield, recognizing the name. "I'm not surprised you recognize the name," said Sam. "The man is a wanted rogue traveler with countless murders and other atrocities to his name. He has a rare class known as Pole Master that allows him to wield, conjure, and manipulate staffs. He once created a staff so large, he wiped a village to the ground with it." "I think I'm going to puke," said Toby. "And then, finally, there's General Dario Sorelli," said Sam. "He's an adept-tier wizard-class rogue traveler with a specialty in air magic. He's a wanted rogue traveler, originally from Opalie, where he's evaded the authorities there while continuing to wreak havoc on other people's lives." "And if we get through all of that?"
asked Muriel. "If we get through all of that," said Sam, "then there's Commander Krakenos himself." The group all started to look downcast. They had a lot of work and preparation ahead of them. Their training was about to truly begin. 72. Soon after their preparation meeting adjourned, Sam walked over to the side of the Merry Mackerel and jumped overboard. Before he hit the surface of the sea, he triggered his blood manipulation ability. Tendrils of blood shot forth from his back, forming two spindly sets of wings that he flapped and sent him soaring into the clouds, high above the ship and his companions. Once he deemed himself high in the clouds enough, he slowed his ascent and glided gently alongside the trajectory of the pirate ship below. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Ah, peace and quiet, he thought. Back in his first timeline, he had never had an ability that gave him flight. This was a powerful sensation. He had always been grounded to the earth below. He was so happy that in this second life he had a chance to enjoy the serenity that could only be felt in the world above the clouds. Back below on board the ship, everyone was getting to work on their training. Toby was cultivating his mana hard enough so that he could break the second threshold and enter Journeyman tier as a wizard-class traveler. Having just hit Journeyman tier, Clara was going to alternate between improving her stats and skills and crafting a piece of equipment to augment her abilities even further. Sam knew they each would have their part to play in the upcoming battle. He hoped Edgar would be there to help him take on Commander Krakenos. Together, their power should be enough to overpower the man, but Krakenos's power made him the most challenging opponent they had ever faced. Sam considered everything he knew about Commander Krakenos from his first timeline. While not rising to the current level of prominence he had now, Krakenos had been a powerful agent who had done the bidding of the evil Clarence Erdstrom. The Adept tier traveler was known for his mythic rarity class, and it was precisely his class that was going to make him a very difficult opponent. Commander Krakenos's mythically rare class was known as Void Mage. The Void Mage class specialized in an incredibly rare and powerful type of magic known as anti-magic. Anti-magic specialized in abilities that canceled, neutralized, and nullified other magical abilities. It was going to make it extra difficult to take Krakenos on. Making things worse, Krakenos would have received a full report on them now, having a pretty deep understanding of Sam and his companions' power set. Sam knew the next few weeks of training were of the utmost importance. To possess even one ability that his enemy wasn't aware of could make all the difference in the upcoming battle. The question would be where he should dedicate his training over the next few weeks. He called upon his profile and took a look. Sam, class, Blood Knight, super rare, rank, Journeyman tier, ability, Pain Ring, novice tier, level 3. Mark part of the battlefield as yours. Within that circle, the more you are hurt, the more powerful your attacks. Battle awareness also now increases as you take more damage. After significant damage is taken, user acquires split-second vision to see where their opponent is going to move and what they do seconds before they do it. Herding Hook, Apprentice tier, level 3. Shoot a hook rope that if it hits an enemy, it can pull them back closer towards you, or send you hurtling quickly towards them. Hook can be bent at will to whip and hurl enemies with. Herding Hook can also latch itself onto inanimate objects and be used as a magical grappling hook. Blood Vision, Journeyman tier, level 1. Can see blood vessels beneath the skin, allowing for greater accuracy and destruction. Can pinpoint and hit vital arteries and organs of one's enemies. Class, Deathlord, legendary. Rank, Journeyman tier. Ability, Blood Flame, novice tier, level 4. Morph all spilled blood in a nearby radius into a powerful magical fire. Can also create blood flame projectiles in hand from spilled blood. Can now conjure blood flame sword from spilled blood. Can now also generate a blood flame storm within the vicinity of spilled blood. Blood Teleport, Apprentice tier, level 2. Teleport to and from spilled blood on the battlefield. Objects with blood spilt on them can be teleported to and from other sources of spilt blood now as well. Blood Manipulation, Journeyman Tier, Level 1. Blood, internal or leaking, from body can be manipulated. Strength, 54.8. Agility, 53.7. Endurance, 55.2. Magic Affinity, 54.9. Path of the Goddess. Step 1. Time Ring. Step 2. Time Pause. No further steps discovered. Skill Quests. Pain Ring, Level 4. Destroy 10,000 monsters with the aid of split-second vision. 7,557 out of 10,000. Blood Flame, Level 5. Gain mastery with your Blood Flame Storm. Herding Hook, Level 4. Gain mastery over your new Herding Hook. Blood Teleport, Level 3. Gain mastery over Blood Teleport. Blood Vision, Level 2. Gain mastery over Blood Vision. Blood Manipulation, Level 2. Gain mastery of blood manipulation. Sam grinned as he overlooked his profile. He knew the road to ascending to Adept tier was going to be longer than the previous tier jumps, so he was grateful to see his current stats rising at all. Roughly, the 3 physical stats had all gone up by 2, while his magic affinity had gone up by 1. Knowing there was no way he'd reach Adept tier by the time they reached Serenia, he looked over his abilities, thinking which one would make the most sense to level up and gain an ability evolution. His eyes focused on one ability in particular. He had a really strong feeling about improving his blood manipulation ability. All of its different variations had already come in handy. The problem was the evolutions of his Death Lord class abilities were a mystery to him. He knew where his Blood Knight class's evolutions would go up to a certain point based off his experiences in his first timeline. But since he'd gained Death Lord in this new timeline, it was more of an enigma. If only he could get a bit more reassurance of what blood manipulation would do when it leveled up to make sure he was on the right track. And then Sam recalled there was a way to do exactly that. His eyes started to peer down towards the sea below him, knowing an opportunity awaited him there in its depths. 73. Toby sat cross-legged aboard the ship, keeping his eyes closed, tightly shut. He listened to the whistle of the wind around him, the gentle rolling waves of the southern sea, and finally he listened to his breath inside of his body. He felt the air flow in and out of him as he inhaled and exhaled. The concentration and meditation was so deep and intense that it felt like the entire world around him went blank. Toby had entered a calm and serene space of his own. In this focused space, he could concentrate on the mana core at the center of his body. He could massage it, turn it, cycle it. As he let natural mana surrounding him seep into his pores and into his mana channels and meridians, this was exactly what he did. This was what he planned to do all day. He'd slowly introduce more concentrated forms of mana in the form of all the monster stones he had collected during his adventures and journeys. He'd draw mana from the stones and slowly introduce them into his core. That was the basis of his current training plan on their way to Serenia. He planned on getting his magic affinity stat to 50, at which point he could undergo the trials of the second threshold. His meditation was cut off by an intense uptick of the wind. He opened his eyes to see his companion Sam darting from high up into the air and diving straight into the depths of the sea below. He created a huge splash of water when his body impacted the water. Many of the brine buccaneers rushed to the side of the ship to see if the young man needed any help. Toby stayed exactly where he was. He had known Sam long enough to know that it wasn't worth trying to understand whatever crazy plan he was up to. It would all be revealed in time. Toby was sure of it. With that, he returned to his mana cultivating. Sam moved his arms and kicked his feet as he swam deeper and deeper into the depths of the southern sea. Before diving from the clouds into the watery depth, Sam had made sure to re-equip his rare gill ring. Gill rings were a rare and special item that allowed the wielder to breathe underwater. He had first acquired the gill ring in preparation to stop the Crystal Sea mermaid crisis roughly 2 years beforehand. Surrounded completely by water, Sam began to feel the pressure in his ears and head as he went deeper and deeper. He had come underwater for a special reason. He was looking for a powerful crafting material that he had read about in his first lifetime. As he swam deeper, the water suddenly got murky. Oh no, Sam thought, beginning to worry he had miscalculated where in the Southern Sea he thought they were currently located. He continued swimming, entering the cloud of brown, murky water. He passed through the dirty water and saw a large school of little fish moving forward to their own destination. Sam figured the school of fish must have caused a stir of dirt to make the water go all dirty. Sam grinned as he saw what he was looking for just beyond the group of fish. The shadows of a huge, deep chasm stretched out before him. That chasm was what Sam had been looking for. With a renewed sense of vigor, Sam kicked his feet and pulled back his arms, and swam with increasing speed towards the underwater chasm. Just as he was getting closer, Sam felt a change in the water. He turned to his side, and he could see swimming closely towards him a large, mana-corrupted shark. Sam immediately materialized his shadow blade. The swordsman knew there was no way he was going to outswim a deadly creature of the sea like the one currently approaching him. He quickly considered what his options were in the upcoming fight against the mana-corrupted shark. He suddenly remembered the most difficult part about fighting underwater was creating momentum and speed to fight with. This was exactly where having a water-based specialist like Toby was so crucial in underwater battles, because he could help propel Sam to make his strikes with the same speed and intensity that he did above ground. He looked above to the faraway surface of the water. He could see the sun floating like a distant star far above. The shark sensed the large, juicy prey as soon as it had entered the water. Even better, the prey seemed to be coming towards him. He wouldn't have to travel far to devour this large, juicy meal. The shark picked up its speed as the prey was now in sight. A scrumptious human with black hair. The shark opened up its jaws eagerly as it got closer towards the prey. But then something weird happened. The shark felt a pain in its side, a throbbing, horrible pain, as if something had cut directly into it. Then a pain on its other side, a similarly horrible sensation. The shark didn't understand. He felt no threats on either side of itself. So where was this pain even coming from? The shark looked ahead and saw the human slashing his long weapon across the water, seemingly at nothing in particular. The swordsman kept slashing and the shark kept feeling pain. Red mist began to surround the shark. And then the shark was no more. Just a collection of diced pieces of flesh. Toby had been meditating for 30 minutes with unbroken concentration when suddenly he heard screams and cries from the pirate crew around him. "What is that?" said one crew member, pointing to the side of the ship. Overhearing the conversation, Toby quickly gathered that huge chunks of shark flesh had suddenly floated up to the surface of the sea. "What the heck is happening down there?" said another crew member. Toby's eye twitched as he pushed away the voices from his mind and returned to cultivating his mana core. 74. Sam watched as the blood-soaked mist where the mana-corrupted shark had been slowly dissipated and cleared from the underwater realm altogether. "Everything gets washed away below the sea," Sam mused. He looked down to the shadow blade within his grip. The black sword with swirling dark mist around it and glowing purple runes had helped him out immensely in his confrontation with the mana-corrupted shark. With the sun's rays managing to create light down in the sea depths below, the shark had still created a shadow, and with that, Sam could slash away at it and slay the powerful shark before it could ever get close to him. And now his passage down to the deep chasm in front of him was clear. Sam began to swim deeper and deeper. He didn't face any more interruptions towards his destination. He eventually reached the bottom of the chasm, and waiting for him there was a small patch of a glowing green plant with silver tips. He grinned at the plant. It was exactly what he had been looking for. Searweed. 20 minutes later, Sam pulled himself back aboard the deck of the Merry Mackerel. The majority of the brine buccaneers stopped their tasks to look at him as he emerged on the deck. "All right, lads, those who said he was dead, pay up," shouted Captain Mordecai. "I see," Sam thought to himself. They must have seen the bits of mana-corrupted shark flesh float up to the surface and wondered what happened to him. And, with them all being greedy pirates, started to gamble on whether Sam had lived or not. It looked as if only a few of the brine buccaneers had bet on him being dead, and were now grumbling as they handed a few coins to Captain Mordecai. They shot Sam an embittered look before going back to whatever task they had been focusing on before he had returned. Edgar, Toby, Clara, and Princess Muriel were all in the distance on the deck, doing their own thing. They're more used to me and my antics, I guess, Sam thought. Sam found a clear spot on the deck of the ship where he could concentrate and work for a little while. He materialized his alchemy and crafting tools. Next, he materialized different crafting materials, including the seer weed he'd just acquired at the bottom of the hidden chasm in the Southern Sea. He got to work burning different ingredients with his crafting tools. He burned materials and poured their liquid form into different beakers, mixing different liquids. Almost there, Sam thought after an hour of concentrated mixing and concocting. He was working on a powerful potion. It was known as the System Seer Potion. It took all of Clara's concentration and focus to not turn and look over to whatever Sam was getting up to. She was well aware of his penchant for going off on his own and doing his own thing. She wouldn't let herself get sucked into being concerned for him every time he did that. It was a form of self-protection that she'd learned to employ, specifically with Sam. After 20 minutes, she eventually relented and turned over to her friend. She saw he was across the deck, quietly crafting some kind of elixir or something. Interesting, Clara thought. I'm sure he'll tell us what he's up to at some point or another. Having slightly satisfied her curiosity about what her most secretive friend was up to, she returned to her own training and preparation for their upcoming strike on Serenia. She looked down at the pieces of wood, cloth, and hammers lying in front of her. How exactly am I going to build this? She grinned just thinking about how amazing this new device would be if she managed to craft it. It would augment her abilities so well. She focused on her project for another 30 minutes before she looked over at Sam once more. He looked to have concocted 2 vials of strange, murky purple liquid. Sam dematerialized one of the vials into his inventory and then took a swig of his new elixir. Clara waited with bated breath to see what the new potion did. A few seconds later, Sam's eyes rolled into the back of his head and he collapsed onto the ground. "Sam!" she screamed. A few seconds after swigging back the System Seer potion, Sam felt his whole body gyrating until he found himself shaking on the floor of the ship. That was the last thing he remembered. Suddenly, everything had gone blank. Next, Sam found himself lying in an empty black space of nothingness. He grinned. Looks like the potion worked, he thought to himself. The System Seer potion had 2 stages. The first stage was the Black Room. The second stage was the Vision. The System Seer potion hadn't yet been discovered in this timeline yet. The potion gave the user the ability to see into the future of one of his ability's evolutions. It didn't outright tell you exactly what your ability would evolve into, but it gave you a hint. A hint was good enough for Sam. He waited for a message to appear in his eyes. Right on time, a message suddenly appeared in his retina. Please select an ability. Sam grinned, knowing exactly which ability he would choose. He selected blood manipulation. Everything went black once again. Next thing Sam knew, he was soaring over the clouds. Below him were hundreds of stone statues of himself. They then exploded into a river of blood and carnage. And then everything went black once more. Sam woke up with a crowd of people around him. "Sam, are you okay?" asked Clara. As consciousness slowly returned to him, Sam smiled. He wasn't sure what exactly the vision had told him. That was how the System Seer potion worked. It nudged you, but it wasn't full confirmation. But it showed him enough that he liked what it was entailing. It was time to get to work. 75. Following his vision from the System Seer potion, he got back up on his feet and assured everyone aboard the Merry Mackerel that he was absolutely fine. His friends gave him a look of concern, and after reassuring them a few more times, they left him to continue pursuing his training as they continued their own preparations. He considered the vision he saw. the countless statues of him, the burst of blood everywhere. He didn't want to read into the vision too much. He didn't want to end up planning for a different ability evolution than the one he ended up getting. That said, he thought there was enough indication from the vision that leveling up blood manipulation was definitely the right step forward with regards to his current training. It felt like the right thing he needed to do in his preparation for their strike on Serenia. Now that he understood where he wanted to get to with his preparation, he could start training full-heartedly. Over the coming weeks, Sam planned to level up his blood manipulation ability from level 1 to level 2. It was absolutely paramount to do so if they wanted to have even a sliver of hope of taking on Commander Krakenos and the elite squadron of the Leviathan network on Serenia. It was time to get to work. The following morning, Sam woke up at the crack of dawn along with the Brine Buccaneers who were working the early morning shift aboard the Mary Mackerel. He ate his breakfast porridge and sipped his coffee as he watched the sun slowly rise across the horizon. Sam was lost in thought, considering the best way to train blood manipulation over the coming weeks. Using an ability in battle was normally the most efficient and best way to level up an ability. But it wasn't the only way, and it wasn't necessarily always the most optimal way either. He thought about the conversation he'd had with Curtis's sister, Thalia Ashgrove, in the glittering forest a few months back. The elven woman had described her mana derived from old magic as organic, and Sam's as artificial and grafted onto him. Sam had returned to that conversation many times since he had first had it. It felt like it contained answers to a cryptic puzzle about the dungeon gate system. He considered the ways in which the system, when he learned a new ability, became almost unconscious knowledge inside of him. He didn't quite know exactly what he was doing, and yet when he triggered an ability, he did it. That was what he believed Thalia meant by artificial. It wasn't real knowledge, it wasn't learned magic, it was acquired magic. Artificial magic. Recognizing that fact, though, gave way to many consequences. Consequences that Sam and his companions had already accidentally stepped over and pursued. An ability was more than simply its description in one's profile. It could be the building blocks to something unimaginable. He considered the ability he was questioning the most at that moment: blood manipulation. He had already used it in many interesting ways as he had experimented with it in his training and in previous battles. He had learned to create wings, and he had sprayed his own blood outside his body to create detached limbs far from his person. Sam materialized a special plant in his hand. It was some of the radiant sage he had gathered in the Crystal Cavern's dungeon gate more than a year ago now. The radiant sage was an incredibly useful material that, when ingested, allowed one to see how far one's abilities had progressed toward leveling up. After chewing and swallowing radiant sage, he took a look at his blood manipulation ability in his profile. Blood manipulation, journeyman tier, level 1. Blood, internal or leaking, from body can be manipulated to create new limbs. 60%. Sam's eyes widened at the result. He was quite surprised how much experience he'd gathered already. He then thought about the moment in the ancient Carvesi temple where he had protected all of his friends. Looks like that moment was proof that one could train one's ability under intense duress, and it didn't necessarily have to be in combat. Sam grinned as a new idea began to percolate in his mind. As the days passed, Sam began to really practice his blood manipulation ability on a very granular level. He composed new hands and limbs, but he kept an eye for detail, composing better sculptured limbs than he had in the past. After days of focus like this, he saw that the ability had moved up towards reaching its next level by 1%. Not fast enough, he thought to himself. He then materialized powerful barbell weights from his inventory and began lifting them with 2 created blood arms on either side of him. By the end of the day, the ability had jumped up by 3%. Sam nodded his head in satisfaction at the result. It was time to take the same principle and take it to a whole other level. A few days later, Sam stood on the far end of the Mary Mackerel by himself. He had lined up multiple powerful barbells with mana inscriptions in them, making them incredibly heavy and tough to lift, all across the ship's deck in front of him. He closed his eyes and triggered his blood manipulation ability. It was easy to do so as his silver dragon armor set had teeth constantly gnawing away into his flesh, creating a non-stop resource of his own blood that he could use. Sam created one arm with fully formed hands after another. Soon, he had 20 blood arms crawling out from his back. Each blood arm reached out and grabbed hold of the intensely heavy magical barbells in front of them. Then, in unison, Sam began to lift the weights. As soon as he attempted to pull the barbells off the ground, he felt his whole body strain. The strength required was intense, because he may have had extra limbs, but to control all of them and have them do something so arduous was incredibly difficult. He screamed with pain as he slowly lifted up all the weights. Everyone on the ship turned towards him as he screamed with rage and pain as he struggled to lift the 20 barbells all at once. Sam kept screaming, determined to lift up all the weights. "I will not be defeated by this pain." A week later, Sam collapsed from another training session. Every day he had increased the level of the barbell weights, and every day he was exhausted by the end of his training. The training Sam was undergoing required so much mental fortitude that he hadn't even checked his profile until a few minutes after catching his breath that evening. He was greeted by a pleasant surprise. "Congratulations! Blood manipulation has leveled up." Sam looked over the details of his ability's newest evolution and grinned. This was exactly what I needed. 76. Commander Krakenos paced back and forth in his private chambers. From the balcony, he could see the sun setting across the horizon. Another day was passing, and Krakenos was no closer to his goal. He couldn't seem to break that damn old man lying in the dungeon far below the palace. Krakenos and the Leviathan network had taken over Serenia and its palace, and yet he still couldn't extract the information he needed from King Kai Azur's caged-off mind. The commander had tried every form of physical torture on the old withered king to no avail. Whether he was pulling out teeth, fingernails, or crushing bones, the man didn't break. What will it take to make that stubborn old fool tell me where the ancient temple is? Krakenos hated being so close to his master plan and then not being able to proceed from this point on. He had the Ocean Heart amulet. They were so close. The commander refused to believe that they had worked so hard to get where they had, just so some foolish old man could stop them. Krakenos shook his head. It was time to try a different torture method than physical pain. Krakenos had just the idea. King Kai Azur lay on the floor of his cell, withered and physically defeated. The old man could barely open one of his eyes. He was missing 5 teeth. His fingers were just broken bones. All of the nails on his toes had been pulled out ages ago. Kai had lost track of the days and weeks. His body barely functioned. He was alive, but that was it. When his captors brought him food, he had to eat the bowl like a dog, getting the repulsive slop all over his face in the process. King Kai was now a broken shell of a man. Only one thing kept him going. A beautiful green-haired girl with wondrous, sparkling green eyes. His daughter, Princess Muriel Azur. She was the one shining light. She represented the future of this nation. The longer he held out from giving in to Krakenos's demands, the greater his hope of a Serenia that survived this great onslaught could come true. That was the one shining light that kept him going, that kept him surviving every new day of torture. A sound of a distant door creaking open cut through Kai's thoughts. Someone was coming. His daily torture was going to begin. The old withered king recognized the familiar thump of Krakenos's footsteps against the cold stone floor, echoing across the dungeon passageways. But there was something new this time. Kai could hear more than one set of footsteps. One set of footsteps was trembling, full of fear. Quieter, gentler, somehow. Something told Kai that today's torture was going to be different from the previous days. The footsteps got louder and louder, until Kai heard the familiar jangly keys slide into the cell door's lock and the door swing open. At first, nothing happened. Kai felt the presence of his torturer lingering over him. The man was waiting. The other presence was also there. From there, Kai could make out the shadow of a smaller, more feminine figure. Kai eventually looked up, his eyes bulging as he took in Commander Krakanos, holding his daughter by her green hair, dangling her in front of him. As soon as Krakanos saw the man acknowledging his daughter in front of him, the commander cracked a smile. Kai shuddered with equal mixtures of anger and fear. The commander's look was one of utter glee, the face one makes when they know they've made a victorious move. A chess player playing their checkmate. "Father!" Muriel cried. "Shut up," said Krakanos, smacking the girl and throwing her to the ground. King Kai's heart panged with rage and terror as he watched his one and only daughter collapse on the floor in front of him. He was powerless to do anything. He couldn't even scream for the commander to stop because he had no energy or strength left in him. Krakanos snickered in front of him. The commander slowly walked up and picked the green-haired girl off the floor. Kai shuddered, just seeing the man brutally put his thick fingers through her hair and raise her into the air as if she were a prized fox killed in a hunt. He had to take the positives, though. His daughter was still alive, at least for the time being. Krakanos materialized a large, thick dagger from his inventory and held it up to his daughter's neck. "Where's the ancient temple?" Krakanos demanded. Kai didn't respond. "You know what's going to happen if you don't answer me," said Krakanos. "You clearly have no respect or yearning for your body to stay intact, but what about the body of someone you hold dear?" Kai reached out with his arms towards his precious daughter, his one and only daughter. He couldn't imagine a world where she didn't exist, where she wasn't smiling and fighting for the causes she believed in. Krakanos had found the most powerful torture method available. A father could not bear to see his own daughter suffer. "Time is running out, Kai," hissed Krakanos. The commander pointed the tip against Muriel's neck. He pressed a bit harder, the girl whimpering and squirming at the pain. A spot of blood appeared on her throat. "Please, father," cried Muriel. "Please help me." Tears formed in Kai's eyes. There was nothing he could do. He wished he could stand up and fight this horrible man, this horrible torturer. But he had barely any strength in his body at all. He was too weak to save his own daughter. This was the greatest punishment, to watch his own daughter be murdered before his very eyes. "You know how to stop this, Kai," said Krakanos. The commander began to slowly move the dagger to the side. Both the commander and Kai knew that if Krakanos finished pulling that blade across the girl's throat, she would be dead almost instantaneously. Time was running out. There were only seconds left. Kai was left with no choice. He gasped with the tiniest bit of strength he still had left. "I'll tell you where it is. Please, stop. I'll tell you." Krakanos looked at the man and smiled. King Kai Azur had finally given up. 77. "Very well then," sneered Krakanos, dragging the green-haired princess out of the cell. The girl was covered in blood and tears, but nevertheless still alive. Krakanos dragged the girl all the way to the top of the steps before picking her up and carrying her to the top of the dirty stairwell. Only after they'd both stepped out into the tower hallway and shut the door to the dungeons behind them did the two people speak. "It looks like he bought it," snickered the green-haired princess. "Let's hope so," said Krakanos. "I would have loved to have revealed our trick to the foolish old king, but I want to confirm his information first. I might still have use for the princess if it turns out we need to extract more information from him." "Whatever you say, boss," laughed the green-haired princess. The spitting image of Princess Muriel suddenly began to blur and shift, her skin melting and reforming, until standing in front of Krakanos was a strong, healthy, and vibrant King Kai Azure. "You are truly one of a kind, Vespera," said Commander Krakanos. "Why, thank you," said the king, doing a feminine curtsy and bow that didn't really suit the body and form Vespera Burntide had taken shape as. "Go continue your duties as king, said Commander Krakanos, and the two figures went their separate ways. They now had everything in place to initiate their master plan. Clara stood on the bottom deck of the Mary Mackerel. The ship had hit a particularly choppy patch of water, and everything aboard was swaying, jangling, and knocking into one another. Clara was on duty in a special storeroom turned bedroom for Toby. The young man was asleep on the bed, a towel resting on his head to gather his sweat. The wizard-class traveler was finally pursuing journeyman tier with his class, which meant he had to undergo breaking through the second threshold. Pickler looked down to the love of her life as he strained amidst the battle inside his core's inner realm. Toby was undergoing a trial that, as a warrior-class traveler, she wouldn't have to face. Or, at the very least, it wasn't mandatory for her if she wanted to keep growing and improving as a traveler in the same way it was for Toby. Lanterns flickered and knocked against the wood of the room Clara was in. She was there to make sure Toby's bed didn't shake too much or tip over. Captain Mordecai had told them that Serenia would be in their sights any day now. Everyone had reached the pinnacle of their training. Clara had built her new piece of equipment, Sam had leveled up an important skill, and Princess Muriel had improved her sound sculpting abilities. Now, it was just Toby who they were waiting on. Clara smiled down at the young man resting in the cot before her. "Come on, Tobes," she thought. "You got this." At first, Toby only saw darkness. He didn't know how long he had been lying in the endless sea of black, but he knew it had been a long time. He had gone on a journey into the depths of his inner realm, and he had fought inner demons he hadn't wished to face, and upon doing so, he expected to return back to reality. But that was not what happened. He arrived into a dark space, a transitory space, he hoped. Time felt very still. His body needed the rest after the trial he had faced. And then, as if all the time he'd spent in the dark space suddenly sped up and felt like no time at all, the darkness began to fade. The darkness took on a gray hue, like a fog. The gray then turned into a brown color, the brown of his eyelashes slowly uncrinkling to the sight of Clara, the love of his life, smiling down at him. "You're back," she grinned. He could see a list of notifications suddenly appearing in his retina. He'd hit 51 in his magic affinity stat. He'd reached journeyman tier with his wizard class. He quickly took in his newest ability, amazed to see what he had earned upon reaching this new traveler tier. But, in that moment of waking, none of those things really mattered. All that mattered was the face of the beautiful girl staring down at him. All that mattered was her. Princess Muriel had decided to take a nap. She was resting in a hammock. After hours of training that day, she had reached a breaking point and had to take a moment to herself. Hence, the nap. The swaying piece of fabric that was the hammock could hardly be considered an object one could seriously rest on. The whole hammock situation had her yearning for her bed back home in Serenia in the royal palace. It was more than her bed, though. It was her father. It was her friends. It was her loyal subjects. She was homesick, and scared, and impatient. When are we going to get to Serenia already? What if it's too late? What if my nation can't be saved? The princess drowned in her thoughts until she heard a shout from the top deck. There was a flurry of movement. "I wonder." Sam ran to the front of the ship as soon as he heard the words. Moments before, one of the brine buccaneers from high up in the sails had shouted, "Landward, ho!" Joining Sam at the front of the deck was Guildmaster Redfield, who gave Sam a serious nod. Soon, Princess Muriel was beside them, her eyes glistening with tears of joy and trepidation. Then, Clara and Toby emerged from below deck and joined them as well. Sam and his companions all looked on with a stern determinedness as they took in the silhouette of a large island in front of them. Serenia. The final battle against Commander Krakanos and the Leviathan network was about to begin. 78. Broderick sat on his stool at the top of the watchtower at the main port of the island nation of Serenia. He held a brass spyglass in his hand, keeping an eye on the vast southern sea that lay before him. His shift was almost over. It had been one of the most boring shifts of his life. No boats had appeared, no big waves, nothing. He thought when he became a foot soldier for the Leviathan Network, his life would be filled with riches, adventure, and excitement. Instead, it had mostly been a life of tedium and boredom. He thought guarding the shore would offer him opportunities to prove himself, multiple opportunities to slay the criminal organization's enemies and raise his esteem within the network's ranks. Instead, guard duty was an endurance test for the mind. How long could he sit there watching the southern sea without going crazy? It was why they had to give the guards multiple breaks, because 8 hours was simply too oppressive an amount of time to look forward to getting off work. A 2-hour wait for one's break, however, that was something a person could mentally manage. Broderick was pleased that he was on the final 2-hour section of his guard duty. He was already dreaming of going back home to bed, to rest, to food, to comfort, to relaxation. He almost dozed off in his daydream when, out in the distance, he caught a speck of something. No way, he thought, his heart suddenly rising. He stood up off his stool and pulled his spyglass to his eye. He positioned the spyglass to where he had seen the speck. He grinned. He spotted the silhouette of a ship far off in the distance. Finally, Broderick thought, something exciting. Sam stood at the front of the deck, grinning. He kept his feet firm on the deck as the merry mackerel rocked and swayed with the waves. Now, more than ever before, Sam couldn't let his keen excitement and determination to land on Serenia let him lose sight of his sense of balance aboard the ship. It was late afternoon, approaching early evening. The wind blew through Sam's hair, gently nudging against his skin. Everyone aboard the ship had gone quiet, focused on the faraway island that they were slowly approaching. All that was left was the sound of waves crashing against the hull, the creak of the ship's timbers, the flapping of the sails, and the occasional call of the seabirds above them. They were getting closer now. The first step of their plan to take down the Leviathan Network involved actually successfully docking on the island. There were guards all across Serenia. They would be inspecting them with spyglasses from now on. They were already being watched and assessed. "Thankfully, we're just barely in view," said Sam. "Time to put our preparations into place." Broderick watched the faraway ship through his spyglass, eagerly. It would be a while before he could properly assess the ship. It was nothing but a speck at the moment. He couldn't gather information beyond its coming towards them for the time being. There was something he could do, though, in preparation. He walked over to a nearby open notebook. Since taking over the island, the Leviathan Network expected all of its agents to write letters to let them know of their return to home base at Serenia. The open notebook that Broderick picked up would let him know who had declared arrival at around this date and time. His concern and excitement only grew as he took in the ledger. There was no note for a Leviathan Network ship to be arriving on that day, or any of the days on either side of the date. If that ship wasn't one of theirs, it meant that it was most likely an enemy ship. Travelers from Volsungur or Opali, most likely. Given the direction they were coming from, more likely Volsungur. Broderick lifted up his spyglass. The ship was still nothing but a speck. He needed to wait a little while longer before he could sound the alarm, and the nearby cannons would shoot the ship until it was nothing but floating wood and corpses. Broderick felt a sense of giddy eagerness as he waited for the ship to come into view. If it was an enemy, he would get praised for having spotted it. And then who knows? Maybe his days of watch duty and guarding the shore would soon be over. The ship got closer. Broderick lifted up his spyglass and with bated breath observed the incoming ship once more. He could now take in more details. The ship was shabby and old, the sails a stained yellow, clearly needing a wash. And then, finally, the flag flying at the top of it was black. The flag immediately made Broderick's heart sink. A black flag was the sign for criminals and rogue travelers. Such a flag meant they wouldn't shoot it down upon sight. Broderick felt all of his excitement suddenly deflate. He fell back onto his stool with disappointment. All of his fantasies of excitement, violence, adventure, and a promotion flitted away like a cloud. But then, a new idea passed through Broderick's head. The rogue travelers might not be agents of the Leviathan network. They might be eager new recruits. The leaders would want to give them low-level jobs to start out with to test their mettle. Broderick smiled, thinking that he might get his promotion after all. "Well, have they bought it?" asked Toby. The whole group of them were standing on the front deck as the brine buccaneers rushed around, disguising their ship as something else. They had changed their flag to the inky black one, the symbol for bands of rogue travelers out at sea. "Well, we're still floating in the water," said Sam with a grin. "We would have definitely heard cannon fire by now if they suspected us." Stage 1 of their plan was complete. It looked like they would be docking at Serenia very soon. 79. Commander Krakenos strode through the opulent hallways of the Royal Serenian Palace. Each room was a gallery of statues, ornaments, and huge, sprawling paintings that went from the floor to the ceiling. Krakenos was repulsed by most of what he saw. Is this what power brought people, he wondered? More useless stuff? To get where he was going, Krakenos had to walk through his least favorite hall in the entire building. He stepped into it and immediately shuddered. It was a hallway with 2 long rows of huge portraits of the ancient Azure dynasty, the different kings and queens that had ruled Serenia over the centuries of its history. As half-human and half-fish folk, Commander Krakenos had long ago come to despise everyone on both land and sea. He particularly hated Serenia, seeing them as descendants of mer-people who completely forsook their ancient roots to the citizens of the underwater worlds below. He shuddered as he passed each new portrait of Serenian kings and queens. Krakenos looked forward to ending the Azure line completely. He would let King Kai rot to death in the dungeon below, and he'd hunt down his daughter and make sure she was killed, drowning her body in the sea for it to be lost forever. Krakenos hurried his pace and finally left the grandiose hallway of portraits and entered a brightly lit central room in the palace. A huge glass sunroof domed over the room. The hazy orange sky of dusk loomed over the peaceful room. At the center of this section of the palace was a large stone statue of an old ancient Azure king, sitting strongly upon his throne. This was where King Kai, crying and begging for him to spare his daughter's life, had told him to come to. The pathetic creature had been so weakened during his time in the dungeon that he could barely speak, could barely even get the words out to beg for his one and only daughter's life. What a miserable piece of trash of a man, Krakenos snickered to himself. This was supposedly where the entrance to the ancient Carvesi temple lay in waiting. He had been so angry when King Kai had told him that. This whole time the ancient temple he was looking for was hidden right beneath his very nose. Still, he wasn't that mad, as he was getting closer to completing his goals. But now, standing beneath the sunroof in this central palace room, he could see no entrance or hidden doorway. Am I going to have to go back down to the dungeon and harm a fake Princess Muriel in front of King Kai once more? He reconsidered what the suffering King Kai had told him. King Kai had been so weak and feeble, he could barely get the words out. The room with the sunroof, the statue. Krakenos looked at the stone statue in front of him. He couldn't see how the statue would lead to the entrance. He looked it up and down. I wonder. Krakenos formed a fist. He cocked back his arm and, with the mightiest swing, pounded the stone statue in front of him. The statue immediately cracked and exploded into rubble. The Leviathan network commander kicked away the stone debris from the floor to discover a hidden trapdoor. Krakenos grinned. Now we're getting somewhere. Krakenos bent down and pulled the latch of the trapdoor. It took more force than he expected, but eventually the door cracked open. A cloud of dust exploded forth into the air of the palace chamber. A dirt-covered stairwell with shadowy depths beckoned out before the Leviathan network commander. The dirty underground passageway was a stark contrast to the opulent surroundings of the palace. Krakenos took a cautious first step onto the underground stairwell. He wanted to make sure it didn't completely collapse as soon as he stood on it. When his foot landed firmly on the stone step, he continued forward, descending deep into the underground passage. At first, the light from the palace room lit the way forward,
but eventually he had to stop and materialize a torch and a means to light it from his inventory.